Good morning, and better yet, welcome back, beautiful humans. We are here for day 7 of the Brian Walshe trial. Yesterday was a long day of court with just a mind-bending amount of boring testimony, but there was some really interesting video that came out wherein we got to see this sociopath at the Lowe's buying his murder slash hiding a murder kill kit. So what will today bring? God only knows. God only knows. But the state will continue to put their case in chief forward, and we'll see. We'll see if they can convince this jury that poor Ana Walshe didn't just die suddenly, but in fact, her husband killed her. So that's what their goal is, and we will see if that in fact occurs. Let's pull it up. How y'all doing? Hope you're doing great. Aw. Hi, babe.
Hey, babe. Hey, y'all.
All
I
right.
contemplated
We're up and rolling, honey bunny.
on, but decided I'll just shower after.
Yeah, for real. For real. Allie's got her first meeting with the PT people today, physical therapy. We are optimistic that will start putting her on the path to recovery in a more substantive way than just laying there in pain with an ice machine on her arm. Hopefully they get her working those tendons in there and get that thing starting to feel a little bit better. So yeah, it's a big day. Big day. That'll be this evening. So
Yeah.
everybody
Well,
wish her
I
well.
looked up what the beginning therapies were, and I've already started doing them. So
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully there's even a little more. I'm hoping they gently start using your some like
Bicep.
plyometrics and to kind of get those things moving a little bit, get those things kind of operating like they should be. So we'll see. We'll see. All right.
I did this.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Look at
I mean,
that.
my doctor did it while I was there, so I figured I can do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Sure. As long as you're not independently using the arm to do the work itself. Yeah, I think stretching it out like that's probably pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good thing. All right. So let's see. Who do we got? Who's in the house? We got all of our beautiful humans here. Let's say a few good more. Oh, look at that. Pammy, good morning. First one in chat today. You made your decision yet there, Pammy? She's got appointments today, but she'll be driving, listening. Sounds like she's in the avoidance.
Yes,
Another full day of avoidance for
Yes.
Pammy instead of joining us and hanging out and talking shit about Brian Walshe. I mean, what's better than that? I'm not sure that anything's better than that. All right, so court has not begun. We've got Karen, welcome back. Karen Cole, the UK lawyer, and Miss Wild, our beautiful mod, playing dirt. Welcome, welcome. Farmer Matt, welcome, welcome. Spitfire, Deja, Jessica, Waller, 48. Oh, man. I am really going blind. It's almost gotten to the point where I have to.
Ooh la la. I don't
Ears.
remember that name. Is she a new mod or she changed her name?
Who?
Ooh la la.
It's got to be somebody.
It's got to be somebody.
Yeah, like I don't know. I keep reading these comments that YouTube's changing people's names on YouTube and it's different on different channels. I don't know.
Or I could have just been having my head up my ass and not
yeah. Look, speaking of YouTube, make sure that you're liking, sharing, and subscribing. I have to start reminding y'all to do that.
It's Le Mom. I remember her.
Oh,
Okay.
Le Mom James.
Yeah.
Classic. T-Dubba, Pokemon, Who else we got? Motions. Good morning. Good morning. Mandy's Wild Ride of Life. Welcome back, Ashley. Welcome back. Welcome
Wait,
back.
Mandy's Wild Ride of Life. Is this a name that we've already known? We've seen
Yes,
before?
yes. Mandy's not to be confused with Mandy Armad, the
Yeah,
ride
no.
or die Mandy.
Yeah.
She's a new ride or die.
Oh.
At least the name is new. I just thought you can't know. Tracy, good morning. Our sweet, sweet Tracy. Let's see. What do you think this is? Canvas Bloom, 1947. You did just make it in time. Well done, and welcome.
It looks to me like plenty of time, and we should have just started this in an hour and a half.
Yeah, I mean, look. Allie's adamant about the whole blooping time. I mean, she's not wrong. She's not. Scorpio, welcome. Thank you, Farmer. Thank you, Farmer. Thank you.
Thank a farmer. All
Thank you
right.
for all the fruits and vegetables that
Yeah.
we eat. Appreciate that. Not so Zen Jen. Welcome back. Jen Fox, Sleuthy. We
Wait, I
missed
thought I
Sleuthy's
heard you say.
birthday.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
then.
12/5. 12/5. We missed her
Oh, we
birthday.
missed long Mr. Birthday.
Yeah, she's a fellow Sag with me.
Oh,
Makes
happy
sense.
birthday, Sleuth.
Aw, we
I
love
would
you.
sing, but it gets
I
ruined.
felt so bad.
We'll
I
have to
felt
call her
so.
and sing.
I felt terrible. Yeah, we'll call you and sing. We're gonna give you a good one, a live
I'm gonna
one.
text her.
Curious Liz, welcome. Melissa, welcome. Nikki B, hey to you. Welcome. The fabulous Brian. Good morning.
Worst thing about it, I
Wait.
think she texted us on her birthday.
No
Oh
way.
no, it was last Wednesday she texted me.
Thank God. That would have been just disgusting. Polygraph, the human pie detector. Pie. Love pie.
I mean, I remember Hollygraph. She just added that
Yeah.
last part.
Yeah. Full throated. Welcome.
I know a lot of people have to change their names because they've got, Karen Reed related names, and that can only go on for so long,
Yeah.
And
exactly.
I am feeling much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trevor, and welcome back. Trevor was telling me to move the captions yesterday, or asking me to move the captions, and I said something snarky back, and poor Aylin had been like Alinea. I think that's how you pronounce her name. She's like, "Oh, I was just nicely asking." I think she said, and she's like, "Why are you yelling at me?" I was like, I was kidding, and I was really yelling at Trevor. So, just to refresh you, I don't think you were there with us, babe. Dawn Gator, good morning.
Don't scare people, Bob.
I can't help it. It's how I am. Something like I'm not as scary as Brian Walshe, though. Going into the lows with the kill
Wow.
kit, that guy's pretty scary.
Wow, your bar just went really
pretty scary.
My husband, not as scary as Brian Walshe. Can I make a shirt?
Yeah.
My husband, not as scary as Brian Walshe.
Yes, I think that's a good shirt. It'll probably sell. Guy Vermectin, my Lions play your Bears in a month. You ready to get beat? Bad.
Oh, man.
Come on, dude. Pull your head out of your ass. You're coming to our house. You're an indoor team at this point, man. Yeah, I think we're gonna take you down. That's what I'm feeling.
We're gonna cheer along trying.
Aw, Jennifer, welcome. Family hugs. Aw, family hug to you. Welcome. Gen X lawyer.
PT for me, yeah.
Kelly Miller, Nurse Hannah. Look at all the peoples. The DSS, love it. GS Nanny, PB and Shelly. We got all the ride or dies in here. Got some noobs. Love you guys. Bailey B, she's no noob.
Nah,
Melissa, all right. We're fired up. Michael T16.
Wait, you went too quick. He said something about PT. All right, let's listen to what the judge has to say here. Do you have the volume on?
Yes, baby.
Okay.
Superior Court Indictment 2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Thomas, the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Your
Tracy
work.
Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good
I
morning,
told you the
everyone.
man
Kelly
wakes
Gordon
up
on behalf of Mr.
happy.
Walsh.
I mean,
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Wolf.
Good morning.
Headphones off.
He
Yeah,
needed to
so-
see me.
We needed to see you sidebar.
Hey,
Okay.
Tay. Hey, D. Rachie. Good morning to you. Herb Witch. Love that. So here you go. See, I've noticed that sometimes I'm Patricia in the comments and sometimes I'm Herb Witch. I prefer Herb Witch because it's kind of hilarious. Farmer Matt. We hope you're well. Thanks for hanging. All right. I think Jay Mills. All right. I think I've gotten
I forgot
everybody.
to turn my sound off. So for those of
Jessica.
you he-
Good morning.
I forgot to turn my sound off. So for those of you hearing like huffing and puffing and moaning,
Oh yeah.
that was me getting my headphones on.
Oh boy.
But your perkiness is making me want to go get a cup of tea. And
Wow.
not one that I butcher like I did yesterday.
Yeah, I'm out of my cold brew. I'm gonna have to
Ugh.
make. Oh, thank you, Jay Mills. You guys know how to touch my heart bright and early in the
Are
morning.
you guys all perky this early? I am not perky this early. I'm the opposite.
Iceman, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Iceman.
Welcome.
Or should I go do that now? Make myself some tea. I could make you an iced coffee.
Oh, there she is. The beautiful and talented Marissa. A skier's daughter. Oh, the girls. My daughters want me to take them skiing. Might have to do it on my birthday, babe. It's the only time I can think that might work. Allie's gonna obviously be out.
Well,
for
I
that.
can come and like watch or something.
What? How are you gonna
It
do
sounds
that?
like such a fun little trip. I don't want to not be.
I mean,
It
what are
sounds
you gonna
kind of
do? Sit in the
it's like
lodge the whole
stand
time?
from the parking
I mean,
lot.
let's be clear. We're not going to like Colorado here. We're going
Right.
somewhere on like a hill in Wisconsin. So surrounded by Packers fans. So, it'll have its downside.
I'm with motions. I stay up late. Can stay up as late as need be, but don't expect me to be friendly in the morning.
I think you're relatively friendly sometimes.
Okay,
Remember,
wait.
Amber, good morning to
Wait,
you.
real quick pause. Would you like me to make you
I pause.
not? I
Just-
mean, like what you're doing, not the.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
would you like me to make you an iced coffee? Because I know,
I'm
like,
out.
no, I mean, but like with the
Oh.
coffee stuff,
It's just not nearly as good.
delightful.
It's so diluted.
Do you want a hot
it's
tea?
the hot coffee that I put on. Now, cue Megan saying, Bob, you can make cold brew in the fridge. Like, I know, I just don't do that ahead of time. So don't even type it, Megan. Spit's always helpful. Oh,
I mean,
did I say hi, Bree. I felt like I said hi to Brian.
hi,
All right,
Brian.
I think I've gotten everybody. I've said hello. Oh, Cody in Tennessee. Late comer.
All
Good
right,
morning.
listen real quick.
True crime on a dime. I'll take a tea.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what I was saying. But like a flavored tea or like
Yeah, I'll
We
take a flavored tea.
got like a chamomile thing going on or something.
I'd rather have like
We don't have any of that good tea left, obviously.
we don't have any. Do we have any? So we don't have any black tea or
Yeah,
green
we
tea?
do. We got regular
I'll-
black tea, breakfast tea.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
I like that. Lynn Treshler. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Bob, a fellow Bob. Bob.
Bob,
Metz. He's
less
shushing.
scary than Brian Walshe. It's your new logo.
Janine, good morning. Jensen, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Let's see. Am I caught up here yet? All right. Ginger, good morning. Oh, poor Ginger. Everybody started like going after Ginger when I forget what she told me not to talk through testimony. And then everybody started piling on poor Ginger. She's so sweet. Don't worry, Ginger. They were just sticking up for me. Like the ride or dies are very, they're very loyal, very loyal folks. Salty mom. Aw. Family hug. Welcome. Good morning. Thank you for becoming a new member. We love that. I already said, Claire. Good morning, Claire. All right. Boy, you guys are like super chatty. Mad. Good morning. Little Lion. Good morning. Carol. Good morning. All right. Mark. Yo. What's up? Good morning. JD. Good morning. All right. Croy. Good morning. Good to see you again. Okay. All right. I think I've gotten everybody. Oh, God. Jay Mills. Yeah, maybe. I have to finish Garcia first. I'll tell you that. I have to. I'm really trying. I had that throat thing for where it was really hard to record over an extended period of time. It's constantly talking during recording, but I think I'm in the clear now. So I'm looking to get that knocked out. And then yes, we have not abandoned Avery. There's so much shit that I have to do. I've still got to figure out when we're going to do the rest of Zach Adams, which at this point I think is only one day. Yes, Kathy, exactly. Barton McNeil. That one's a little more work intensive, but I have not forgotten Bart, and I don't want him to think that I have. Amanda, good morning. And we've got the appellate brief is coming down the pike. Quick, super quick. Oh, Cody, yes, sir. You throw some supers at me like that, you got me hooked. I'm in, baby. I'm in. Yeah, you think? Good morning, Jesse. All right, there. If I missed you, it was nothing personal. I love you. Just know that. Oh, good morning, Amanda. Late comer. All right, so if you're just joining us, remember to like, share, and subscribe. We have not missed a thing. They've come into court. They went right into a sidebar. Oh boy. I don't know what this means. They've gone to OnlyFans brother. Oh, there's OnlyFans brother. They're like, you know what? Let's go to the other one. Let's go to the darker fan because it's more attractive looking. Yeah. I think that came up. It was like 60-40 that Die Hard is a Christmas movie. We're just gonna have to agree to disagree. It's not a Christmas movie. It's not. It came out in July. Just because you have like a Christmas song playing in the background and Bruce is trying to make his way home for Christmas, it's not make it a Christmas movie. It just doesn't. Just doesn't. But it'll be a debate that goes on eternally. Oh my God, there she is. I can hear her yapping down there, still trying to convince me it's a Christmas movie. Yeah. Oh boy. Morning, Ashley. Amanda, Yorkshire Rose. Good morning. See, you know why? Because great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. I mean, she's right a lot. She's definitely not right on the Die Hard thing. I'm sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Man, I'm not gonna lie. I'm super bummed I don't have my cold brew. I'm gonna have to dip during the actual live. I'm gonna have to run over to the Jewels and grab 2 bottles. I was going to the Starbucks and buying them. And I'm like, why am I spending $8 buying this at Starbucks when I can go get I don't know if they're a quart. It seems like they're maybe a quart, a little more. For the same price, I get like 4 iced coffees out of that. I buy my own oat milk, which I get sugar-free. I think they put stevia in there. And it's got a delicious cinnamon vanilla flavored creamer, oat creamer. And, I'm golden, man. That's it. Shit's is delicious. This deliciousness this is. Oh my God. What? Have you tried it? It is fabulous. It is absolutely fabulous. Like I was a hot coffee drinker forever. And then really, I didn't really become a coffee drinker until after I quit drinking like 6 years ago. I never was never my thing. And then oddly, Stoke is good. Stoke is good, April. I can't like for some reason the Jewel doesn't my Jewels doesn't sell it with I just like to get the black without any of the shit in it. And all the Stokes that they have over there, for whatever reason, they're not just carrying the black unsweetened. I don't know why they don't do that. Maybe I'm just getting there late or something. I don't know. Oh, Raven's Poe or Poe's Raven. So you see you're back to Poe's Raven today. Or did you have to change it? Yeah. Yeah. Is that true? My husband is from the UK. They don't do ice in anything. No shit. Like everything. I mean, it's a tea country, a tea drinking country. I mean, but no iced tea? The fuck?
All right. Do not leave your tea steeping in more than another 3 minutes to get all tart.
Oh, thank you.
And I already put one stevia in there.
Oh, you did?
I wasn't necessarily.
Did you put any honey in there? No.
No, we're out.
Oh no.
Pitching for it being a Christmas movie. I'm just reminding you, it all takes place during a Christmas party.
That doesn't mean what?
That's part of the storyline.
Okay, listen, man. That's like the first scene. The rest of it is Bruce Willis running around trying to kill
we're
this
having a
terrorist.
Christmas party in that building.
Yeah, I get it. Doesn't convince me. It doesn't convince me. It's never too cold for iced coffee. I mean, it's not cold in my house. I mean, am I going to drink iced coffee out there sledding with the kids? No. No. But in the comfort of my home, yes. See you, Buffs. Good morning. Good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. There you go. There you go. Yeah, Poe's Raven's good. It's good. When we were over in the UK and we went to, we were doing our touristy stuff, and we went to Tower of London, and they have the ravens in there. So cool. Like the ravens are so accustomed to people that they just don't move, you know, and they're like this big. They're huge. They're beautiful. Beautiful. Big UK fan. I could easily move to the UK. I love it over there. I loved it. I loved it so much. Good morning, Leslie. Oh, did you guys see the guy? Is he wandering around? I made some pulled pork the other day. He's constantly rooting around for the pulled pork. Good morning, Lindsay. Wow, this is a lengthy sidebar. Very, very lengthy. What could they be talking about? It really is. It really is. We did the whole thing. We did the initial tour because the tour guides are really good. They give some really great history and they're funny. And we had a blast. We were over there for CrimeCon UK, but I brought the girls and we turned it into a full-blown UK trip. I had never been. I was so excited to get over there. MJ, good morning. Miss Kurtz, good morning. You have to be determined. You have to be determined. Hopefully we get some. I've been waiting patiently for some riveting testimony. It's just not coming.
I have to say,
thank you, Sasha. She says, I'm British. Of course we have ice.
I have to say, from the backyard. Wait, oh shit! I got to mute my phone. From the background here,
yeah,
that we wouldn't be stuck watching the back of Brian Walsh's head had we started late.
Wow, she just won't stop. She just won't stop. She's relentless, my wife. I mean, should I end the stream and then we'll come back in an hour and a half, babe? Is that what you're suggesting? Oh, good tea. Thank you.
Don't forget to take the tea bag out at some point. I said tart. That's not the word. Somebody gave it to me last time when I couldn't
Bitter.
think of it. Bitter, right.
Bitter. Bitter tea.
Bitter. I made some bitter tea yesterday. Decided to go with the 2 tea bags.
This is not bitter. This is delightful. Oh boy. 300 years of experience. So that has to be Twinings, right? That's how you pronounce it, right? It looks like it's spelled Twinnings, but I believe they pronounce it Twinings tea. A nice British tea.
That's some generic shit that I got. What you talking about?
What bullshit? You didn't buy that.
Yeah, I did.
I'm gonna
At the
don't make me
market.
go down. Don't make me go down and look at the box.
It's just I bought it at the market.
Okay, I'm not saying we brought it back from London.
Yeah, but it's like just
I'm
some
saying that it's
shit tea, I
British.
think.
No, all right.
It's probably all British. Oh, it's gonna go down. Oh boy. Probably says something in the small print here. Oh, I hear him. Clunk, 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 clunk. All right, I take my bag out. Bitter. I don't want my bitter tea. Wow, he's probably gonna come back up with the box. All I know, it was like just some shit off the shelf in the drawer. That's all I can say. That's all. Man, guy's got a lot of pep in his step in the mornings. He's up for a battle, a little dispute. Here he comes.
Hi.
What'd you want to tell us about your tea?
Oh, I heard you.
That's not the one I made, but it is also Twinings.
Yeah.
Twinnings.
I think it's Twinings.
Twinings.
So oddly, though, it's definitely a British tea.
I mean, they probably all say a British tea.
No, dude, no.
Oh.
No, they don't. And this, but interesting. So this is distributed by Twinings North America, and it's a product of Poland.
Oh, yeah. So this is bullshit. It's not even British.
I think it is British, though.
They just like to call it a British tea.
I don't know. Somebody from Great Britain, would you tell us what's up? Tell us what's up. I need to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Yeah, the jewels were cool. The whole thing was cool. I thought it was such an amazing structure. It's just
Ooh La La is asking this. I know nothing about this. Why is Brian Walsh's mom being sued? Like, why is everyone always blaming the mom? Like, what is the thought process there? Just because she like backed him in the beginning, or
I don't know.
I mean, you don't tell your mommy usually when you unalive somebody.
Mommy.
Unless, of course.
I don't know. This is one hell of a sidebar.
Unless, of course, you're the Adelson family.
That's the way we became.
Oh my goodness! He's singing in the morning.
Bunch. You know, I sing in the morning. I sing at all times.
I know.
What? Come on, girl.
I'm waiting for the day somebody Marsha's my face in this house, because Bob and Scout keep tossing around footballs in random places in the house.
Oh, darling. Yeah, I got that forced quit window pop up on me this morning.
That's what I had the other day. I had to go around shutting everything.
That's what made me say it. The computer's really slogging this morning.
That's what, like the other day when I was like, do you guys see that? It's because that forced quit window popped up, and I didn't know if, since it popped up over the window I was sharing, if you guys could see it.
No, we couldn't see it from our end.
I get that now.
Do you?
So anyway, what is Brian's mom being sued for? What is the whole stink with Brian's mom?
I don't know exactly.
Let's see if anybody said anything over here.
I don't know exactly.
I asked the question, but then didn't. Hey, Sasha says that Twining is a very popular brand in the UK, especially the breakfast blend. Hey, that's what I got. That is what we are actually drinking, not that box that Bob brought up.
Heyo! Thanks, Sasha. The Yorkshire tea, though, that's the one she says.
All right. Is that like a black breakfast? I like my tea to have caffeine.
All right.
And
So one thing I did. Oh, what the hell? Where'd it go? That's outrageous. I had that damn. Oh, God damn it. Hold on.
better watch your words.
I'm acting.
Jesus.
Let's see. All right, hold on. I got to pull this up again.
See, the color of his skin right now, it's neutral. We got to watch the shades of Brian's neckline during the trial.
Okay.
Uh,
All right. So I did. So I can't remember if it was cigarettes. Somebody yesterday was telling me to pull up this article about residents of Ana Walshe's managed DC building that was in the Post. So I'll just, I was reading it yesterday. I'm like, what
oh, I remember you said it made no
are they
sense.
talking about? Okay. So the headline.
Start us out with when it was printed.
So this came out January 13th of 2023. So it's been a
So
hot minute. So this
shortly
is
after it
obviously,
happened.
yeah, exactly. So when they're trying to figure out where the hell she is, so and everybody is, speculating as to what
Throwing out their
happened to Ana.
theories.
All right, so the headline is residents of Ana Walshe managed DC building fear phony agents cover up. So Washington, missing Massachusetts mom Ana Walshe managed a luxury Washington DC apartment building infiltrated by phony federal agents. What? Right there, I'm like, what? And residents say that she was hiding information about the bizarre episode. So members of the tenant association in the Crossing building, which houses journalists and government workers in the upstart Navy Yard neighborhood near the Capitol, say that they fear that Aryan Taharazda
Wait, this is an Aryan group?
No, the guy's
Oh,
first name is Aryan.
I was like, that's
His
kind of
last name
weird
is
for.
Caherzadeh. Tarzadeh. Whatever. And Hader Ali, spelled like your
What?
first name.
Hater?
Haider.
These people have really weird names.
Okay, they sound like it's maybe Middle Eastern, right? They look like they're Middle Eastern type spelled names. Will avoid a full public airing of their actions. So these are the two guys who came in like pretend feds. Will avoid a full public airing of their actions, and that Walsh's employer, Tishman Speyer, is withholding scandalous details from them. Say that they fear. Okay, so the building association fears that these two guys, who I'm assuming, this is so poorly written, it's why I hate the fucking Post, that these two guys who I'm guessing were acting like feds are in there, and the people in the building are afraid that they're going to
But
avoid
isn't
a
it
public
weird
hearing.
that two names, one's Aryan and one's Hate? I just don't get
It's
this.
not fucking Aryan or hate. Neither one of them are spelled like that.
I get it, but when you say it, those are the words you speak.
Wow. Spoken like a true Jew. All right.
I mean, has nothing to do with that.
Or does it? So Tishman Speyer is withholding
Weirdo.
scandalous details from them. Walshe, 39, was described to the Post as a very forceful and shady in the handling of the aftermath of the scandal, even claiming to tenants on one occasion that she wasn't Ana Walshe in an apparent effort to duck their questions following the April 6th FBI raid that busted Ali. So a real FBI raid resulted in the busting of the fake FBI raid.
Wait, there was really a fake FBI raid.
Yeah. Okay, so
Wow.
Ali and Taharazadeh are both arrested during that bust.
Ha! So they were fake people. Aryan and hate, fake people.
Oh my God.
Or real names of
Tara,
bad people.
Tara Zadeh,
Just
and
call him Aryan.
whatever. It's the wrong guy.
All
Maybe
right.
that's the right guy.
How about the hate guy?
Pleaded guilty in August to crimes including conspiracy, unlawful possession of a large capacity ammunition feeding device, and voyeurism. Ali pleaded guilty in October to conspiracy, bank fraud, and unlawful possession of a large capacity ammunition feeding device. He will be sentenced February 24th. Tara Zadeh does not, or Aryan there, does not have a sentencing date. Many questions remain unanswered about the bizarre case in which the duo stockpiled tactical gear, weapons, ammunition, and surveillance equipment while providing free rent to a Secret Service agent.
What is happening?
While providing free rent to a Secret Service agent and lavishing gifts and flashing badges to an array of local and federal law enforcement officers while claiming to represent the non-existent U.S. Special Police. Jake, take it easy. We're part of the U.S. Special
Sounds like
Police.
Supernatural with the two brothers walking around just flashing, flashing badges and interacting with the local law enforcement.
Is that what they did? Those two guys? They were they had fake, we're ghost hunters.
They did so that they could,
We're always
investigate.
trying to find ghosts and murdery ghosts. That's what we do. So one tenant provided the Post with a photo of what the imposters said was the master key code, meaning that they may have been able to plant cameras throughout the building. As questions remain about whether they were associated with foreign actors. Quote, I am very concerned about the voyeurism allegations. And after the men pled guilty, I attempted multiple times to gain information regarding which areas and units had been impacted.
This is just rife with somehow these people poisoned this woman's drink so she suddenly died in the middle of the night.
And they pinned it on old Brian.
And then he had to dispose of the body. And if he hadn't dismembered the body, they may have figured out that this was all part of this Aryan hate CIA undercover fake fraud, but real investigation with the Supernatural brothers.
Good God. You've really gone astray. Well, what happens if she did get poisoned by these people and he was somehow made aware of it and he was going to get pinned with the poisoning because they would have found the poisoning in her bloodstream. Hence, he's the poisoner. Dun, 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 dun. There you go. Okay. Master Key Code, as questions remain about how they were associated with the foreign actors. Okay, so wait, I was just
Are real foreign actors?
Person was concerned about the voyeurism, and if mine had been one of them, but never received any answers. End quote. A female member of the Tenants Association board who asked not to be identified by name told the Post. I believe, this is another quote, I believe the management team here is doing everything they can to avoid sharing any information about the situation.
Oh, not good. Not good.
Even information not covered by an investigation, which makes me believe the information they're withholding could be considerably detrimental to them. End quote. A person who lived in the complex and was close to the two men whom building management leaned on when security issues occurred said that, quote,
what?
I was able to witness much of the infiltration's inner workings. They were able to establish audio and video surveillance in and outside their units, as well as potentially other areas of the property.
I forget who told us about this article. This is fascinating.
I thought it was like cigarette.
Oh, yes. This is fascinating. Can you find any reference to any of these facts outside of the Post?
All right. So, yeah, right. So, quote, I personally viewed on Aryan's phone video footage showing residents engaged in nefarious behavior from cameras in other areas of the building, which were not connected to the ones in their individual units. End quote, the source said. At times, another quote, Aryan had used cameras throughout the property to find me rather than call when he wanted to talk to me in person, which made it obvious that he either had access to the building's common area cameras or was able to establish his own system throughout the property. Furthermore, Arian and Ader had expressed that specific cameras in the building were theirs and not management's.
This is in DC.
This is in DC at the
I
Cohasset.
mean, that's where all like the fake CIA people are
Yeah.
and the real CIA people.
So Walsh, a mother of three who lived in Massachusetts but often traveled to DC, was a regional manager for Tishman Speyer. There does not currently appear to be a link between her disappearance on New Year's Day and the phony agent scandal that rocked DC. Walsh's husband, Brian, a 46-year-old convicted con man, was arrested Sunday for allegedly lying to the Popo. He reportedly bought $400 and $450 worth of cleaning supplies on the 2nd. Excuse me. We saw the video. That was on the 1st. Get it right, Post. You're fucking up, Post. All right. So one tenant who requested anonymity to share candid recollections about Ana Walshe called her, quote, a wolf in sheep's clothing and, quote, a very fake person, end quote, who alternated between a, quote, power woman, end quote, persona and a meek manner while seeking to shut down or placate inquiries about how Hader, an Aryan, managed to score 5 units in the upscale building, for which they allegedly failed to pay $222,000 in rent from late 2020 through spring 2022. Walsh, quote, lied to people and said things she wanted you to hear in the moment, end quote, one resident recalled. At the time of her disappearance, Walsh was on the receiving end of resident demands for the results of an internal security review. Walsh participated in a September 19th meeting with the Tenant Association Board and wouldn't share any information about the status of the review, which the company first disclosed in a May email to residents. A representative of Tishman Speyer, which manages an array of other properties, including Manhattan's famous 30 Rockefeller Plaza, defended the company Friday, telling the Post that after the September meeting with the tenants, quote, no additional questions were ever submitted to building management, end quote. The Tenants Association fired back, telling the Post that questions were raised before and during the meeting that were not answered, and that additional verbal follow-ups were pursued, setting up the September meeting. An association member added was, quote, like pulling teeth. The corporate rep also pointed the Post to a May 5th email to tenants before the voyeurism allegations emerged, attempting to reassure renters after a preliminary internal review. That communication said that the company confirmed that neither of the defendants' codes was used or could have been used to enter any other residence units, without directly addressing their claim to have had a universal access code. The email confirmed that the phony agents had a hard copy building directory that had been misappropriated, but that the resident information included in the misappropriated directory was limited to name, unit number, phone number, and email address. So late Friday, a spokesman for Tishman Speyer issued another statement to the Post saying, quote, the safety and security of our residents, staff, and guests are, in fact, our top priority. We have fully cooperated and actively assisted federal authorities throughout their investigation and are grateful for their care and thoroughness. He's good and thorough.
It's a
We
real
have
thing.
communicated regularly with our residents throughout this process. So Ana Walshe's disappearance is believed to be linked to her husband and not the fake agents. The tenant said, quote, I think there's a lot of unknowns still, and it's very odd in general. So Walshe, who tenants recall speaking with, Walshe, who tenants recall speaking with a thick Eastern European accent. Is this true? Did Ana have like a
She
thick
might have,
European
because
accent?
her mom was from some Eastern European.
Europe.
Yeah.
I guess.
There is an article. I don't subscribe to the Washington Post. They don't even give you like the one-time look. There's all of this actually happened in April of 2022. But
Wait, I'm not done with this one.
okay, sorry.
Before you jump the gun here.
Okay.
So she was put in charge of the building at roughly the time of the April raid. So that's probably the article you're getting ready to read. It's probably the raid itself. And tenants say it's unclear if she was chosen to navigate the scandal or if her role began shortly beforehand. So in addition to claiming to be part of the Department of Homeland Security, the Justice Department says that Ali boasted that he had links to Pakistani intelligence and possessed a passport with 2 Iranian visas from 2019 to 2020, as well as 3 older Pakistani visas. Quote, for nearly 8 months, Crossing DC management has refused to provide any answers or clarity when it comes to the resident safety and security following the FBI raid. Nathaniel Hunt Kelly, president of the Tenant Association, told the Post. Rather, this is a quote, he said, they have done everything they can to obfuscate information from residents and the general public. Those living here have felt great concern and are left with more questions than answers. Tishman Speyer, in my experience, will operate within the grayest areas of the law, lie to individuals who seek answers, and provide little to nothing for residents' peace of mind. Court filings that reveal some details of the infiltration operation described what could be the plot of a spy thriller movie. So Arian stated that Ali had obtained the electronic access codes and a list of all the tenants in the apartment complex, according to one court filing from authorities. Arian further stated that Ali was the individual that funded most of their day-to-day operation, but Arian did not know the source of the funds. Authorities say they seized guns, sniper scopes, a drone, police lights, protective vests, gas masks, breach equipment, the battering ram, and law enforcement insignia and equipment to make fake IDs. Authorities say that Arian and Ali compromised United States Secret Service personnel involved in protective details and with access to the White House complex by lavishing gifts upon them, including rent-free living. One member of the Secret Service was allowed by the men to live rent-free in a penthouse from February 2021 to January 2022, almost a full year, at a market cost of more than 40 grand. While another federal law enforcement officer's rent in the building was also covered, authorities say. In a court filing, authorities said that Arian provided members of the U.S. Secret Service and employees of DHS with, among other things, rent-free apartments, iPhones, surveillance systems, a drone, a flat-screen television, a case for storing an assault rifle, a generator, and law enforcement paraphernalia. The conspirators also, quote, offered these individuals use of what Arian represented to be official government vehicles and allegedly offered to purchase a $2,000 assault rifle for a U.S. Secret Service agent assigned to the First Lady's protective detail. The four Secret Service agents were placed on leave pending a review of their actions. End story. Shocking story. So there you go. There's a little.
All right, here's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I think there's some sort of undercover operation. This has got to explain why a beautiful, smart, like strikingly beautiful woman would marry Brian Walshe. So
I
mean,
acting.
It just makes no sense. It just makes no sense.
Here, see if you guys can hear this. I did this. I was working on this yesterday during the stream. It's very low though.
Have I hurt you? Don't be silly. Acting! Brilliant! Thank you! Thank you!
Let go! That's John Lovitz. That's
what I don't get
the thespian.
are what are Hader and Arian getting out of this scam? This is what I don't understand.
Have I hurt you? Don't be silly. Acting! Brilliant! Thank you! Thank you! Have I hurt you?
Like, what did these two get out of the scam? And how are they? It's bizarre. So weird.
Mondo Bizarro.
I mean,
what was that all about?
I'm going to share this.
Court date with the homeowner they rented from.
I'm going to share this screen. Look at this shit. Look at these guys. They're wearing their, you know,
Their official fake
practiced
badges.
liars, alleged Homeland Security impersonators.
All right, finally.
Finally, what? They're moving in court. Look at these two, Hater and Aryan. Huh.
What the fuck?
What?
Wait,
What
they're
the
going
fuck?
back up the. Wait, look, the lawyer's got an Odawalla little water bottle there.
Oh, I took down your thing and put up that, so nobody knows what you're saying.
Oh. The lawyer's got a little Odawada, or whatever. What do they call those? Odawallas? Those things? That pink thing there.
Wait. Amanda
That pink-
says Emily did a live. She had a court date with the homeowner that they rented from. What's she talking about?
So Brian Walsh's mom is being sued for the damage in the house. Why? Did she co-sign on the lease? How do they have?
She's
how-
being sued for the
Is she like a
damage.
party of interest? Like how are they doing that?
Yeah, I think she was on the lease because they thought that she was going to take it over after they moved out.
All right, so Jen Mills says switch to Yorkshire tea, British made. Yes, ma'am.
On it, if we can find it in our. It's like.
Good morning,
So-
Catherine Williams.
Yeah, I mean, landlord's gonna have a hard time selling that house.
Yeah, so it seems to be a landslide.
What
Yorkshire
the
tea
landlord
is
should
one.
do is convert it into a paid tour.
A cuppa. Do you want a cuppa? I love that they say that. Remember when we were in the UK? I'm like, are they saying a cuppa?
Yeah, it's so
You want a
cute.
cuppa? I'm like, yeah. A cup of what? A cuppa. Can only mean tea, I guess, over there.
Right,
Cuppa
everyone's
tea.
confirming only mom's name was on the lease. Now I remember them talking about it during the trial that mom was said to like take it over if they had to move out. So I don't know why they only put mom's name on the lease, but
You're right on time. You haven't missed shit, Marissa, except for silliness.
Yep.
Little silliness. I just read an article from the Post. Oh, you might have been here for that. I don't know how far back this message. Oh yeah, you heard all that.
Dawn
was
says,
like
I feel like you
20
two are
minutes
having
ago.
two different conversations. We definitely are.
Oh, that's
Hopefully
definitely
you guys can follow.
100%. Like, yeah, it's amazing.
Yes, as Jensen says, a haunting tour type thing. I mean, you got to Airbnb that house out to people who are ghost hunters, do some tours. Nobody's renting that thing.
No, what is this? Latest show, Grandiloquent? No, what is it? What's it on? Saw it on Saturday. Is it what is it? Play? TV show? Give us more. Ooh la la. Oh, did you go through any of these supers? Let's see. We saw this one on British. Of course we have ice and drinks. Don't be ridiculous. It's not automatic. Iced tea. What? Look at she's got a little.
I'll tell you
green
this
face.
much. Oh wait, sorry, I unstarred your starred.
Cody, since you guys are always sick, what do you mean always sick shit?
It's
What are
just
you talking about?
Sickness has just gone through the house
Jesus.
of late.
I mean, it's like that time of the year, and like we have kids.
I'm never sick.
I'm rarely ever sick anymore either. Like ever since I quit drinking, all the good things happen when I quit drinking. I never got sick anymore. This is like, and I still didn't get a fever with this. But no, man, you have kids. They are an absolute breeding pool of sickness. They bring the shit back from school. We get it.
So did you answer Boris, or did I like hit a button?
I didn't get there yet.
Oh,
didn't get there yet. But thank you, Cody in Tennessee. Also, honey is absolutely. I agree. That is definitely. So Boris, random, buried on YouTube. Is that the same as on Spotify, Apple? Also, that article would be better. Defense, right? Agreed. Like go with my concept. These fucking guys were trying to kill Ana off because she knew too much.
right.
Flipped her a fucking Mickey that was going to kill her 24 hours from when they last saw her. He somehow catches wind of it, and they send him a text. They say, "Okay, fucko, we've poisoned your wife. She's going to be dead by 5 this morning. Good luck with that." Oh my God, how will I ever prove this? Will they believe this text? Oh my God, I have to dismember her and get rid of her in those giant buckets that I'm going to buy at
Right,
Lowe's.
because they use the special thing that can't be detected on an autopsy.
I've decided that that's where she is in those buckets. I counted them. He had 6 of those huge buckets.
I
I
mean,
think
she's
it's
in
6
the buckets.
bucks. Yes, exactly what I said. She was a tiny thing. Like, I think he literally is disturbing as this is to say it before 9 in the morning. I think he cut her up and put her pieces, all her different pieces in different buckets. And those are in the bottom of the Hudson Bay or wherever. What do you got over there? What kind of river? what rivers in Massachusetts? Or, I mean, they had to, like, where did he go? Like, how do they not know where this fucking guy was going? Like, they didn't find any of the buckets.
They
Where are
found
the
all the
buckets?
places he went. They found
Did
all
they
the
find
places he went.
buckets? Where are the buckets? That's
Where
what
are
I
the
wanna know.
buckets? All right.
Honestly,
Did you
bro.
answer Boris's question?
So buried on YouTube. So what we did, Boris, is the buried on YouTube is a Q&A. So we listen to the episode and Allie asks me questions while we're listening to the episode. So we're going to do another
It's a
one.
listening party.
It's a listening party for
So
the
it's
episode.
not the
We've
same.
only done 3, so no, it's not the same. Yeah, different one. But thank you, Boris.
Got to figure out how to get it on YouTube, right? I don't know.
I mean, we should figure it out.
I told her try to talk to
I
what's his
really
face?
feel like, well, we have to get some kind of, even if it's just like a few different images that kind of move or switch as the video goes through, as the, it's like people just need to see something on YouTube. Otherwise they're like, what's going on? Where's the pictures? I need pictures. See, I can just listen to shit. Big listening guy. Ooh, Tehef. I'm putting in the final grades for my college students, and I have someone who got a what? What?
Oh, well, offer them some kind of something.
Fuck them. That is 0 effort.
Well,
That's what that is.
maybe they have something going on.
Okay, or maybe. All right, so have that question.
What's your
asked during a
explanation
nice
for
little
this?
breakdown. Right. Can you tell me how you've received the lowest grade in the history of my being a college professor?
And depending on the answer, offer them the gift. What the?
That's crazy.
Oh, I always had music playing in my ear. Offer them the gift of a lifetime. I don't know what it would be, but where they
How
get
was the attendance? Do you give
do
any,
something.
is that student's attendance good?
He's got some like special thing that if he does all of the things that you
Why
prescribe
do you have to be a he?
or
Why
she,
can't it be a
because
she?
men are the only ones who can fuck up
Sexist.
that bad.
Sexist. I agree. It was definitely some moronic guy. Fucking going out raging every night, rolling in maybe once a month to class. Never fucking studied for a thing. There happened to be 2 questions on 2 exams that he accidentally somehow independently knew. Learned nothing in the class, just came in, mailed it in.
All right, Tehef, we're going to expect you to report back
Report back.
on your meeting and what this person's explanation was, and if he warranted some sort of like real gift from you at a second chance or not, or if it was a she, or if he is actually a she. Well, let's talk about where we left off yesterday.
This is what we're going to do. We're going to do another goal today. I feel like Pammy is just dipping on the whole coming and hanging with us thing.
You know what? Once the defense starts, then there'll be something of interest for people to want to like come on and talk
what
about.
I'm talking about.
I'm just saying maybe she doesn't want to come on quite yet
She
because
doesn't want to just come and like shoot the shit with us.
She wants to come when there's something compelling to talk about.
Well, irrespective of what you're saying, I'm doing another goal. So we're giving away another 10 minutes on the stream with us, maybe as soon as today.
Whenever they want.
Tomorrow.
Whenever they want.
Whenever they want. So I'm going to start the goal.
It can be to just rage on us. I hate you.
I mean, Pammy hasn't even gifted to anybody.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
We had so much fun when we did that on the Karen Reed trial.
Yeah, but there was so much to talk about. There's more to talk about in that article than what has gone on in this case so far.
Don't worry about that part.
Hey, you still had the crime pimp up. Is that still who's up?
Crime pimp.
It might be.
Everybody loves a crime pimp. Let's see. Guys, I don't know if the crime pimp's still up. Probably a new pimp getting called to the stand.
Who's
maybe.
that woman? Have we seen her? Oh, she's like the clerk. Okay.
She is the court clerk. Madam Clerk. Right. I was thinking the same shit, Spit. I'm like, wow, they actually tried to write an actual article.
No, but I saw evidence of this article in other places, so it wasn't completely made up.
See anything in the Times?
That's good.
The Washington Post.
Not fake. So she did have an Eastern European accent, huh?
I'm telling you, why would a woman like that be married to a man like this?
I don't know, man. Guy's a fucking John Lovitz
She
looking
like
weirdo.
has an amazing job. She's beautiful. Everyone says she's like fun
Do you
and
have the,
likable, and man, he won the
Couple of
lottery.
residents in that building.
Jurors entering.
They don't think she's fun and likable.
Well, they thought she was.
They
part
thought
of
she
the
was a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's what they thought. She's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
stereotype against her accent.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, Aryan and hater, they should have known.
Fucking guys. Wow. That was, I don't know what that was. I'm going to clip that out of this.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having interview with the Honorable Justice Diane Fernandez.
Ron here,
give your attention to show me your.
I'm going to have to ask you those 4 questions.
Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phone.
Everything is expensive. It's ridiculous.
Good morning, jurors. Welcome back.
Oh, am I not live?
Tuesday.
No.
We're gonna start today
Don't
as
even
we do
tell
every-
me.
Nah, I mean like a couple minutes.
Yeah.
So Cody, like, come on, dude. I'm trying to get some fucking blooping time. You want to be live for the 4 questions? It's like Passover dinner over here every fucking day at the beginning of court.
Oh,
There he is. Eyebrows Magoo.
so that is Matthew Sheehan, MSP Crime Lab Pimp. Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath.
Yes.
FS3.
You may proceed, Attorney Tipton.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm going to return to the home in a minute, but I want to ask you some very specific questions about some of the specific evidence that you testified to yesterday. Yesterday, you were asked about Exhibit 248 that you described as white powder residue on the portion of the rug that was labeled 16-7. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And this white powder residue, that has nothing to do with what we were talking about on cross-examination about this white coloring or discoloration up in the second floor bedroom, correct? That's completely different.
Yes, completely different.
And I think I heard you say on direct examination that the white powder residue on Exhibit 248 had been sent out to another unit?
Yes.
Examination?
Correct.
And was that the arson unit of the?
Yes.
And right now, as you sit here, do you know what that white powder was?
Yes.
And what was it?
From what I recall from the report, it was baking powder.
Okay, it's baking powder. And Mr. Sheehan, you've seen photographs of the rug that was found in Peabody in the dumpster area, and you've seen photographs where there are additional clumps of what appears to be baking soda or some other substance, correct?
Correct.
And if you know, on those other portions of the rug where you see those clumps, is it your assessment that that's also baking powder?
I don't know. It was not tested.
You would agree, wouldn't you, with me, Mr. Sheehan, that throughout the home that was searched in Cohasset, that not only was there certain items seized that may have been opened, for instance, bottles or containers found in the basement, but there was also items that appeared to be never opened or ever used, correct?
In regards to what bottles?
In
Like,
regards to what?
what bottles are you talking about?
Well, I'm actually talking about some of the cleaning items that were located in the basement, the mops, brooms, buckets,
Oh, he
pails,
didn't use them
some of
all.
those having the
Oh,
label
not
of
guilty.
Lowe's. They didn't appear to have been used for any reason.
The buckets?
Correct.
And so,
Did he just say the buckets?
I'm not sure. You have to bloop back.
God
He
damn
said
it.
rags.
That would
mops.
be my whole theory.
All right.
my
Well,
whole
you're going
bucket
way
theory.
too
Shot
far.
the
You're
shit.
going way too far.
So what? We need blooping.
may have been open, for instance,
Here we go.
bottles or containers found in the basement, but there was also items that appeared to be never opened or ever used, correct?
In regards to what bottles?
In
Like,
regards to what?
what bottles are you talking about?
Well, I'm actually talking about some of the cleaning items that were located in the basement, the mops, brooms, buckets,
Oh.
pails, some of those having the label of Lowe's. They didn't appear to have been used for any reason.
Correct.
And so
There goes my theory. How many buckets?
if you recall, you testified yesterday about a cabinet that was up above the refrigerator in the kitchen, and you said that in that cabinet, there was a knife and also a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, correct?
Correct.
And was that hydrogen peroxide that was found in that cabinet up in the kitchen above the refrigerator, had that been opened?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So it's fair to say, without going down an exhaustive list, that there were numerous items found in Cohasset that had apparently never been used for any purpose. They were still, in the lack of a better phrase, brand new, unused condition.
From what I recall, but I didn't specifically look at each and every item.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in an investigation like this, you're looking for red-brown stains because you told us on direct examination that you were looking for blood, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in no report that you wrote, did you ever use the phrase blood spatter or anything similar to blood
Fair.
spatter, correct?
Correct.
Talk about whatever you want.
And so it's fair to say that you did not determine that what you saw anywhere in the house was indicative of blood spatter evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And if you can, sir, can you tell the jury briefly, or in your own words, what you consider to be, as a forensic specialist, blood spatter evidence?
Blood spatter in general is blood in flight.
Ooh.
And it results from somebody, perhaps, stabbing someone with a knife, and in the movement of the knife, blood evidence flies off the knife and spatters onto a surface, correct?
Yes.
And then when you see blood spatter, then you would analyze it and you would look for directionality and things like that to determine the directionality of the blood flowing from an instrument, correct?
I wouldn't be doing that. It would be a assigned bloodstain analyst. It would be done in the lab, however, just not by me.
All right, and I apologize. I really wasn't implying that you would do it, but in describing what blood spatter is, you would agree that that's what some analysts that may examine biological evidence found at the scene, that they would analyze it in that way. They would look for directionality and things like that.
Yes.
And there was nothing in this home that you're aware of that could be described as blood spatter evidence.
That is correct.
You were also asked questions yesterday on direct examination about luminol toward the end.
All right, I started the goal. Okay, it's for a guest spot with us, Allie and I, hanging on alive. If you send a super before I started the goal, you're obviously in. So, and if you're a chicken, if you're yellow, if you're a scaredy cat, you're going to have to gift it away. You're going to have to give it away. But everybody should just, I mean, if you win, you just come on. It's a blast. We're a soft landing spot. There's nothing to be afraid of. You're going to be with Allie and I in the warm bosom of Allie and I, like a sweet little baby. We love you. All right, sorry.
To the very end of the direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you gave a brief definition for the jurors of what luminol is, correct?
Correct.
You saw no evidence of any container that had contained anything like luminol in the Cohasset home, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, you have no evidence that luminol was ever used in the home in Cohasset by anyone, correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you something a little bit about this testing, the instrument that you used for testing. Yesterday, you referred to swab K in Exhibit 216, photograph 1066. If I could have, if you don't mind, Exhibit 216, Ms. Gilman. And those are the swabs that you would then use, that you collected from some of the basement floor stains, the A through G, correct?
Yes.
And could I now have Exhibit 217, photograph 1067?
Thank you, misdemeanor. So my theory
That,
still lives.
what we saw yesterday is, that is a Ceratec instrument, so to speak, that the Mass State Police uses to then analyze something like a stain you would find on the floor, like you did in the basement, to determine if it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And is that, can you tell the jury, when you talked about screening tests and confirmatory tests, was that the screening test or a confirmatory test?
This is the confirmatory test.
Now, there are certain protocols that you, as a forensic analyst, have to use the Ceratec product, right?
Yes.
And without going into it, I think it's fair to say, and you tell me if I'm wrong, whenever you use that instrument, you used it correctly, didn't you?
Yes.
And
No, I mean, not necessarily, little lion. I mean, you can get cast off from, say for instance, somebody's chopping somebody up, you can get cast off, but obviously you will get.
Right. The most of it is from when there's still a beating heart.
Yeah, but you're
Yes.
also going to get cast off if somebody's using a sharp instrument and that thing is getting flown about. You're clearly going to get cast off from that.
But I would say that the statement mainly
Maybe,
is accurate.
yeah, maybe. Depends on where you stick them. I think other.
you don't have any reason to believe.
probably have more violent spurting.
All
than
right.
others.
You're not a blood
Believe that the
Better.
results that
expert,
And neither
sir.
are you, madam.
And you're
neither
not an
are you.
ME.
And neither are you, madam. And neither are you.
you relied on in testing the biological evidence in this case, that the evidence that flowed from this Ceratec instrument was erroneous, correct?
Correct.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that these instruments are very sensitive, correct?
Yes.
And the protocols actually suggest in using this instrument
Kill
that
Bill.
you shouldn't use a liquid that is undiluted because it may overwhelm the instrument. So you dilute it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the sensitivity of the Ceratec HEM instrument that you used, by the way, HEM, H-E-M, does that stand for hemoglobin?
Ooh, the
It is I
Impressive.
believe so. I'm not sure if it stands for hemoglobin or not.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. That is the substance of the blood that this testing instrument is testing for, correct?
Yes.
And it's sensitive to the point that it can determine the presence of hemoglobin at the quantity of 20 nanograms per milliliter. That's what it says.
No. Amanda, I want to be clear. Nobody's calling. I'm not throwing a phone number on there and taking phone calls. You guys are going to, whoever wins is getting the invite to StreamYard. They're going to get their camera all wiped off. They're going to put their face on and they're going to come on the live with us and hang. We're not doing that phone call shit. We do that during members only, like where we listen to voice. Now, this is better.
Could do a members only
Coming
thing
onto the
like
line.
that, though.
What? With phone calls?
Yeah, the members only thing. Hey, wait,
That
pause in a
sounds correct. I
second.
would have.
Yes.
So, I'm trying to figure out, is he focusing on one specific area where he's challenging these tests because he's already admitting
I know.
he dismembered the body. So
I
I
know.
feel like this is going towards the locations, but I can't, I'm not following.
Cannot. I was trying. I think you were napping when I was saying that exact same thing yesterday. I just don't. Like, what is he getting at?
Well,
He's already told the jury my client dismembered this woman. So, like, what is his point? Maybe I'm not like. Tell me, I'm missing something.
I think
clearly.
I could be like what that comment was, like that you there'd be less blood if she had already been deceased and there was blood all over his shoes and
Wait, why would there? What? There would be less blood? Huh? Bullshit. You have the same amount of blood. Like we all carry the same amount of pints of blood in our bodies. When you bleed out, even though you might be dead. I don't know. Maybe like clearly you're not going to bleed as much in terms of bleeding out if you are deceased. Because again, the heart's not pumping. So not even talking about just spatter, just in terms of blood leaving the body.
yeah, so it's going to be like more like, a trickle, not
Dick
like
Trickle?
a gush.
Dick Trickle, one of the greatest race car driver names.
I mean, I'm going to go on a limb here and say you're dismembering even a dead body. It's going to be quite messy. There's going to be a lot of blood. It's just not going to be squirting out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that seems like movie shit to me. Like Kill Bill, beheading all those people and it's like a geyser of shit. I don't know
If the
that that's
heart's
how it is
beating,
in
there
real
is
life.
definitely
I don't
squirts
you're
and spurts.
saying definites and I just don't
That's for real. That's scientific.
How do you know? Have you killed somebody?
Because yes, all the people
You're
I
on the
killed.
live stream. Have you murdered somebody?
All the people I killed.
All right, Dexter.
Have to review the protocol.
Good old Eileen Wernos Jr. here.
And just
Aileen.
as I'm going to
You just did Unsolved, Amy.
look for that, I'll just ask you this.
All right, so if you give a super of $4.99 and above, you're automatically on the wheel. If you send a Venmo, you're on the wheel. If you send
Got some
a Cash
Venmos.
App,
I've seen some stuff coming.
you're on the wheel. If you send a PayPal, you're on the wheel. If you buy, I think the minimum is one membership is not enough because it doesn't meet the threshold. But if let's say for instance, if you gift 5 memberships, you're on the wheel. So all those things get you on the wheel. That's all you have to do.
20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm correct, aren't I, that a nanogram is 1/1000th of a gram?
Yes.
So 20 nanograms is simply 20 billionths of a gram, correct?
Correct.
That is, and I'm not a
What is he getting at?
scientist like you, but that's a pretty small amount of substance, isn't it?
Yes.
It's something that you can't even see with just your plain old eyes, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that in checking this home for blood evidence, that you were using an instrument that if you swabbed an area of the home, you could detect the presence of hemoglobin if it only was there in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Correct.
And the only place in this home in Cohasset that you found anything of blood evidence of significance were those areas you told us about in the basement, correct?
Correct.
May I approach you?
You may.
You mentioned the protocols and that it sounded right when I said 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm just going to show you page 2 of the protocols. Just ask you to read it to yourself. And after having done that, if you could just look up and tell me you read it. You ready?
Yes.
So having reviewed that document, do you recognize that document as protocols applicable to the blood testing that we've been talking about?
That is the protocol that comes with the Sarachek card itself. We also have internal lab protocols that we follow for the specific testing.
You will agree that the protocol that I just showed you, though, does specifically state that the sensitivity of this instrument is at 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Yes.
So when you collect biological evidence at the scene at Cohasset, you're not trying to quantify what it is you're finding, correct?
Correct.
So it can be a very tiny amount, correct?
Yes.
And that tiny amount, and we're talking about something of 20 nanograms per milliliter, you didn't find anything even in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter.
It's not me. What in the wide world of sports is going on here? I'm gonna have to blue pass this.
Correct.
That's fine, it's my fault.
Yeah, it is.
And you did not find it anywhere in the kitchen area, correct?
Correct.
So somebody can try to clean a floor, and somebody can try to clean a bathroom area. But if they leave something as small as 20 nanograms per milliliter of biological evidence, this instrument that you rely on could detect it, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay. I mean, look,
Could I
in my
have a-
defense, like Will does phone calls, puts a number up. Jimmy does phone call, like they do phone calls. Like people call in. Hello. So, I mean, it's a legitimate thing. You could have been thinking phone
Exhibit
call.
number 97, please. You see the rug in exhibit 97?
Yes, I understand. There is no charge in the world for dismembering. However, we know that's what he did with her. So it's a semantical thing. But yes, I understand what he pled to.
Yes.
Is it your opinion that that rug is the rug that you testified to yesterday?
It looks similar, but I can't confirm if it is or not.
And do you recognize the room that that rug is in?
Yeah, he
With the fire-
definitely did not. He did not. He only said that it's to exactly what he pled to, which is dispose of the body illegally. I'm adding the dismembered. Let's just be clear about that. It's definitely me saying that he dismembered his wife. His lawyer, Larry Tipton, did not say that in opening.
Oh, he just said disposed of?
Yeah. I mean, he's not going to admit that he was chopping the body up.
Well,
Yes, this looks like the first floor living room.
Okay, and that's the room that you examined, correct?
I
That's
did not do a full
ridiculous.
examination. It was one of those areas that I did a brief visual exam as I was walking through to the second floor and first floor.
All right, if you can take down exhibit 97. Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. In any event, when you went into that living room, whether you made a cursory inspection, and no one told you could only spend a little bit of time in the living room, that's fair to say, right?
Correct.
You could spend as long as you needed to find whatever it was you were looking for, and that was blood, right?
Yes.
And you could have torn up the floor in the living room like they did up in the second floor room if you had any reason to believe that there was blood or biological evidence in that living room, correct?
Correct.
And you could look for what we just talked about, the blood spatter evidence on the fireplace that you see in exhibit 97. You could do all those things. But what happened was when you went through the living room, you saw nothing that gave you pause to look at that room for biological evidence other than walking through it, looking, and then moving on to another area, correct?
Correct.
And that rug that is seen in exhibit 97, lying on the floor, there was simply no evidence on the floor area in front of the fireplace that there was any biological evidence of any significance. And when you, right, let me cut that off, right?
Correct.
And when you were examining that area, was that on January 9th or January 8th?
January 8th.
So when you were examining that area on January 8th, that rug wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
So that entire floor was in plain view, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it'd be pretty easy, wouldn't it, for you or any one of your colleagues to examine that particular area of the floor to see if there was any biological evidence on the floor where that was right? And you testified yesterday extensively on direct examination that there are numerous parts of pieces of rug that you examined, and you told the jury about the red brown stains you saw on that rug and those pieces, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever, as one of the forensic scientists involved in this case, did you ever piece together the fragments of the rug that testified to you yesterday?
I did not. That would not be my unit if it was requested for analysis.
Do you know if anybody did in the Mass State Police crime?
Not that I'm aware of.
I want to turn your attention now briefly to the knife that you testified to yesterday that was found in the cabinet above the refrigerator, okay? And if we can have Exhibit 201, please, Ms. Gilman. Once again, that's the cabinet, correct?
Yes.
And inside that cabinet, you found a knife, correct?
Correct.
And inside that cabinet, we see various items, including boxes, what appears to be bottles of hydrogen peroxide.
Yes.
And we also see can you tell the jury what they see in the right side of Exhibit 201, another container with a red label and white lid on it?
That is hydrogen peroxide wipes.
Okay. And were those wipes also in apparent brand new condition? They hadn't been opened?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could we have Exhibit 202, Ms. Gilman? And if I may, do you know, Mr. Sheehan, if then when someone was taking this photograph, if that is the exact condition of how the knife was found?
Yes, it is.
And
I can't tell what the blade of that knife looks like.
that was after someone
laying there.
removed, and I say someone like one of your colleagues, they removed that bottle of hydrogen peroxide and those wipes.
Yes.
You told
See?
us yesterday that there was a screening test conducted on that knife, correct?
Yes.
But there was no confirmatory test, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say then that you, as you sit here today, you can't tell us whether whatever you characterized as screening test results as possible blood, you don't know if it's blood or not. Do you?
That is correct.
And since you didn't do a confirmatory test, you certainly can't tell us that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that on item number 1-8, which is the knife, Exhibit 215, that you otherwise didn't see any visible stains, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say, if I understand your testimony from yesterday, that on this knife that was found above the refrigerator, you neither saw any visible stains, red blood stains, and you don't know what it was on the preliminary screening test, whether it was blood or not, correct?
Correct. It was only a screening test positive.
And if you know, Mr. Sheehan, that sample that you collected from that knife was never subjected to any further testing.
Correct.
So there is no evidence whatsoever that that knife had any biological substance on it, like blood at all, right?
Aside from the positive screening test, no.
The screening test doesn't tell us it's
cheater.
blood.
That is correct.
Don't bullshit. Just answer straight out. No. Bob and I have
I
told
could
you
have
we had
Ms.
a
Gilman Exhibit 208.
screening test of mints test positive for meth. So the screening test means shit.
Yesterday, you see that photograph, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And you described that as the bottom basement step in the Cohasset home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how that step came to become broken or however you want to characterize it.
I was notified that someone, when they were doing a preliminary search around the house, had stepped on it and it broke.
Okay. And so you don't know if it was cracked before that person you just described actually then completely broke this, do you?
I don't.
You have no idea, as you sit here today, what condition that stair was in when it then thereafter was reported as being broken by, I'm just going to say, one of your colleagues or one of the Mass State Police people?
Correct.
But you did say that there was a blood stain that's indicated there on the bottom piece of wood lying on the concrete floor.
It was a red-brown stain. I did not do confirmatory testing in the lab on this one.
Okay, so we don't know if that stain is indicative of blood or not.
It is indicative of blood, but so it had screened positive, but no confirmatory testing was done.
Okay, but you can't, it could be blood though.
Yes.
Okay.
You forgot the follow-up, and it might not be blood. Where is
Can you
Bob?
tell us, Mr. Sheehan, that who specifically from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, other criminalists, were there examining the home on January 8th and January 9th?
On January 9th, briefly, Davis Gould was there before he had went to do the Volvo and to do the examination at the trash collection site.
And also, do you know
Blasphemy
a trooper named
for
Stephanie
Dr.
Devlin?
Mama.
Yes.
And she was there, correct?
Correct. She's assigned to the crime scene services section. She's the one that took majority of the photos.
All right. And she was involved in also not only taking the photos, but was she also involved in conducting and assisting in conducting latent print examination?
Yes.
And who else was there?
I would have to refer to my notes. There was a large amount of people there from both the crime scene services section and the detective unit.
Do you know of anyone named Sullivan?
Heather Sullivan.
Well, there's two, I guess. Heather Sullivan. Tell us about Heather Sullivan.
She was assigned to the crime scene services section, and I believe she was the one who took photos of everything at the trash collection site.
Okay. Are you familiar with any other Sullivan who is a trooper that was at the scene examining the home at Cohasset?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. And could you just estimate, as the best you can, for me, how many
Me too,
people from
Brian.
the Mass State Police were there examining the home? Let's start on January.
I would approximate about 10.
And how about January?
And
What's the
Proctor?
January its approximation?
I'd say about 15.
And it's fair to say that both on January 8th and January 9th, that those people were there for all day doing their work, correct?
Correct.
And their work included looking for any evidence and examining every single room in that house for it, correct?
Correct.
When you differentiate between the crime lab and crime scene services, can you just briefly, once again, tell the jury the difference between the two units?
So the crime scene services section is essentially the sworn division of criminalistics. They do all of the testing for fingerprints and any type of impression evidence, as well as documentation with both photo and video. We are both criminalistics and crime scene services are under the umbrella of the crime lab.
So they're trained professionals with combined years of experience looking for any and everything that could be significant in the investigation of a case, correct? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you're working with groups like that, number of people, 5, 10, is it fair to say that when you get together at a crime scene or where you think a crime was committed, you collaborate, you talk with each other about what you saw or what you might not see? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in the course of an investigation like this, you would then review perhaps your colleagues' reports or their notes, so you have a better idea of the entire scope of the investigation.
Correct.
And You rely on those reports, don't you, to be accurate and to reflect what was found at a scene, correct?
Yes.
And so there's something called field notes that you and your colleagues.
Yes.
And what you do is and tell me if I'm wrong, you fill out
I don't know why it keeps
specific
glitching.
things in handwriting as you're making observations,
If it
or
doesn't,
shortly
again, maybe
thereafter, and then
refresh.
later on, you take those handwritten notes
I gotta move
and you
the caption.
put them into a typewritten report, correct?
Correct.
And those field notes are included in the file, and the case-related file, the criminalist file, the CSS file, regarding a particular case like this one, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday,
Judge.
I asked you if you were aware of that
Why do you keep pulling the comments down so quick?
We put that one up already and talked about it.
Oh, you did?
Case have been removed
Did you put them all up?
to examine a particular room, correct?
We
Correct.
stopped right about,
And I apologize. I implied that it was one of your reports. You said, I don't remember that.
I believe so.
But it's fair to say that, based on your review of your colleagues' notes of examining this Cohasset home, in fact, the notes, field notes, and the reports do indicate, at least in some instances, that baseboards of certain rooms were removed as you and your colleagues were searching for any evidence of biological.
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
all right, so here's my thing with this, and we probably have blooping time, so go for it and see where we end up. But I understand if he didn't say the words that Brian dismembered the body in his opening, but you cannot tell me he is admitting that Brian disposed of the body. And in light of all the searches and the purchases, that does not mean he's going to admit that he dismembered it, because that
the
would
blood.
be absurd.
In the
Right,
blood.
right.
Tipton got shut down with whatever that was.
Judge, before I ask this next question, I think maybe I come to sidebar.
Oh, no,
Oh boy.
Yes.
just like
Amen.
I want to make sure I'm not, I'm staying in line with whatever you just said. Are we live, or you got some more blooping?
We've got a little more blooping. Let's see. Wait, what was this comment? Come on, we're in a defense lawyer's channel, right? Yes. Least we can do is listen to both sides. Who
So
said
I was going to
that?
respond to this. That's why I started. Bob and I have said, I don't know if you've been with us all along, and we're all about what you're saying, but just based on what we have heard so far about the searches and the lack of searching for anything that has to do with how someone ends up just, suddenly dead and unexpectedly dead, that we don't believe that story. So, yeah, we'll listen. I mean, obviously he's going to testify, that can change, but as of right now, although it could have been something that was possible and believable, the specific searching and lack of searching, mostly the lack of searching, because Bob's already come up with wise reasons why you might throw murder in a search, even though it wasn't murder, because you weren't getting the search results you want. You want real specific search results. But the missing searches, the lack of a search, even once, for why my wife just died suddenly in her sleep or anything closely related to that, to me, just says this. Sorry, I don't believe a word you're saying.
Yeah, because you got to look at it in real time. So if he comes back from cleaning the kitchen at the early morning hours of January 1st and his wife is not responding, okay, and he's like, oh my God, she's dead. And he's like, oh my God, they're going to blame me. And he's like, oh my God, what should I do? I'm not going to call 911. It seems to me that the first search, as Allie would be saying, would be, my wife doesn't seem to be breathing. There's no searches as to what possibly could be going on with his wife. If he's
Or-
going to do something in lieu of calling 911, there has to have been a search that had to have been made in my mind in order for that to be true.
Right. And
'Cause, like,
even
we all do it. Like I Google everything.
right. Even a search like if my wife just suddenly died unexpectedly with no, no visible
My
explanation.
wife's not breathing. What should I
Right.
do?
Will an autopsy reveal that, i.e., clear me of any potential murder charge? Because he searched everything related to that.
Any of that stuff.
Can they get charged with murder without the body? Can you get the, so it just doesn't, you have to be reasonable and your doubts have to be reasonable. And to me, and as Bob's saying to him, the lack of any search related to anything remotely mirroring his defense is, to me, not
Yeah,
reasonable.
I'll be stunned if the state doesn't argue that in closing. Like that, it's the missing Google searches that are more damning or equally as damning as the searches that are there. So yeah, and yeah, we're a defense attorney channel, but that doesn't mean that I don't think that people that are on trial are guilty occasionally or more than occasionally. I mean, most of the times they get it right. That's facts.
I mean, a lot of times they get it wrong.
A lot.
Enough. How about that? You're right.
One,
Not a lot,
one
fine.
is too much, but
Exactly.
a lot.
Mr. Sheehan, you told us a moment ago that you do collaborate with your fellow colleagues at a scene like this,
Yes.
and that you do review their reports and their notes so you get a better picture of the entire scope of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you said you acknowledge that you know who Trooper Devlin is, correct?
Correct.
And did you in fact review her reports in conjunction with all your other colleagues' reports specific to the examination of the home at Cohasset?
Yes.
And it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, Mr. Sheehan, for you to look at something in this particular home, Cohasset home, on January 9th, and it would be important to you to know that that's something like discoloration on the floor that you observed on January 9th had not been observed there on January 8th. Would that be important to you in assessing the scope of the evidence that was being looked at?
In regards to my examination, I don't believe so.
Do you recall reviewing Trooper Devlin's notes regarding whether the discoloration on the second floor bedroom was not seen on January 8th?
I would have to actually review her notes again. I definitely reviewed her report, but in terms of her actual field notes,
This guy looks like John Cena. He looks like John
somebody
Cena.
said Mark Wahlberg, and I said blasphemy. Blasphemy.
Wahlberg nerd. He's John Cena. But the interesting thing is his eyebrow, his hairline, I don't know if you were awake for this, is like mirrors his eyebrows. See here? Whoop, whoop, whoop. It's like weird. It's crazy. He's got this teeny little forehead thing. His whole eyebrow, forehead, hairline.
notes I not review.
Matt Damon. What?
No,
Come on.
not seeing Matt Damon at all.
I'll see you at
I'm
the side
not
of the
seeing
bench.
handsome men. I'm sorry. Wait, you paused it. No.
I know. We have a little blooping.
But now what did he just say that, because I got distracted and now I want, can you go back to what they called him to the bench for? What his question was right there.
Reviewed her report, but in terms of her actual field notes, I did not review.
I ask for the court's permission to approach the witness with the report.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Okay, so it's just, if it's to refresh his recollection, it's probably dealing with the reports hearsay. So that must be what they're like talking about right now, I'm assuming. But you can refresh someone's recollection with it, but if he never saw it, you can't refresh his recollection. If he never knew it.
You may.
Oh, okay, so let's see. She's letting him approach.
Just catch up. You didn't miss shit.
Yes.
No, just come live.
Yeah.
Mr. Sheehan, I'm showing you a 2-page report. Can you just tell us if that report indicates whose report it was?
Yes, it does.
And whose report is it?
Trooper Stephanie Devlin.
And that would be one of the reports that you told the jury, that would be one of the reports you'd review in the context of the investigation.
Yes.
And I would ask you, if you would, sir, to read to yourself this second numbered paragraph and look up and tell us when you're done.
This could also be coming in under the collective knowledge doctrine.
I thought he said he was downstairs for 20 minutes.
I thought it was at least an hour or so. We went
An
through,
hour cleaning for 3 people.
but then he went down. He went and checked his emails. We talked about it at the time. I only have one hand, so I'm not note taking. But we went like during the openings. I think they spelled it out.
Does Trooper Devlin's report indicate that the discoloration that was observed on January 9th was not observed on January 8th up in the second bedroom?
As to that form sustained,
Does the content of that second paragraph of Trooper Devlin's report refresh your recollection about whether the discoloration in the second floor bedroom upstairs was not seen on January 8th, but was seen on January 9th?
In terms of her report, I did not visualize the bedroom on the first day, so I can't say for certain if it was there or not. I would have.
All right, and this is an important thing about refreshing your recollection. You know, in terms of when you ask that question, if you're saying, okay, somebody's on the stand, you ask them a question, they're like, I don't remember. And you say, okay, well, you drafted a report, or there exists a report through collective knowledge that theoretically you've read. Would that help refresh your recollection? And they say maybe. And so you go up there, they read it. The question is not asking, can you now regurgitate what you just read? The question is, does that actually refresh your independent recollection? Does that cause you to remember the fact that I just asked you?
Right,
So
but
you'll
here,
get a situation where.
but here he is asking him. So
Let
I
me
think
finish the thought, and then you can jump in. Sometimes, you'll get a witness if they're clever, or if they're a cop and they know, and they don't want to answer the question. They'll say, no, it doesn't refresh my recollection. And then the question's dead in the water right there. You're not going to be able to expound on that. All right.
And they never do that when the prosecution's asking a prosecution witness. They just regurgitate. But here, I think it's both the collective doctrine, the collective knowledge doctrine, meaning all these police work together. He did say he reviewed the reports. He asked him beforehand, is it important to read your other people's reports? And you do that, and blah, 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 blah. So it's not even, do you have an independent recollection of that the blood was not there? It's now, do you recollect what she wrote in that report that presumably you read before? So, well, we'll see how it plays out.
Offense taken. Kidding. I've always said if I get charged with murder, Allie's my lawyer over my dad.
Well, your dad right now is.
I'm talking about even in his.
Have to go by her report.
So her report does not
Dream team would be both of you, though.
refresh your
My dad in his prime, though.
All right, come on.
Correct.
Blue back, because we missed all of it.
So in terms of her report, I did not visualize the bedroom on the first day, so I can't say for certain if it was there or not. I would have to go by her report.
So her report does not refresh your recollection.
Correct.
Bullshit. It refreshed it.
Refreshed. See, you just did it. Stonewall.
Stonewall.
I want to focus now your attention on what was described yesterday as dark gray.
That's what he looks like all the time. When he first took the stand, I'm like, what in the fuck is
But
going on?
he is. I think it's just the way he's, because you can tell by his eyebrows.
His
by
eyes, his
wrinkles.
face always looks like that.
Right, but the wrinkles tell you he's using his.
He is not in a perpetual state of surprise. I promise you. He always looks like that. He's always got those wrinkles in his forehead. Always. Like this is.
Or I'm going to keep an eye when he looks down or when he gets in a relaxed state.
Right there. It's resting Cena face. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Like we were immediately, as soon as he took the stand, that's what.
Slippers. Item number 9-27. If I could have Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 230.
Yeah. I don't know. Always has the wrinkles too. He's too
Somebody
young.
in the courtroom's typing. I hear it too.
You recognize that, don't you, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And that is an item that has been marked as
I was wondering the
9-27.
same thing.
That is correct.
Like reverse both sides.
And you described for the jury yesterday that there was red-brown stains on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Top and bottom, correct?
Yes.
And you went into some detail on direct examination describing how you took pains to try to collect
Yeah, he looks super thin.
samples from the interior of Exhibit 230, item 927, to try to find, quote, skin cells. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were purposefully trying to avoid collecting red
Good morning.
blood cells, or collect samples from what you perceive to be red blood cells. I'm sorry, red blood stains.
Yes.
You actually used the word control. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did use the phrase to avoid, quote, cross-contamination, correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by cross-contamination?
During a sample collection, if there are visible red-brown stains in an area, I would try to avoid that when collecting for potential recovery of skin cells. Knowing that these red-brown stains could be potentially blood, I wanted to avoid combining a skin cell collection with a blood collection.
And what was the purpose then of trying to collect, quote, skin cells, epithelial cells?
The skin cells themselves would help identify a person who would have been using the item or wearing them how they would normally be worn.
And you have no direct knowledge of of who these slippers are, do you?
I don't.
And you have no direct knowledge how any of the red-brown staining came to be onto
Wow.
this exhibit
Come on.
30, do you?
I don't.
And do you, in fact, know, Mr. Sheehan, exactly where these dark gray slippers were found?
I don't recall which trash bag, but they were recovered from the trash
Pause it real
collection
quick,
site.
babe.
And so do you know what?
When he asks a stupid question, like you don't know who these slippers belong to. I mean, that one's just stupid. It's in a house where he's the only adult male. But also you don't know how the blood got on them. What would have been a more effective question is, you don't know that blood could have very well just gotten there in the disposal of the body process. You know, if you don't want to keep saying he dismembered her. And, you know, nothing about the existence of the blood alone can distinguish between blood from the disposal process and blood from the alleged unaliving. That type of question. Just not like exactly like that, but not the way he's asking it.
What specific bag these slippers were found in?
No, I don't.
And I'll just ask this. We understand. You then can't tell the jury what other items were found in the same bag that these slippers were found in, correct?
Correct. I would have to review the case file.
You are aware of the fact that a number of bags, black bags, were found at a dumpster site in Peabody, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever go to that dump site?
I did not.
And you are aware of the fact that there was a compactor. Aside from the dumpster, there was a compactor that was also searched that resulted in the bags being found, correct?
Yes.
And a compactor is different than just a dumpster bin. It's a compactor that pushes items and condenses them into a smaller physical size so it can collect more trash, or garbage, or debris, correct?
Correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that when you're concerned for cross-contamination, and you were taking pains, as a forensic analyst would, to try to avoid cross-contamination, it's fair to say that when things are put into a bag and compressed by a compactor, they are pressed together with whatever else is in that same bag, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
And so when they are pressed together in a compactor, they are pushed together and they can then be cross-contaminated, correct?
Objection.
You can answer it.
Yeah.
Correct.
And so when you look at
Pause real
these
quick, babe.
items as a forensic analyst,
Those two objections, we could have played the sound for. There's a desperate whatever in your laugh right there.
Mhm.
She should have skipped those. They were never being sustained. They drew attention to the fact that she did not like what he was saying. So there you have it.
You have a kind of sick desperation in your laugh?
Right, that one. There's kind of
What
sick
kind of sick
desperation in your objection.
laugh? You have a kind of sick desperation in your laugh?
Substitute laugh with
I had to
objection.
crank it up. It's a low clip.
All right, we get it.
I was playing it for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
and you did
First
so.
7 times.
When
didn't
you
anybody
see
consider it.
something like
Whoa.
hair that may have been attached to an item like the slippers, you have no idea if that hair was on the slipper when it was put into the bag, or if it came to be on the slipper because of the compression that resulted from being compressed by a compactor.
That is correct.
Christy claims she saw him relax
So-
for a second yesterday. I don't believe
I
it.
guess the question, the next question is this. When we look at these photographs of various pieces of evidence, like these gray slippers, the dark gray slippers, and other pieces of evidence that you look at, the photographs are not representative of how that item may have appeared before it was placed in a bag, correct?
Correct.
As to that, form sustained.
Why?
The photographs do not depict how an item,
Appeared.
right there, if I may go. The photographs that have been placed into evidence of certain items may not depict the condition that a particular item was in prior to being deposited in the black bag.
Correct.
Pause it real quick, babe.
Again?
Yeah.
Okay.
He should have just also, okay, so he made a good point, right? You can get cross-contamination by this compression process, but you can also get cross-contamination in the bagging process, in the walking around the house process. And he should have been pointing to all of those other ways that, you can get cross-contamination, and that the finding of a hair on a shoe or on something else doesn't actually mean that it came in, contact with the hair when it was on a body, or when it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He could have sort of just gone a little further with that.
Maybe you will. I don't know. Okay, somebody point out to me when he
Could you take that?
I'm
down,
watching.
Ms. Gilman?
doesn't
Thank you very
look
much.
like that.
I'm watching.
And yesterday you testified
Ain't a
to some hair that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to Exhibit 232, you examined 2 of the hair fibers that you found, correct?
Yes, from item number, I believe it was 9-18. Sorry, 9-28.
9-28,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh,
And one of the 2 hairs,
Allie said, "Oh, did like when he smiled, there were actually less lines in his
yep,
forehead."
yep. And when he looked up, like he was thinking, they got a little deeper. I'm wondering if you can have like this condition
It's resting Cena face. That's
That-
the condition. I googled
that
it.
forces your brows up a little bit, because I don't know.
All right,
but-
so Michael, to answer your question, you cannot have any. You're doing it backwards. Don't go through the trial first. You have to go through the pretrial process in the Richard Allen case to have any understanding what that case is about.
Right, because the trial blocks a everything, all the stuff out.
Like you won't have any idea, you know, what the hell is going on in that trial and what should have been in and what didn't come in and the evidence that exists out there. And we were the only lawyers who had coverage pre-trial. No one else was doing it. So, and it's a lot. It's a lot. We have a ton of lives for the pre-trial coverage. It's not close. You know, I mean, Andrea and Lee joined.
Yeah,
the
we
trial,
don't
which was
count
amazing.
non-practicing podcast lawyers as a lawyer, aka you know who I'm talking about.
Who
did pretrial stuff on it? The shits.
Oh, yeah.
That's not really a lawyer. Sorry. That's just my opinion.
He's not
Definitely
a
a real lawyer.
Yeah, he's definitely he's not a trial lawyer. He's not a criminal lawyer.
He's
not
not
a
a
trial.
lawyer I have any respect for.
There you go.
You examined, you determined was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
And then the other hair you examined was consistent with animal hair, correct?
Yes.
And
Animals jump
are
in
you aware?
dumpsters.
Yeah, the reality, that's a great question. Yeah, but it's art. Or is it art? She said, Allie and Bob, I was wondering, is it hard for you to comment on lawyers, etc., without seeing the jury? We have no idea if they love it or hate it or are zoning out, etc. To be honest with you, when you're in the courtroom and you are the lawyer trying the case, you have no idea what the jury's thinking.
Well, also your attention
have
is
no
distracted. You're not
idea.
just sitting there
Yeah,
watching.
well, it depends. If Allie's up conducting the examination, then I'm keeping an eye on the jury, see if she's hitting any points that I think are resonating with the jury. But you don't know. You cannot. There is no way to know what a juror's thinking. Like we have tried it so many times. Like I've talked to lawyers. Like I forget who it was. Might have been Schiffer. He's like, I quit looking at jurors because after I realized after 10 years that I could never predict what the hell they were thinking. I just quit looking at them altogether because it always made me feel a certain way. And there's a lot of truth to that. So in terms of, you know, trying to glean what a juror might be thinking, it's impossible to do. I was wrong so many times. I'm like, we'd be in the middle of a trial. I'd be like, and we would have that discussion all the time. We'd be like, all right, I think juror number 5 likes me. Like I've seen him look at me when they come back in the room. I've seen him smile a couple of times. I think, you know, so you're always trying to figure out if there's a juror because they're making eye contact with you, if they're seem to be paying attention, if they're taking notes. Like you're trying to use all these little clues as some kind of indication about the way they're thinking. And none of it works. None of it works. And then there's 12 people on that juror. They all on the jury. They all think about things differently. It's not some collective groupthink thing. So it's like, no, like I don't have any problem with it without seeing the jury. Like we can kind of critique a lawyer's performance just based on what we're seeing and hearing, you know? I mean, that's what you do with this kind of stuff. Cause again, the jury is just not going to give you the hints that you think that they would. It's just like, I've never seen anybody, I've never met a lawyer that can accurately predict what a juror is going to say or do back in that room. It's not a thing.
Mr. Sheehan, I've been calling you Mr. Sheehan. You're not a trooper, are you?
Correct.
Okay, so I've been right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are
you aware of the fact that there was an animal that also resided at the Cohasset home?
Yes.
During this period of time?
Yes.
And and are you aware of where this hair that you were examining, Exhibit 232, was found in the Cohasset home?
We're doing
From what I recall, it was found from the trash area.
Okay. The trash area of Peabody?
The trash collection site.
Okay. And
okay.
You also told the jurors yesterday about another exhibit of hair, Exhibit 250, correct?
Which exhibit is that?
That was a hair clump?
The item number was 16-12.
Okay, could we have Exhibit 250? Is that The item 16-12?
Yes.
And that would be Exhibit 250?
Yes.
And the hair found in this exhibit, what is that substance that we see in the photograph?
I do not know.
So it was never examined.
No.
And of course, it'd be very important to determine if that substance that we see in this exhibit, if that substance that the hair rests on was skin tissue or anything of the sort, right?
Visually, it did not have any visual similarities to skin tissue.
So there's no question in your mind, as a forensic analyst, that that has anything to do with someone's skin tissue. But as you sit here today, you don't even know what it is.
Correct.
What's it from? Where was it?
And the fact that we
didn't
saw
catch it.
so no question.
Any visual similarities to skin tissue.
No, I heard that. I just didn't. I missed where they
in your mind, as a
got it from. Yeah,
has anything to do with someone's skin tissue. But
I'm sure
as you
they'll-
sit here today, you don't even know what it is.
Correct.
I find those every time Allie leaves the shower.
And the fact that we saw an exhibit,
It's true.
and it's Exhibit 233. Could we have Exhibit 233, please? This exhibit was indicative of Exhibit 232.
Oh, I adore T. I've been on her channel a bunch of times. Yeah, no, like I'd love to do that. I think I've never had T over here when we should. Yeah, I love it. The thing I love about Teresa's coverage of Delphi is like you can watch Teresa in real time from beginning as it moves through the trial process to change what she was thinking as it kept going. So like in the beginning, I think that she may have been leaning that they got the right guy. And then as shit kept happening pre-trial, she started to kind of get more into the middle. And then she was on the fence for a long time. And then ultimately towards the end, you know, I mean, T's where she's at now. Yeah, she's awesome. I love her.
I think we should save some of this for like lunch breaks or whatever.
Oh, all right. Well, I mean, that's going like that'll be going way, way back in the chat.
And it's the hair that you described as consistent
I can mark
with human
them.
hair, correct?
Mark 'em.
Correct.
And it's the root section, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that a hair that contains the root, that hair falls out naturally, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's nothing to indicate nefarious about the fact that there is a root attached to this hair.
Correct.
It's just the fact that when you examine this, you examined it with the protocols that you use, and you made a determination based on its structure, as the term you used, that it was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
When you use that phrase, consistent with human hair or consistent with animal hair, what you're saying is you can't say positively that it's human hair, but it's consistent.
With this root, you can confirm it's a human hair. If it did not have a root, it would have to be consistent with.
Okay.
Well, that bitch in the ass, Tipton.
With regards now to these various items and tools that you testified to yesterday, and I'm talking about the hacksaw and the hammer and things like that, correct?
Yes.
All of what you told this jury,
What?
all of that is, it's fair to say that you're unaware of exactly where those tools were found, other than they were found in that compactor dumpster area that we, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, you're not sure what particular bags those tools were found in, correct?
Correct.
And so, even though you detected the presence of red-brown stains and you determined that some of those stains had hemoglobin in them, you can't tell the jury how that biological evidence came to be.
Yeah, I
on
can.
each and every one of those tools. You just can tell us there was biological evidence in those tools, correct?
That is correct.
And once again, the biological evidence that you detected on those tools could have been on any one tool or more, could have been deposited as a result of transfer, correct? Or, as you called it, cross-contamination, correct?
That is correct.
End it right there. Just stop. I just have to say, I don't get this line of questioning, though.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions
Okay, couple more.
about the testimony regarding a hatch that you testified to about yesterday, right?
Yes.
You did detect something that you described as greasy or oily film or something on that hatch, correct?
Yes.
You never did examine what that greasy or oily film was, correct?
Correct.
You never did any further testing of anything on the surface of that hatchet with regard to the greasy or oily residue that you saw to determine if in fact it was an oily residue that was deposited on a tool to prevent it from rusting or things
Pause
like
it, babe.
that, correct?
The testing that I did was the screening test for blood, and it was in the same area as the hatchet head.
But other than that, other than trying to determine if there was a presence of biological evidence, you did not specifically try to determine what the greasy, oily residue was. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right, pause it. So I would have asked, assuming that this is true, and I would assume that it is, but hey, I don't know, that if somebody used one of these cleaning materials or cleaned this to the point that you could not detect the blood, would that not also wipe away any oily residue left behind by tissue or whatever he's saying? I mean, right?
Yeah.
Unless it wouldn't, but I can't imagine that it wouldn't, you know?
Yeah.
And you certainly didn't, well, I shouldn't put it that way. You didn't take any effort to try to go to a particular store, find the exact same tool and see if that tool contained a greasy, oily residue. Did you?
Greasy.
I did not.
Did you hear him say greasy?
Yeah.
Would you like a greasy pork sandwich served up in a dirty ashtray? Movie.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chief.
All right, he's done, babe.
Redirect.
Briefly.
No, they have not. I keep talking about it.
Mr. Sheehan, do you test all areas of a potential scene?
I do not.
Did you test all areas of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
No.
Why not?
I tried to identify the most forensically relevant areas and move from there.
And what are the reasons that testing could be negative?
It's possible that a particular biological substance was not present, and it's also possible that it was present at some point, was cleaned off, or it is present and to the point where it is not detectable by the tests.
So how does cleaning a house impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
If it was thoroughly cleaned, I would imagine the test results would be negative.
Does washing the walls impact your ability to find blood?
Yes, it does.
What type of cleaning materials would impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Virtually any type of cleaning material, bleach, alcohol, ammonia, anything, even water if it dilutes the sample to an extensive amount.
All right, pause it.
Would hydrogen peroxide impact your ability?
So right there, or right after this line of questioning, she should ask the question that the defense just didn't ask, because if he just uses water or certain things, that might not take away the oily, residue left from the
Greasy.
tissue, the greasy,
Greasy.
but would wipe away the visual appearance, or I guess any trace material of blood. So hopefully she takes that next step here to establish that you'd still be left with the oily residue, even if you cleaned off the blood.
Let's see if she goes there.
Ability to find blood or trace materials?
Even water if it dilutes the sample to an extensive amount.
Would hydrogen peroxide impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Yes.
Are there other ways that blood can be destroyed or diluted?
Really any type of cleaning materials, as well as environmental factors such as extreme heat.
Did you test? Actually, if I could have published for the
Googled it.
jury, Your Honor,
Just Googled that
Exhibit
shit.
21.
If I clean a tool of blood with hydrogen peroxide, would that also clean any oily residue from body tissue on a tool used to slice a human body? No. Hydrogen
Greasy. Did
peroxide,
you put greasy?
whatever.
That's
Hydrogen
not the right
peroxide is
exhibit.
effective
One moment.
at breaking down blood stains, but it is generally ineffective at removing oily residues or fats from body tissue. So prosecution absolutely should ask that next question here.
For 7236. Photo 7236.
What was your source for that, madam? Oh, the robot.
No, I mean, see, here's the thing I want to know. I'm not using AI, but I'm getting an
Do you
AI
recognize that room?
You
Yeah.
know, is that
Yes, this is the living room.
bleeding water?
And this is the living room from when you were there during the search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you recognize in front of the fireplace?
There is some looks to be a repair work around the brick, as well as a carpet.
So there was a carpet there when you were there over the hardwood floor on January 8th and 9th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is not the carpet that you tested in the lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what the objects looked like before they went into the bags that we just talked about, that you talked about on cross-examination?
I don't.
And do you know what the objects looked like if they went into the compactor at all?
I don't.
So do you know where those bags went?
The bags were, as far as I know, the bags were recovered from the trash site. I'm not sure where exactly they were recovered from before that.
I might have one moment.
You may.
So she didn't ask that follow-up question.
Any
Was it?
Cross.
Just a couple of questions. When you looked at Exhibit 21 just now, you said you described that fireplace as having what looked like repair work, right?
Yes.
Did you examine it?
I did not.
Would you agree that also what's depicted in Exhibit 21 could be foam that's taped around the fireplace to prevent a small child from hitting their head on the corner of brick? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
The witness may step down.
All right. John Cena's eyebrows done for the day.
Jurors, in light of our
Damn it.
late start today, I'm going to keep on
Plowing
Everybody
through.
good?
Plowing through.
thumbs up. You may call your next witness.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
We'll call Bryce Raymond.
Bryce
Raymond.
Raymond.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. No?
Hold on.
Oh, you're
Working
making
on
the
the thing. Yeah.
ticker. Okay.
Plus, we need the.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. Just watch your step for me.
You may proceed.
Power nerd, DNA guy, DNA analyst, maybe.
Oh, Massachusetts
Whoa.
breathing.
Heavy breather.
Massachusetts
Good
breathing.
morning.
Good morning.
Breathing
Could you
alert.
please state your name for the record?
Heavy breathing alert.
All right, we all heard it.
record and spell your last name?
Bryce Raymond, Raymond.
Could you please tell?
Bryce, Bryce.
Could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's of science in
Wait, she didn't ask what he did for a living.
Well, he's about to.
Come on. I don't know what this guy does. She was all thrown off.
Well,
by
he's about to
heavy
give you what
breathing.
is.
forensic science from Penn State University and a master's of science in biology from Tufts University.
Nailed it.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm currently a forensic scientist 2 in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
All
And
right.
how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since June of 2019.
And can you please tell the jury your present duties in the DNA unit and the nature of the work that you do?
Yes, as a forensic scientist 2, I am in charge with processing evidentiary items through our DNA lab processing, as well as interpreting and making any conclusions to known standards.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received at least 6 months of specialized training in which I read all the protocols and procedures at the lab. I attended lectures and took quizzes, as well as worked on mock evidentiary items through the lab processing. And at the end of testing, I take a competency test.
And did you pass that competency test?
Yes, I did.
So does your testing and training stop after that initial 6-month period?
No, every year we have to do at least 8 hours of continuing education in order to stay knowledgeable in the field.
And do you continue to be tested at the lab?
Yes, we do.
And what kind of testing is that called?
That's called a proficiency test.
And how does proficiency testing work at the lab?
Yeah, so twice a year we have to take a proficiency test to continuously show that we have the skills and knowledge in order to perform DNA analysis. This is given by an outside accrediting body, and when we complete our work, we send in the results to that accrediting body for them to grade.
And what are the results of your proficiency testing?
I have passed every one I have taken.
Wow.
My boy's wicked smart.
So approximately how many samples have you had the opportunity to analyze for DNA testing?
Approximately 2,000.
And have you testified before in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Does the Massachusetts DNA unit at your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, we do.
Sometimes.
And who sets those protocols and procedures?
They are based on some accrediting bodies, such as the FBI, as well as validations that are done at the lab.
Well, you anticipated my next question, which is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, accredited?
Yes, we are. We are accredited by ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, as well as the FBI Quality Assurance Standards for DNA laboratories.
And what does accredited actually mean?
That means we are following specific set of standards to make sure that the scientific work that we are performing is accurate and reliable.
And is that a national accreditation?
Yes, it is.
And does your work undergo any kind of review process?
Yes, all work goes under 2 different types of review processes, a technical review and an administrative review.
And is that review process required under the accreditation standard?
Yes, it is.
And so if you could just explain technical and administrative review, please.
Yes, a technical review is one that is done by a qualified analyst that takes a look at your work to make sure that you follow fusion, make sure that we provide the best quality acid from your individual.
Oh my
Is
God.
DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, so whether we test blood, saliva, hair, skin, we should expect the same DNA profile if they came from the same person.
So what type of biological material can DNA be found in?
So that can be blood, saliva, skin, hair, sweat, urine, anything biological.
So can
I remember one day when Jennifer Kaufman ever said, blood is not DNA.
you explain generally
Blood
the
has
process that is used for forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, at the lab, we have a 4-step process. The first step is extraction. This is when we break open the cells and collect the DNA. The second step is quantitation or quantification. This is when we can get an estimate of how much human DNA is present as well as how much male DNA is present. And that's so we can target an appropriate amount for the third step.
Correct.
The third step is amplification.
Yeah,
This is when we make millions and millions of copies of specific areas on the DNA and are fluorescently tagged. And then the fourth step is separation and detection, also known as capillary electrophoresis. This is when we put the DNA on an instrument that separates out the DNA by size and has a camera to detect those fluorescently tags, and that produces raw data.
I'll tell you what, this nasally nerdy motherfucker did a pretty nice job explaining DNA, though. You know,
He's very nasally. So if I'm on the stand and I'm incredibly nasally, I'm very, very nasally guy. Don't talk shit.
And what is the goal of that raw data?
The goal of that raw data is to then be read by an interpreting analyst in order to interpret the DNA profile.
And what is a DNA profile?
A DNA profile, so the specific areas that we are copying during amplification is called STRs, or short tandem repeats. That is just areas on the DNA that repeat different lengths for a person. So one person could have 5 repeats, another person could have 6. And it's the combination of all those numbers is what makes up a DNA profile.
So how many locations are you testing?
We test 26 locations as well as a sex determining location.
And what is batch testing?
Batch testing is what we do at the lab and is a common practice in forensic science, in which if many items need to be processed for the same lab step, one analyst will process all those items at once on the same instrument.
So why do you use batch testing?
We do that for efficiency, as it is better for one analyst to process, say, 50 items at one time on one instrument than 50 analysts trying to process one item each on the same instrument, one after each other.
Is there a protocol that you follow prior to retrieving any evidence to prepare your lab area to avoid contamination?
Yes.
So how do you avoid contamination?
To avoid contamination, I first put on protective personal equipment, and that can include a lab coat, a mask, a hairnet, and for me, a beard net. When I go to my lab bench, I also put on gloves, and I spray the lab bench with bleach, clean that off, and lay down lab bench paper before I proceed with any testing.
I think the criticism on Coffin Daffer was she has a very large following, and you know, she's got this tag of being, you know, former FBI, and she's just wrong about a lot of stuff and puts it out there as if it's correct and factual, and it's just not. Like, she blocked me because I wouldn't say that I policed her, but I would correct her in terms of legal things, you know, the law, the process, to the point where she finally blocked me. And I was always very polite about it. You know, I was never like, oh, you're a fucking moron, you know, blah, blah. It's not how I operate. But she unblocked me recently. But I think that's the criticism on her. And like that thing where she said blood's not DNA. I'm like, I mean, blood certainly contains DNA. I mean, come on.
So why do you use bleach?
The bleach is to destroy any DNA that may be present on the lab bench.
And why do you use bench paper?
We use bench paper to prevent any contamination from items that I may be testing to be deposited onto the lab bench for the next person.
And why are you wearing PPE?
The PPE is also to prevent any DNA that I may touch to go over to another lab bench, or any of my DNA to be deposited on the items.
And once your area is prepared, can you please tell us what you first did and what you first do with items that you're going to sample?
Yes, so for sample preparation, I get a list of items that have been selected for DNA analysis. I get those items out of storage in our secured walk-in room. I take that container of evidence back to the lab bench. I scan it into my custody and take a photocopy. I then open up the container, grab the items that I need, and put those aside ready for testing. I seal up the container with my initials and date and put the container away.
And did you work on lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I did.
And what did you initially do to prepare the samples for DNA analysis?
I did sample preparations on some items.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you specifically about samples. Did you prepare samples 5-1.1, sample from swabs of red-brown stained K on basement floor? 7-10.3.1, sample from the stained area C on the blade of the hacksaw. 7-10.4.1, sample from the handle of the hacksaw. 9-22.1.1, sample from stain A on white towel number 1 with red-brown stains. 9-28.1.1, sample from stained area A on apparent hairs. 9-31.1, sample from cutting of red-brown stain from piece of rug from bag number 5 from 300 Forest Street. Did you prepare samples from those?
Yes, I did.
So after preparing the samples, what did you next do?
After preparing the samples, I then did the first lab step of extraction.
And how did you do the extraction step?
Yes, to each of the tubes, along with the controls, I added chemicals to the tubes and put them in an oven. And that is done to break open the cells in order to free up the DNA. I then take those tubes and put them on an instrument that separates out the DNA and puts them in a separate tube in liquid form.
You talk about Tony? Teddy Bruschi's like a former linebacker. You got your head in the pats there, girl. Former Patriots linebacker and a badass. I'm assuming you're talking about Tony Bruschi, my guy. Oh my God, I have to record with him at 11, by the way. Oops. So you're carrying the team here at 11, babe. You're muted.
All right, so I'll
And that tube
just get the
is
stream
called
ready
an
to swap
extract.
with you.
Did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
What equipment did you use?
I used an oven and the instrument was an Easy One robot.
And how did you use the equipment?
For the oven, I just placed the samples in and took them out. For the Easy One robot, I put the samples on the robot and then programmed the robot with the proper protocol to use for the extraction and collection, and then got the tubes off of the robot when the process was done.
And I think you said that is now called, what is that now called?
That is now called an extract.
Okay. And then what did you do next?
Next, I took a small portion of the extract, known as an aliquot, and put that into a separate tube and prepared that for the second step of quantification.
So now we're on step number 2?
Yes.
Okay. And what items did you do quantification for?
The same items that were previously mentioned.
And how did you perform the quantification step?
Yes, so for each of the aliquots, I put a portion onto a 96 well plate along with other chemicals. I then placed that 96 well plate onto an instrument, and that instrument does a series of heating and cooling, and that produces the data that gives us the estimation of DNA.
So I believe you just named the equipment that you used.
Yes, it is a real-time PCR system.
Okay. And so how did you use that equipment?
So I put the 96 well plate onto the instrument. I then used the computer program associated with it to say that to start the quantification process. And then after it was done, I collected the data off of the equipment and then put it on our computer drive.
And then what did you do next?
After that, I discussed the quantitation results with the interpreting analyst of this case, who is summoned Salim.
And then what did you do?
Then we came up with how to do amplification strategies for each of the items. And then once that was decided, I went forward with the third step of amplification.
So step number 3 is amplification.
Correct.
And what items did you perform amplification for
Those same 6 items.
that we previously named?
Correct.
Okay. And how did you perform the amplification step?
Yes. For each of those items, I got the extracts and I either used all of the extract or a portion of the extract to target an appropriate amount of DNA for testing.
Let me just stop you for a second. What's extract?
Extract was the product from the first step of extraction.
Okay. And now finish your answer. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. So for those samples, I added chemicals and put them into an instrument known as a thermocycler. And that also does a series of heating and cooling, which makes the copies of the DNA that are fluorescently tagged. And at the end of that process, the tube is now known as an amplicon.
And then what did you do next?
Next, after the amplicons were done, I then proceeded on to the fourth step of separation and detection.
And which items did you do the fourth step for?
The same 6 items that were mentioned.
So you did all the steps of DNA for those 6 items.
That's correct.
And how did you perform the detection step?
Yes. Of the amplicons, I took a small portion of each amplicon and put it on a 96 well plate, added chemicals to the plate. I then put that plate onto an instrument known as a 3500 genetic analyzer. I then programmed the genetic analyzer to perform the separation and detection. And then the instrument separated out the DNA fragments by size and with the camera detected those fluorescent tags.
And then what happens next?
After that data is generated, I take the data off of the instrument and put it on our computer drive.
And then what happens?
After I'm done, I let the interpreting analyst know that data has been collected and I hand over any worksheets that I generated to them.
And who does the interpretation?
In this case, it was summoned Salim.
So you did not do the interpretation here?
I did not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
I mean, it's dry, but he's doing a very good job of explaining the process.
Cross-examination.
Wait,
Just a few questions.
What? Maybe he's just cross-examining on his credentials or the process?
no,
I-
what just happened with him? Was I like fucking off and like what did he testify to? I mean, I understand he explained the process, but
Where are the results?
What the fuck's happening? Like she didn't even move anything into evidence with him.
Maybe they like somebody else to put all this in. I don't know.
This guy, okay, he's the guy who explains it, and then we'll have somebody else put the actual evidence in.
The result.
What the fuck?
I
That was
mean,
the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
But they've been doing this. That's why I keep saying there seems like there's going to be like one witness at the end that puts all of this, like the receipts and what they say.
Is he the explainer? He's the explainer. So he's the explainer because he did a very nice job of breaking it down. I think that so that lay people can understand DNA and the process of how you extract it. But like to not have him put in the results.
I mean, we're gonna have to see how it plays out. They might be waiting to get all of the boring shit out of the way. And then to have like this ending where they just talk about the evidence and all the foundation and all of the things have already been done and they don't have to bore anybody with one lick of it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the person who was actually doing the testing just isn't good on the stand. You know what I mean? Like isn't good at explaining things. And so like, okay, the lab tech who actually did the extractions and analyzed
he
the
did it.
DNA. I don't know. I'm trying to understand.
Morning.
Good morning.
And you've taken a lot of proficiency tests, you've passed them all, correct?
Yes.
You take pride in what you do, don't you?
Yes.
And you're running these machines, the analyzer, and everything else, and you're running them consistent with the protocols that are required to be followed to run them accurately, correct?
That is correct.
And what you do is you depend on the fact that the samples that you get for testing are samples that will result in reliable results, correct?
Correct.
But what is your title at the lab?
I am a forensic scientist too.
Also known as the explainer. I'm the explainer.
Yes.
Okay, but you're a two, correct?
Correct.
And with your knowledge and experience, you would be, it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea where the samples that you subjected to DNA testing came from, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you have no idea how they were collected, wherever they were collected from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you can tell the jury that at times when you conduct testing like you just described, the results will indicate that there are mixtures of different DNA in a particular sample, correct?
That is correct.
And whenever you get the results that result in a mixture, you can't determine, as a forensic scientist 2, or for that matter, forensic scientist 3, you can't tell how those two different substances came into contact with each other, resulting in a mixture, correct?
Our testing does not determine how DNA got onto an item.
And hopefully it's a simple question. Your DNA results do not tell you anything about what happened at a, let's just call it a crime scene, what happened at a particular scene or where they were collected, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Steve.
Any redirect?
See, pause
No,
it.
Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Well, you don't have to pause it. Just keep going. He walks right up to it, but doesn't say the word. He can't tell you what happened at a crime scene. Instead of saying it cannot tell you whether it got there from
Procedures with that little extra bit.
a murderous act.
We'll take our morning break. We'll be back in 20 to 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Jesus.
And they're not back yet, so I'll just take over
There's
the
your
stream
notebooks, follow
now.
me.
So when you leave,
Yeah. A long ass break.
so let me unmute it. Okay. So he walks right up to asking it, but instead of saying you cannot tell if that DNA got there during the disposal of the body process or during the unaliving process. Like why he just doesn't say it outright so they know what the hell he's getting at, you know? Like just saying you don't know how it got there. It just doesn't. I don't know. Not as effective.
Maybe the chat's right, and he's just like avoiding using the term dismembering.
That's
like
why
the
they said
plague.
during the disposal of the body process. Let's just keep calling it, even if you call it that. Disposal of the body process. The process that transpired before disposing of the body.
This guy.
Hold on a sec. All right. Well,
Did you
holy
pull
hell,
it up?
this is
It's your stream now.
yeah, it's my stream now. There was something else that I wanted to say. I think I said it. But all right, let's go through so I don't know if you actually read this out loud as opposed to putting it up. Like Tahaf said earlier, Tayaf put a comment up about one of the students getting like a 10%. And she says, it was an online class. He didn't take a single exam and no assignments or discussion posted completed. Love y'all. Okay, so I guess that guy does not deserve some sort of break or special talking to. He did none of the things. None of the things. Did you actually read Bailey's comment? I have so many Richard Allen appeal questions. So if I
did.
win, you did. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the last one you read aloud? As opposed to just put up.
I think it was.
Maybe here.
Oh, I think it was Amanda. Amanda Liv's mom said we'll be hijacking the call for Delphi questions.
Okay.
So I think that was the last one I
All right.
read.
So
aloud.
CU Buff's mom, thank you for your generosity, says, who wouldn't want a chance to hang with B&A?
Yeah.
Let's talk true crime. Your Gacy podcast makes me want to go back to school for forensic psychology. Speaking of which, I've only gotten through, I think, halfway through the episode that dropped today. But for those of you who are up to date, I'm not going to spoil anything, but it starts with an amazing recounting of a surviving victim. It was a really, really fascinating information. Like, wow. And that's buried inside the John Wayne Gacy investigation. For any of you not listening, please do so. Unsolved Amy Boston, thank you. I would join you both in a stream. How do I enter? Oh, we read that one. And you are entered just by that super. Decline said, you are both amazing and commentary is truly helpful. Well, thank you. And thank you for your super sticker. Tony AM says, okay. I gave my chance away last time, but y'all have convinced me that if I win, I will come on with y'all just for the banter.
Love it.
Good luck, Tony. Good luck.
We're only at 8 out of 30, so we're a long way away.
Long way.
Long.
Kelly Donovan would love a chance to chat. I'm still creeped out by his smile and hair flip at Lowe's yesterday. That sealed it for me. Yeah, I mean, that just showed, and she's referring to Brian when he's in there with his child and he's at the self-checkout, that he's smiling and flipping his hair into the camera, just goes to show how conscious he was of the camera. And that entire trip to that Lowe's was like, hey, here I have no face mask on. It's only a couple days later, but this time I don't think I need a face mask anymore. I've got no gloves on and I'm, with my kid and I'm smiling and flipping my hair because I'm not buying anything suspicious. Nope. Thanks, Kelly. And Bailey says, sounds like the chat is demanding a Delphi Q&A. So Allie is as well. And we are back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't know what we're going to do for lunch. You got to share that ridiculous.
I'm taking the dude for a walk at lunch.
Okay, but share that ridiculous picture with me so I can put it up.
What?
The lunch break.
You have a non-Mutlu witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call that witness.
Thank you.
I'll have the jury back in.
What did she call it? A what?
Sorry?
I'll have the jury back in.
My apologies. Do we have Mr. Mutlu?
Oh, Mutlu.
Jim? Mutlu?
No, you didn't hear me.
I'm sorry.
I asked you, do we have, maybe I shouldn't be so abbreviated with my
Someone other than
words.
Mutlu.
Do you have a non-Mr. Mutlu witness ready?
Yes.
Let's call that witness and get the jury back in here.
Yes, Your
I've
Honor.
had a little lumpy morning and I want to continue keeping the flow.
All
Yes,
right.
Your Honor.
Clearly, they're planning like a voir
I just
dire.
want to make sure they're still sitting out on the bench. I'm not sure that they are. Could I have 1 second to check?
Sure.
That has to go on outside the presence of the jury, or something that needs to be decided before Mr. Mutlu takes the stand. So,
Mutlu. Little Johnny Mutlu.
little Johnny Mutlu.
Well, I think she was saying lumpy because they had like a very lengthy
hour.
sidebar this morning.
Great. Let's get the jury back in. We'll do Mr. Mutlu over the break.
Yes,
And
Your
over
Honor.
that, I mean, over the lunch break.
Yes,
Oh,
Your Honor.
Lord. No lunch for us.
Oh, Iceman came through with a huge $50 Venmo. Thank you, Iceman.
Nice.
What a guy. What a guy.
And like, sure we're live, so yeah. We're live.
Would you like these?
Larissa Harris, member for 9 months. Thanks for your continued support. I'm still a law student. LOL. All right.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering.
Nice. Law student. See, look, his face is all one color. I mean, it might be a tiny bit red, but you really see that red flare up when shit's getting deep in there.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Brianna Kiesel.
Hey, Mark, got your $6 PayPal. Thanks, man.
Kimmy's been a member for a month, 5. And became a
5.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
update that ticker.
What's her name?
We'll hear it again right now because I don't know.
Think Finger Brown.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please
that
state your name for
microphone
the
for
court and
space.
spell your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Brianna Kiesel, Brianna. Last name Kiesel, Kiesel.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's in biology from Arcadia University and a master's in forensic science from Towson University.
And what is your occupation?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And what unit are you assigned to?
The DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
6 years.
And what are your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
I am authorized in processing, interpreting, and reporting samples that were collected from crime scenes, as well as standards collected directly from an individual. I can also technically review other analysts' work when it concerns batch files, which we call files that have standards collected directly from an individual.
And do you have training for this position?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me about your training?
Sure. Our training is a minimum of 6 months, and during that time, we have lectures, quizzes, and this all culminates into a final written exam. We also have a practical component in the laboratory where we take several steps for sample sets forward, and that all culminates into a final written exam, as I mentioned, and a final lab practical.
And did you pass that written exam?
Yes, I did.
And that's called a competency evaluation?
Yes, that is a competency, the lab portion of it.
And do you also have to take proficiency testing?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain that to the jury?
Thank you,
A
Larissa.
proficiency test is an ongoing competency test where we have to take samples forward twice a year to prove that we are that we are knowledgeable and still performing that skill or method according to the laboratory's standard operating procedures.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
I have, yes.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
I have.
And Amber.
So I want to now talk to you about this case 23-00596. Prior to retrieving any evidence in 23-00596, how did you prepare to process the evidence?
So once I was assigned the samples, I cleaned my bench space with bleach and wiped everything down, every instrument that I was using. And once that was done, I laid down a piece of fresh bench.
I'm just muting her while she talks about that to say Larissa sent us a Cash App. Thank you for the coverage.
Oh,
And
thanks, Larissa.
then we got our
Iceman.
Venmo from Amber, who
All
said,
right, she's motions and
"Oh,
CPA.
does it say motions? It doesn't." Okay.
No,
Well, anyway,
but
she
she-
said, "Thank you for
Giving out her
suffering
government
through."
name.
Thank you for only the first one. Thank you for suffering through these rough, lumpy portions of the trial. Y'all always make me laugh, and I hope Allie gets some relief from PT soon. Well, thank you.
Aw.
Thank you. Now we'll listen to this gripping testimony about how she cleaned her bench.
Oh, Larissa came in hot with a $50 Cash App.
Woo-wee.
You didn't mention that.
I just said a $40
Oh,
one. So maybe
40.
she did.
Thank you. I missed that.
And Ashley, oh wait, wants to be on the wheel. Thank you for your Venmo.
The wheel.
If they don't give their name, then I'm just using the first name.
A on the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit, and sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit.
I did, yes.
And what work did you do for that?
Those samples I performed just like I previously mentioned, where I went to the secure freezer area, retrieved the packaging, removed the tubes from the packaging, and just observed the samples within the tube.
So you also just did the sample prep for that?
Yes.
Did you also work on item 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
So in this case, this item was still in a specimen jar. So I retrieved the packaging, just like I previously mentioned, made sure the seal was secure as I did with
All
the
right,
other
y'all. I'm gonna
samples.
go to Tony. I'll be back.
And then after that, I opened up the jar and sampled a few items from the jar and placed it into a tube for processing.
So you actually had to make the sample for this?
I did, yes.
Okay. And how many samples did you make?
So this was 16-13.1. There were two tubes we referred to as 16-13.1A and 16-13.1B.
And did you do any further work?
No, that is where my work ended.
Okay. And where did the samples then go?
I then passed the samples off to Madison Frank for extraction.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down.
Thank you.
All right, so all of these people
Commonwealth
just
may
did
call
like.
its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Madison Frank.
All right. Okay, so I'm assuming maybe now Madison Frank is going to give us the results. This is crazy. Can't take it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can proceed.
I've never had this many analysts in any trial that I like where it went through that many hands. They needed to call 7 people to testify before the DNA got
You
in.
may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the court, spelling your name?
My name is Madison Frank. That is MADISON FRANK.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in Forensic and Investigative Sciences from West Virginia University.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been employed there since October of 2019.
And what are your responsibilities?
As a forensic scientist too, I will perform DNA analysis on either known or evidentiary biological samples, interpret those results, and report out my results in a case file.
And have you had training for this position?
Yes, I have.
Can someone tell me, did she spell her name with 2 S's? I wasn't sure. I thought there was something different.
Passed the competency testing that was part of your training?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you now about items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Streit, 9-27.3.1, the stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the tie-back suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the tie-back suit, 9-32.5.1, sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the tie-back suit, and 16.13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster. I believe I just gave you 6 of those samples. Did I mention 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior leg pant of the tie-back suit? So those would be the 6. What work did you do on those?
DNA analysis is a 4-step process, so I perform steps 1 and 3 of that process on those samples.
Okay. And what are 1 and 3?
Step 1 is extraction, and step 3 is amplification.
Okay. And how did you do step 1, the extraction step?
For extraction, I received the samples and I added chemicals to the samples and the controls, and then put them in an oven so that we can break open the cells to obtain the DNA. Then those samples will go on an instrument that helps to clean up the sample so that we're only dealing with the DNA and no other cell parts. Then after the extracts come off of the instrument, then I will take a small portion of that sample and I will put it in a new tube to be used for the second step.
And which instrument did you use or equipment?
An Easy One robotic instrument.
Okay. And how do you use that instrument?
So she did different items than the other guy did. So they both did extractions and they both, they were different items. So maybe we're still not going to get to any results. Just going to keep doing this.
Portions of the sample.
And then what is that biological material then referred to?
An extract.
And what is that extract then ready for?
The extract is then ready to be quantified in the second step.
So did you do that second step quantification?
No, I did not.
Who did that second step for those 6 items?
Troy Adams did the second step of quantification.
Now we're going to
And why is that?
We use a batching process when we are processing our samples so that it is a more efficient and streamlined processing.
And are you qualified to do all of the steps of DNA, the 4 steps that you described?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then did you do more work on this case with the 6 samples?
Yes, I also did the third step of amplification.
On all 6 of those samples?
Yes.
And that being 9-20.
Use a batching process so it's more efficient, but way less efficient when it comes to testifying in a freaking courtroom that we need to hear from so many different people. The hell?
27.2.1, 9-27.3.1, 9-32.1.1, 9-32.2.1, 9-32.5.1, and 16-13.1. Did I get that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you did the third step. And how did you do the amplification step?
So I took the extracts that were generated from the first step, and I took portions of those samples and added chemicals to the tubes with the samples. And then I put them onto an instrument called a thermocycler. And this will will have the samples go through periods of heating and cooling. And this is to make millions of copies of the specific DNA that we are looking for to be able to visualize it in further down in our processing.
And which equipment did you use for that?
A thermocycler.
Okay. And then how do you use that equipment?
Oh,
The
Lord.
samples just go on, they are in small tubes, and they will go on into small holes in the thermocycler. And then it is a like metal plate that they are in, and it will go through different steps of heating and cooling.
And what happens next to the DNA process?
So the next step will be those tubes that just went through the heating and cooling, that those tubes will be used for the fourth step of separation.
And who did that step?
Troy Adams.
So you did not do that step.
No, I did not.
And did that end your work on this case?
Yes, it did.
Any cross-examination? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Riveting. All right, is it time for Mr. Magoo? Not yet.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Troy Adams.
Okay, guy who did step 2. Wow.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the court, spelling your first and last name?
My name is Troy Adams, Troyadams.
Thank you. And what is your educational background, sir?
I have a bachelor's degree from Pennsylvania State University in forensic science.
And what is your current occupation?
So I currently work as an investigator for the Lehigh County Coroner's Office in Pennsylvania.
And how long have you been in Pennsylvania?
I've been in Pennsylvania for approximately 3 years now, 2 years working in my current job.
So prior to moving to Pennsylvania, did you work in a different field?
No.
Did you work for forensic sciences in Massachusetts?
Yes.
And can you detail your working history as it pertains to forensic sciences?
Yes. So out of college, I joined the Massachusetts State Police crime lab there as a DNA analyst. I completed all my training protocols and was tested for competency. And then I began performing casework on samples.
And then did you work for a different company in as well doing forensic sciences?
Yes. After I left the Massachusetts State Police, I joined Quest Diagnostics as a forensic scientist in their toxicology division.
And just keep your voice up so everyone can hear you.
And have you had training for your position at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and also for your position at Quest?
Yes.
And have you had ongoing training as well?
Yes.
And have you taken proficiency tests?
Yes.
And what were the results of your proficiency tests?
I passed every proficiency test.
And do you have any certifications in your current job?
Yes.
And where are those from?
So I am certified as a national medical legal death investigator.
And how did you receive that?
So I received that after a certain amount of training at my current job, and then going through and taking a certification test.
I want to direct you now to when you were working in Massachusetts. Did you do work on lab number 23-00596?
May I refer to my file?
You may.
Yes.
And did you do work on items 9-27.2.1, a sample from interior of a dark gray slipper, 9-27.3.1, stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cup of a Tyvek suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of Tyvek suit, 9-32.5.1, the sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit, and 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on those 6 samples?
So I performed the second and fourth step of the DNA analysis process, quantification and detection.
And can you tell us how you did the quantification step?
So I took a sample, I was given samples from the extraction step, and then I added a mix of chemicals and went through repeated processes of heating and cooling, which quantified the DNA.
And then the process was then next ready for the third step, is that correct?
Yes, it was ready for amplification.
And who did the amplification step?
I believe that was Madison Frank.
Okay. And after Madison Frank did the amplification step, what did you next do?
I took the products of the amplification step and performed detection.
And did you do the detection on those same 6 items that we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you do the fourth step, that detection?
I added a mix of chemicals and placed the samples on the detection analyzer.
And then what happened?
And then electropherograms were generated, which were then interpreted by the interpreting analyst.
And where did that data go?
That data was transferred to one of our servers at the State Police Crime Lab.
And did you do the interpreting or did someone else do it?
Someone else performed the interpretation.
Did you do any other work on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination of this witness? The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Lord.
Thank you.
Of course not.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Emily Oliver, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
This way. Let's watch your step.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the court?
My name is Emily Oliver.
And can you tell us your educational background?
Yep. I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven in 2019.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a Forensic Scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since December 2019.
And can you please tell us your responsibilities?
So at the lab, I perform DNA testing on samples as well as DNA profile interpretation, and I write lab reports.
And what training have you had for this position?
So when I was first hired, I did an in-house training program that lasted over 6 months that involved testing mock casework samples as well as lectures and exams.
And you also have ongoing training.
Yes.
And have you taken competency tests and proficiency tests as well?
Yes.
And have you passed those?
Yes.
Prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So first I clean the area and all the tools I'm going to use with bleach, and then I lay down clean bench paper.
And how are you dressed before you work?
I have a lab coat, gloves, a face mask, and a hairnet.
And why do you take those precautions?
To prevent any contamination from myself onto the samples.
I want to direct your attention now to lab case number 23-00596 and asked if you worked on items 7-13.1, sample from area A on the head of the hatchet, item 7-13.2.1, sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stain. Did you do work on those items?
I did.
And what did you do?
So for 7-13.1, the head of the hatchet sample, I did the first 3 steps of our 4-step DNA analysis process, which is extraction, quantification, and amplification. And on the other 2 samples, I did the first 2 steps of our 4-step process in the lab.
Okay, I also want to ask you if you did any sample prep.
So I did, in the sample, it was more so just making sure I pulled the correct tube with the correct case number and item number from our cold storage room. It was previously prepared by someone else.
Thank you. Can you tell us what you did for the first step for the items that you did the first step for?
So extraction is the step where we add chemicals and heat to the sample to release the DNA from inside of the cells in the sample.
Okay. And which items did you do that for?
For 7-13.1, 7-13.2.1, and I believe it was 9-20.1.
Okay. So for all 3 of those, you did that. Okay. And did you use equipment for the extraction step?
Yes.
And what equipment did you use?
It's called an Easy One extraction robot.
And what is the biological material now referred to?
A DNA extract.
And what is it now ready for?
The second step, which is quantification.
And how did you perform the quantification?
So I took a small droplet from the extract tubes and put them into a new tube. And then I add different chemicals to that new tube and put it through an instrument that estimates the amount of DNA in the sample.
And was that for all 3 of those items?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use equipment?
Yes. It's called a 7500 real-time PCR instrument.
Okay. And then what happened in the DNA process?
And after that, the samples go to the 3rd step if they have enough DNA, which is amplification.
Okay. And for which items did you do the amplification process? Did you just do that for 7-13.1?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not do amplification for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
Just due to scheduling reasons, that was worked best for me.
Okay. So who performed the amplification process for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
My coworker, Mary Nagel.
Okay. So talking now about what you did do amplification for, item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet. Can you tell the jury, how did you perform the amplification process on that item?
She did it correctly.
Sure. So I add, again, different chemicals to the extract tubes and put it onto an instrument that creates millions of copies of these specific locations on the DNA that we're looking at.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a thermocycler.
And what happens next in the DNA process?
The last step is the separation and detection step. And that after that last step, we have the DNA profile.
And did you do that 4-step, the detection step?
I did not.
And who did that last step for 7-13.1?
My coworker, Yoli Bregu.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I just have a few.
Go right ahead.
And first off, Oliver, I didn't hear your name correctly.
Oh, Emily Oliver.
And do you have a title?
You can just call me Miss Oliver if you'd like.
Miss Oliver, can you tell us, Jerry, a little bit something about your knowledge of inhibitors that might affect the amplification?
All right. So he's picking and choosing. The defense is picking and choosing who they cross-examine and why. So this can tell you obviously what he thinks is important, and will probably be circling back with his expert or another expert at some point in time. He's very, specific on what he chooses to address, and it tells you basically what he, thinks could hurt him. So, and how he thinks he can weasel his way out. So let's see.
Sure. So different materials in the environment can kind of limit the react. Sure. So
Something about your knowledge of inhibitors that might affect the amplification.
sure. So
if they amplify too much, think of it like a drug chain where it gets stepped on so much that the end user is just, getting a watered down version. I mean, maybe that's not a very good example, but it gets amplified so much that now the results are like wonky. So I don't know if that's where he's going, but let's see. We'll back up the question. He's asking about inhibitors in the amplification process.
you can just call me Miss Oliver if you'd like.
Miss Oliver, can you tell us, Jerry, a little bit something about your knowledge of inhibitors that might affect the amplification?
Sure. So different materials in the environment can kind of limit the reaction, and which could affect the DNA profile that we get in the end.
And can you just tell the jurors what are some of the known inhibitors of DNA amplification?
So dye from blue jeans can be an inhibitor. I don't recall any others off the top of my head.
All right. The fact of the matter is that the DNA molecule is a pretty robust molecule, correct?
Correct.
Her answer just made it seem like there's almost nothing when there's tons of things. So hopefully he's going to be able to bring her back around on that.
And it's fair to say that things as common as oil and things like grease, they don't inhibit the amplification of the DNA molecule in this testing, do they?
I'm not sure.
What about the quantities that you're dealing with? Is it fair to say that the quantity that you're amplifying can be measured in nanograms?
Yes.
And what's a nanogram?
I believe it is, so it's just a very small number. I believe it's 1 × 10⁻12.
So is it fair to say that it's about a 1/1 of a gram?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And what about a picogram? Can you define a picogram for the jurors?
No.
It is a slightly larger number, but still a very small quantity.
Okay. And in the amplification process that you just told the jurors about, what happens is that you separate the alleles from the molecule, the DNA molecule, and then you amplify those alleles, and then they reunite into a molecule and a DNA molecule,
"No, you
and
lost
then
me."
your machine and apparatus that you use, it's able to process it and give a result.
I'm sorry. I have no idea. That's what she's about to say. Or she might just agree because she's feeling stupid now. You never know. Not that she is, but it just goes to show these people are trained in a specific thing. They don't even understand necessarily what they're doing or why things happen a certain way. I mean, I guess that's what makes you a 2 and not a 3. I don't know.
Correct?
Um,
I don't know.
Correct. And that's mostly referring to the fact that DNA is a double helix, kind of looks like a ladder that's twisted, and it becomes single-stranded during part of the process and then comes back together again.
All right. And finally, you're familiar with the term electrophoregram, correct?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury what an electrophoregram is?
The peak.
So it's just a graphical representation of the DNA profile, kind of like an EKG. There's a bunch of different peaks that correspond to the DNA. That's a printout that we get and that we look at the end of our testing.
So in the State Police Crime Lab, when you look at the electrophoregram, does the analyst interpret the peaks to determine the results of the DNA testing, or is it another piece of apparatus that does the analysis of the electrophoregram peaks?
So we put our electrophoregram through a program called Gene Mapper that does help the interpretation, but a person is still looking over the profile.
All right. So is it fair to say
person who seems to know nothing, so they're just relying on a device, and it becomes very important when you're dealing with a mixed sample at determining who's the minor and the major contributor. But let's see where this is going.
say that in the State Police Crime Lab, that the final call, so to speak, the final determination of what is or isn't interpreted as DNA, that's done by the analyst, not by the machine?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Sort of, because I don't know what I'm doing.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect? The witness may step down.
Well, there you have that.
Nothing but the truth.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the record and just spell your last name?
Yep. My name is Mary Nagel, Nagle.
And what's your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry, cell and molecular biology from Drake University, as well as a master of science in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Can you just pull that microphone a little bit closer? Thank you. And what is your occupation?
I am a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the
Oh my
Massachusetts State
goodness.
Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 3 years.
Can you tell us your responsibilities?
Yep, I am capable of performing all of the lab work, as well as reporting and interpreting single source profiles and writing up other reports.
Single source profiles. Wow. So now they're like, I'm the one that I can do single source because that doesn't have any confusion. But don't try to give me a multi-source. That's got to go to a whole different analyst. That's wild. That's wild. Wow.
As well.
What training have you had for this position?
I underwent a 6-month training program that included lectures, exams, and about 50 practice.
And did you pass the exams that you during your training period?
Yes, I did.
And do you also have ongoing training?
Yes, I do.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have to take proficiency tests?
Yes, we take 2 proficiency tests a year.
And have you passed those tests?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab case number 23-00596. Did you do work on item 7-13.2.1, the sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains?
Yes, I did.
And what
I wonder if the defense will kind of recapitulate here and be like, you know what? I'm going to ask all of these analysts some kind of technical question where they sit up there and look like they don't know shit. He might. Let's see. Let's see.
did you do on those items?
I performed the third and fourth step of the DNA analysis, which is the amplification and detection process.
And how did you do the amplification step?
For amplification, I was made aware of which samples to process from Emily Oliver. From there, the samples were set aside in a tube, and I took whatever amount was needed specific to that sample item and added chemicals to that. The samples and the chemicals were then put on an instrument that went through a series of heating and cooling, and this process makes millions of copies of that DNA.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, for that, it is mostly just the heating and cooling instrument that is used, and then the pipettes and tubes and instruments like that as well.
And then you said you did the fourth step detection?
Yes, I did.
And which did you do the detection for both of those items that we previously discussed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that?
So after the third step amplification, the samples are in smaller tubes, and a small portion of that sample is then loaded onto a plate with another set of chemicals. That plate is loaded into an instrument to run, and that instrument then detects the DNA and produces a profile for interpretation.
And did you do the interpretation?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
That was Saman Salim.
Guess we know who our next witness is.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions of this witness? You may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, let's see if
I need to speak up. Ms. Nagel?
Yes.
Just have a few questions for you.
Let's see if you know anything.
Once again, there are certain known inhibitors that affect the ability to amplify the DNA molecule, correct?
There are, yes.
But there's not very many.
Correct.
Because it's a robust molecule, correct?
Right.
One of the inhibitors is, interestingly enough, the blue dye that we see in things like Levi's, correct?
It can be, yes.
Okay. But it's not something like oil or grease or things like that. The molecule doesn't get broken down by oil and grease and things like that, correct?
Correct.
And if bleach is used on an item that contains DNA and the bleach breaks down the molecule, that molecule will not properly amplify using your equipment.
It will still be amplified, but parts of that DNA will probably drop out at the end of it, but there is still usually DNA at the front of that profile.
When you say at the front, you mean that the shorter alleles, after the molecule is broken down, the shorter alleles will amplify, but the longer alleles won't, because they were broken down by the bleach.
Correct.
And when you look at the results of your amplification, a trained analyst can see that the longer alleles didn't amplify properly, and they may conclude that something like that particular sample might have been affected by bleach or something like that, correct?
We do not look into what could possibly affect the degradation, but we are capable of seeing the fact that the DNA profile will begin to slowly drop in what is present.
Okay, thank you. One other question. Am I correct in saying that a nanogram is 1/billionth of a gram?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that a picogram is 1,000th of a nanogram?
A picogram would be 1/millionth.
And when you're using the quantities that you're using to get the results that you complete in the lab, we are talking about quantities in nanometers.
Yes.
Tiny, tiny amounts, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
She said 1 million. It's like a picogram is 1 picogram to 1,000 nanograms.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Yoli Bregu.
All right, Yoli. I'm just leaving this as lab DNA analyst until someone new gets
Do you
on.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
Right this way.
Counsel, can you hold up for a second?
Oh, this woman looks familiar. We seen her before? Maybe not.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your entire name for the record?
My name is Yoli Bregu, Jolibregu.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Boston University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences, also from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the DNA unit.
She's also a forensic scientist too. Let me ask you this. Does her accent make you think she is more smarter and knows her shit better? Because it kind of does. It's one of those, like, you know, things that subconsciously you think, oh, this accent, she's smarter.
And how long have you been there?
Since June 2019.
Can you tell us your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
Sure. I perform forensic DNA analysis on evidence samples submitted to the lab. So my typical workday consists on processing those samples in the lab, doing the data interpretation, making comparisons with the reference samples, writing reports, testifying in court as needed.
I mean, Ashley, that's the right answer for sure. I'm just saying, it's like, oh, this person has an accent. They're doing something better than us. But yeah, for real, it goes on education. Yeah.
I also do administrative and technical reviews.
And what training have you had for this position?
So in addition to my education during my master's degree, I followed a forensic biology and forensic DNA analysis track. And then when I got hired, I was trained at the Massachusetts State Police, specifically in the DNA unit in forensic DNA analysis. The training consisted on lectures, reading of relevant literature, laboratory experience with practice samples, data interpretation, written and oral exams, followed by competency tests.
And did you pass those competency tests?
Yes.
And do you have ongoing training as well?
Yes, we have ongoing training. Every year we are required to take at least 8 hours of continuing education, which is offered in forms of seminars, webinar, workshops. We usually take more because there's more offered through the year. We're also required to read at least one scientific journal article relevant to our field.
And you have to take testing as well.
For me.
Yes, we have to
Changed
take
my mind.
proficiency testing every year. They are taken twice a year.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I have passed the proficiency testing required throughout my employment. The last one is still in the grading process.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
I performed the fourth step that is used in forensic DNA analysis, which is detection.
And how did you do the detection step of the DNA process?
So I took the samples from the analyst who had done previous work, Emily Oliver. I prepared those samples, mixing them with the required reagents. Then I loaded them in our instrument that does the detection, known as genetic analyzer, and I started the run. And that's where my role ended. After the run is done, the data is saved automatically in the computer and can be imported by the interpreting analyst for data interpretation.
Okay.
Did you do the interpretation here?
No, I did
you
not.
said no.
Who?
So,
Salman Salim.
all right, Salim Salim. That's who we're gonna have to hear from now.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
Just a couple.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Let's test her knowledge. Let's test her knowledge.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
did I see that right?
Yes, you did.
A couple of questions. You're familiar with the term in the context of DNA testing, allele, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the allele is, why don't you just tell the jury what?
The allele is a variant of a DNA fragment that is amplified during our third step. So it's a person has two alleles, one they inherit from the mother and one from the father.
Okay, and the allele then is the section of the DNA molecule that is then looked at once you've separated the molecule, and it's the part of the molecule that then gets amplified, correct?
Yes.
And so if you have an allele that repeats at a certain locus on the DNA molecule, then you may be a particular type at that particular location on the molecule, depending on how many repeating alleles you have.
It's how many repeats are within the allele. So the allele itself is the entire fragment, and within that alleles, there are we call them short tandem repeats. There are repeats, they repeat themselves different numbers for different individuals, and that's what it's assigned to an allele. How many times the fragment repeats itself within the allele.
And people can have the same repeats of alleles in the molecule, but generally speaking, they don't have the same number of repeating alleles across the molecule, various different loci.
Yes, correct.
And the loci is just plural for locus, right?
Yes, the loci is the location of that particular allele in the DNA molecule.
In the testing that was done in this case, you're using 26 different locations plus the sex area.
Correct, yes.
And that's a melogene.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect of this witness? No. The witness may step down.
All right, jury.
You, the judge. Days ago, I told you, and I think I read you another stipulation, but I'll remind you, a stipulation is just an agreement between the parties, and I'm going to read you now an agreement that the parties have made.
Oh, thank God.
This is a stipulation regarding DNA samples of Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe. Reads as follows. On May 9, 2018, FBI Special Agent Tyler Delorme obtained a DNA sample from Brian Walshe. Special Agent Delorme brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was placed into evidence storage. Also on May the 9th, 2018, FBI Special Agent Matthew Riportella obtained a DNA sample from Ana Walshe. Special Agent Riportella brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was also placed into evidence storage. On January 10th, 2023, Special Agent Kristen Koch took the sample of Ana Walshe and the sample of Brian Walshe from evidence storage at the FBI headquarters in Boston.
I wonder if they took both Anna and Brian's in relation to his federal case. I don't know why they would have taken Anna's, but clearly this is, 2018. None of this happened until, December 31st of 2022 into January 1st of 2023. So they already had their DNA before all of this.
And brought both samples to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. The samples did not leave the custody of the FBI until Special Agent Koch submitted them to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for testing. That's Exhibit E for identification. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
All right, that saved us from like 15 people having to come testify about how so-and-so swabbed their mouth, and then they took it to this one, and then they took it to that one, then it went in a fucking crime lab evidence locker, and then it sat until it went to these guys. I don't know if the prosecution didn't offer similar stipulations for all of the idiots that we just saw testify, not that they're really idiots, but all the asinine testimony we just had to sit through, or if they just wanted to put on all these people just for shits and giggles.
The Commonwealth would call Karen Jacobson.
It's possible the defense wanted them to have to do it to bore the hell out of the jury with all their multiple people. It's possible that the prosecution didn't offer to stipulate to any of those things.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Just step for me.
Thank you.
Please do the interpretations.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please give us your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Karen Jacobson. That's KarinJacobsen.
And if I could just ask you to pull that microphone a little closer to you. Thank you.
Sure.
What is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently employed as a forensic scientist 2 within the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been there?
Since August of 2021.
And what are your duties?
I'm responsible for receiving items of evidence associated with known individuals, taking them through the 4-step DNA process, and making those DNA profiles available for use in comparisons.
And what is your educational background?
I have both a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Bowling Green State University.
And do you have specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us about that training?
The training program within the DNA unit is at least 6 months long. It consists of lectures covering all of our protocols,
and quizzes,
literature readings covering current and historic methodologies, laboratory processing of at least 50 mock samples, and all of this is wrapped up with a competency test.
Don't forget your quizzes.
And did you pass your competency test?
Yes, I did.
And have you also had ongoing training?
Yes, I have.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And have you passed your proficiency training?
Yes, I have.
I want to ask you about lab number 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this case?
The DNA testing process is 4 steps long. I performed the 2nd step and the 4th step for 2 items.
And what were those items?
God.
These were items 13-1.1 and 13-2.1.
And what were those?
These were the DNA saliva collection kits for Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe, respectively.
Okay. So how did you do the step 2? That be the quantification step?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
In the 2nd step, cycles of heating, cooling.
There we go.
And did you use equipment?
4th step. Oh, no.
Yes.
Who had done the previous step?
The previous step was performed by Katarina Stashin.
We haven't heard from her yet.
And why didn't you do that step?
We batch our samples in the laboratory processing for the sake of efficiency.
Okay.
Not real efficient in the courtroom.
Then when did you become involved again in this process for these samples?
I then performed the 4th step, separation and detection.
Okay. And can you please tell this jury how you did that 4th step?
So the same person, Katarina Stashin, performed the 3rd step. I received the product produced in the 3rd step from her. I applied another set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that separates each of the copies of the DNA by size. And then with the help of some special software, it turns it into a visual representation of the DNA profile.
So it sounds like they've got like one person at each station. And then like I'm doing stage 4 for the next hour. I'm doing part 3 for the next hour. And that might be efficient in the lab, but it translates into this kerfuffle here.
And did you use any equipment?
Yes, I did.
And what equipment did you use?
This was a 3500 genetic analyzer.
The 3500?
And then what is the data next ready for in the process?
After the data is reviewed, it's ready for use in comparisons.
Okay. And who did the interpretation and comparison here?
In this case, it was Katarina Stashin as well.
And did you do any other work on these samples?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Oh, Lord.
Cross-exam? The witness may step down.
Oh, he's like, this one knows what she's talking about. I don't need to ask her any questions.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Katarina Stashin.
Of course. Could we have guessed? I'm switching back to the banner that just says we're all freaking MSP lab people. We don't need their names. Doesn't matter.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm?
You may proceed.
Spell your whole
Name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And what is your current occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently a criminalist in the biology section at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office crime lab located in Reno, Nevada.
And can you please detail your work history as it applies to forensic sciences?
I was previously a forensic scientist in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for about 3.5 years, from 2021 to earlier this year, 2025, when I got the opportunity to move back to Nevada to be closer to family and pursue.
Okay, for our purposes, all that matters is back in the day, she was likely one of these forensic scientist twos.
A job still as a DNA analyst.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
See what they do in
Yes,
Reno.
I received training at both the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and at my current job in Washoe County. In Massachusetts, I completed an approximately 1-year-long training program that consisted of reading scientific protocols, scientific literature, textbooks, all on the topics of forensic DNA analysis. I also took written exams and oral exams on those topics. I also practiced sets in the lab, both for laboratory processing and for DNA interpretation. Put together practice case files, wrote reports, did comparisons, and all of that training completed with a competency test, of which I passed. And then at Washoe County, I completed an approximately 6-month-long training course due to my experience, where I also did review of scientific literature, textbooks, protocols, practice sets, writing practice reports, performing comparisons or interpretation, etc. And that also completed with a competency test, of which I passed.
And have you also had proficiency testing?
Yes, I have also completed proficiency testing.
And have you passed those tests as well?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency testing that I've taken so far.
And have you testified in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
So what is a single source DNA profile?
A single source DNA profile is a profile that originates from one person or one contributor. And you can identify this in a profile. Just by looking at the profile, you can see how many people are in there.
And what is a known standard?
A known standard is a sample that's taken directly from an individual for example, a sample from somebody's mouth, a saliva swab, or a blood sample. And it's taken directly from a person to be used for comparison purposes.
And how is a known standard developed into a DNA profile?
A known standard will go through the four-step laboratory process to result in a DNA profile that can then be used for comparisons.
And the four-step process is what?
The four-step laboratory process for DNA analysis is extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection.
So prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
Oh, Lord.
So when you first get into the lab to do any of those steps, you're going to be wearing PPE.
Why do you clean your area and wear PPE?
We do this just to keep,
I'm going to direct your attention to Massachusetts Case Lab 23-
I did.
And what did you do on the known standards in this case?
All of the steps.
I performed the sample prep, the extraction, and the amplification on the known standards in this case.
And did you also do interpretation on this case?
Yes, I also reviewed the profiles that were obtained from that process and made sure they were able to be used for comparison purposes.
So I want to ask you about each of the things that you just told us about. So were you working on 13-1 and 13-2? Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those?
Those were the known saliva standards for both Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe.
And so what was 13-1?
13-1 was the known saliva standard for Ana Walshe.
And what was 13-2?
13-2 was the known saliva standard for, so both of these samples were known saliva samples, so a swab from the mouth, and I just cut up the swab and placed the cotton part of the swab into a tube, a labeled tube with those item numbers that I said.
Okay, so that's what you did for 13-1, and then did you give it another number?
So once I cut that swab off, it then became 13-1.1.
And so did you do the same thing for 13-2?
Yes, so then the cotton that got cut off of the whole swab became 13-2.1.
And then after you did that sample prep, what did you next do?
Then those samples went through the extraction step of the process.
And how did you do the extraction step?
Through heat varies the DNA
equipment for that.
Variation extraction. A robot is used to isolate. It sat in the incubator with the chemicals to break open the cells. A robot is used to isolate that DNA from the rest of the cellular debris left behind.
So you told us about sample prep and step 1.
More about this robot.
Did you do the next step, step 2?
No.
Why not?
It's just based on scheduling at the lab, who was assigned to do what step that day.
And who did that next step?
The second step of quantification was performed by Karen Jacobson.
Were you qualified to do all of the steps?
Yes.
And so what did you next do?
I next did the amplification step, that third step I mentioned.
And how did you perform the amplification step?
So amplification is the third step, and this is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain fragments of DNA. So this is done by, again, adding certain chemicals and going through heat cycles to make these many millions of copies of DNA. Because we're usually working with a smaller amount of DNA, you need to make a lot of copies to make it visual and able to be detected.
Did you use equipment?
Yes.
What equipment?
We use what is called a thermal cycler, and this is the instrument that performs those heat cycles needed to make the copies.
So did you do the next step, the fourth step?
No.
Who did that?
Karen Jacobson also performed the fourth step of detection.
So then what did you do next?
So after that full laboratory process was completed, I looked at the data that was produced from those 4 steps, and both items resulted with DNA profiles that I reviewed and made sure were acceptable to be used for DNA comparisons.
Okay.
And could you visualize a single source?
Yes.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Ana Walshe?
Yes.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And were profile sources developed that were appropriate for comparison?
Yes, the profiles developed were acceptable to be used for comparisons.
And they were both single sources?
Yes.
What does appropriate for comparison mean?
When I'm saying appropriate for comparison, I mean that the profile is full, as in
All
data
alleles
is obtained at
are
every
accounted
location
for?
that was tested, and that it is single source.
And what do you do with the profiles?
That profile is then made into a text file that is made available for the analyst that's going to be doing the comparisons.
And were the profiles assigned a number to identify them?
Yes. So the numbers for the profiles are the same as their item number. So the text file profile for Ana Walshe also had the number of 13-1.1.
Yes.
I might have 1 second.
Step down, thank you.
All rise for the
All
court,
right,
please.
lunch break.
From the defense?
Wait,
All set?
wait, what? I thought we were doing mooly doodly.
Does anyone need anything?
There you go.
Anything from the defense? You all set? Very good.
What? They'll be back at 2:00. I thought she said over the break we were doing Mr. Magoo. Okay, no Mr. Magoo. All right. I gotta figure this out. Whoops, whoops, sorry. I'm gonna just pause here on the OnlyFan. I'm not sure that Bob ever emailed me the we're at lunch beautiful visual he created. Doesn't look like it though. So let's see. I mean, I could just leave this damn screen here. Let's see. Why isn't that thing going up there? Oh, there it is. Okay, well, I guess we'll leave that for now. Let's see if you guys have had anything. I think we got through all of these supers. Oh, God. I mean, what in the hell did the judge say? Set an alarm for an hour and be back. I should change the banner, yeah. She said that they were going to do... Oh. I mean, it says it twice. Yeah, well, I don't know if this will... I'm going to mute this just in case it changes screens. I'll keep it up on my phone. Everybody find something delicious to eat, and we can reconvene. Someone who did... A reporter who did a deep dive into Brian's background. I don't know. Does anyone have anything interesting to watch? I don't know about this interview. All right. Yeah. Everybody enjoy lunch. Oh, there I am. Thought I was there and then I wasn't. All right. Bye, guys.
Shoo! What's up, y'all? How you guys like that sweet little sandwich right there? Yeah? Yeah. Sweet little sandwich. Looking so cute and tasty. It's lunchtime at Defense Diaries. Everybody come back and watch trial. What's up? What's up? All right, say goodbye to that adorable little sandwich. I'm going to pull this trial back up. Let's see. Shooby doo. Where are you? Oh, hey. All right. So good. Hey. You talking trash about yesterday's graphic? Thing was whack. I'll never know. I had a nightmare that like whatever that white thing was with the cherry on it. I'm like, I don't know what that is.
I like today's graphic. It was adorable.
It's adorable, right? It's the cutest.
Yeah. So I assume that when we get back, we're doing the voir dire of Mr. Magoo.
Mr. Magoo. The Magoo. The Magoo Meister. Oh, thanks, Jensen. We agree. We agree.
Oh, yes. Can you let the billion people know where to go?
Yeah, I don't even think it's that as much, Miss Wildside. I think it's really an algo thing. If like our channel doesn't pop up in people's shit, you know, if it's not a word of mouth thing, then, you know, it can be hard to find it. There are a million channels I've never touched on YouTube just because I don't know they exist. So the algo is important. That's why I'm always sniveling. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. I'm going to get a shirt. It just says like, share, subscribe, so that every time I forget it, which is a lot to say it. All right. So listen, we are, let me see where we're at.
Look at some, I think you got some Venmos over the break.
We've got 8 out of 30 on the tube in terms of the goal. Let's see. I don't know that we did get some Venmos today. We've gotten Iceman came through huge with 50, so he's gonna get a few extra entries there. Motions came through with 15. Just gonna get a Ashley, you're on the wheel. Lori, you're on the wheel. I know we got a Cash App and a PayPal too. Let's see. We got a Larisha sent us a Cash App today. I know that. And TLR also sent a Cash App. And TLR said, for you are both great. Love spending the day with you. Ditto. Larisha said, thanks for your coverage. And she sent a tasty 40. And then I think it was Mark. Mark sent the PayPal. You can tell Mark's the old school kind of guy. If you want to call PayPal old school, it's not the new like the Venmos and the other shit. So yeah, I'm gonna reset the goal. I'd say we're like probably like 14.
Did you talk about what OG Feisty Cooter said?
OG Feisty Cooter.
Thank you for continued support. 11 months, usually in the bushes, but I'm glad I found you. And then I know you'll love Riddle's comment.
Who doesn't love a feisty cooter? Oh, I do. Had to share that. Buried is my #1 podcast. I love it. And that's saying something because that didn't come out until what? November? So thank you for that. We appreciate it. I do love hearing that so very much.
I just got a special delivery that I got to go put in the freezer, so I shall be back.
Special delivery. Your Cam only paid $45 for that.
I think they gave her the "You're Adorable" special. She said the guy was
That's
like,
why I said,
underage.
I think you were cute. She's like, yeah. I was like, all right. $45 tire. And it's the same. It's the same as the rest. It's the Goodyear. So I was impressed. I said, well done, youngster. You young lady.
I'll be back.
See is. Yeah, I got the shit popping. Oh, that's what I got to close. I got to close the old. Yeah, that guy's causing a kerfuckle. I never like getting the force quit thing. That means you're running short on shit. I don't even know why that's open. Okay, should be good. Send report. All right. So how was lunch, y'all? Tell me in the chat. Tell me in the chat. I'm going to set this goal because y'all can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can make the goal happen for the mottos at DD. Yeah. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm going to keep it at teal and higher. All right, I'm going to go another 3 hours, even though I don't know if we actually have 3 hours. All right, same goal. The, oops, nope, that definitely is not it. Wow. Okay, so the goal, the winner goes on. So you give a super, you give a Venmo, you give a PayPal, you give a Cash App, all the things. You go on the wheel. The wheel is a Wheel of Fortune looking thing with your name on it. If you've made a larger donation, you get a couple of entries, a few entries, depending on the amount. I shuffle them all up, spin the wheel, round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. The winner will get to choose the live of their choice. We saw some folks, because we're obviously going to be getting into some Richard Allen here in the very near future. And I imagine it'll be a lot of content. But you will come on air.
You are unmuted.
Joining us to shoot the shit for a bare minimum of 10 minutes. If you're awesome, you may become a.
All right, where are we, counsel?
Your Honor, we can either do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, or we could continue on with DNA and do some and so on.
Well, if we go back, if we stay on DNA, which I'm happy to do, is that going to end the day, or we're going to hit Mr. Mutlu at some point today? Is he going to hit the stand at some point today?
I think DNA is going to go about another hour to 90 minutes. It could go 2 hours.
Woo.
So I'm going to take it from that the answer is no.
Yeah, just answer the question, chump.
That's my answer. I don't like. I know we don't like to hedge bets, but I'm going to hedge my bet on this one because I don't want to be shy a witness when we can still do work.
Well, in light of what you've told me about the schedule, I will be happy to let the jury go at 3:30 today.
Yeah, me too, Judge.
If that happens.
Okay.
You and
And
me
we are
both,
still on the
bro.
same schedule.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, we are.
Look at that smoldering gaze. Yes, she's thinking. She's
All right, well,
thinking.
we'll talk about that again. At the end of the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
You tell him. You tell him. Good looking.
So what I'll say with regard to that is you're in a better position to evaluate how long a voir dire would take. I don't need the jury in the building while we're doing a voir dire.
Yes.
So I guess it would be my mild preference to just continue on where we are today, talking about DNA, and then tell the jury that they can come back later in the day, tomorrow, instead of a 9 a.m. start. Maybe we'll do a 10 a.m. start for them and do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu in that time while the jury's on their own time and not on our time. How does that all sound?
That sounds like a very good idea, Your Honor. And I can tell you, I have the keeper of records from Home Goods here just in case.
She does have that Susan Lucci
So-
look.
And that would take about 20 minutes if we did end below.
All right. And how long, I won't hold you to it, but Mr. Mutlu's
Allie calls him
voir
Mr.
dire,
Magoo.
as I understand it, and frankly, had to remind myself through the pleadings what exactly it is we were voir diring him on. Now that I have reminded myself of what we're voir diring him on, how long do you anticipate, and I'll go to your brother in a second, but how long do you anticipate it will take you to present that evidence?
I think about 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the outside, Your
All
Honor.
right. I was thinking it was relatively short. More, I was checking to make sure that there wasn't a big disconnect between my expectations and what you're thinking. Do you agree, Attorney Tipton? Do you agree, Attorney Porges?
I do.
All right. So there's other matters we could handle in the morning tomorrow as well. Be prepared for those, including what I said to you at the side of the bench the other day with regard to the first 2 or 3 pages that I was looking for from you. Do you understand?
How dare you? How
Attorney
dare
Tipton?
you, Kraken? The fucking
Excellent.
singing is awesome. That's
All right,
outrageous.
we can bring the jury in.
I almost have to, I might have to time Kraken out talking shit about my singing. My singing is glorious. I am the king of the jingle. King of the jingle. I love to sing the jingles. Yeah, I want to see. I mean, she is really, like, really protecting Magoo.
Hold them up for a minute. Not you, them.
We had a little pulled pork, which I made a couple of days ago in the slow cooker, which was
I just don't want
delicious.
the Commonwealth.
And then I
not
took
to
the
death.
guy for a glorious snow walk, which he just loved to death. Guy was ripping my arm out of its socket with all his joy. I really wanted to let him off.
You're all
leash.
set now. Thank you.
Yeah, it was good. It was some good pulled pork.
So what happened? No voir dire?
No, baby.
What?
No, there
What
was
was
some
all that
discussion. It sounds like Magoo's not going to get called today.
Wow.
Sounds like they might happen the voir dire tomorrow morning. He's anticipating the DNA is going to take hour and a half to 2 hours today. which will take-
I'm assuming what happened here is the defense wouldn't stipulate to all these people. They're like, nah, you stick up person after person. Maybe somebody doesn't show, you know.
Which is a little surprising that he has. 'Cause they definitely have stipulated to some stuff.
Right. They stipulated, you missed it. They stipulated to like the
Wait,
samples.
like these people in our chat, our beautiful community is trying to like cast shade on my beautiful singing voice. Tell him, babe. Tell him.
My man can sing.
Yeah, what
I
the
didn't hear what
fuck?
you did though.
It was a jingle, an adorable jingle.
Oh, I'm sure it was adorable. But they stipulated to DNA that was collected by both Ana and Brian in 2018. I'm not sure why they had to take Ana's DNA for his federal case, but they did. I don't know.
No voir dire, no voir dire. Life
Maybe to
goes
distinguish
on.
the two of them.
There you go.
Which
Nailed
doesn't
it.
make a lot of sense. Maybe if it was a partial.
That was my dad's rule. Never stipulate for anything.
Anything.
Nothing. No stipulates.
Just for that reason. Someone might not show, can't get somebody in. And they've like completely lost the
All right, so the code, please. Jurors entering.
Just kidding. I love you with all my heart. Hey!
What a sensitive
love my
boy.
jingles. I was in no way being sensitive. I can be very sensitive. That was
Right.
not
You
what-
know that was a joke.
Of course.
Living story worlds. My
We are the
constitution
sarcasm
does
channel.
So I got some.
Our sarcasm bleeds
Who's
into
next
our
witness?
chat.
I got some compression freezer things.
Marlboro Village. How are they? Pretty good.
Well, it's like it says don't put in the freezer for 4 hours or more. Don't freeze below 0. So I don't know how to control that. Our freezer says it freezes to like below 3. So I guess I just will keep an eye on it.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and
Ooh.
hearing will be the truth, the whole
Oh,
truth,
she
and
about
nothing
to
but the
tell
truth,
us some
so help you
shit.
God.
about
She's
to
got
tell
a
us
lot of
all the
files.
pieces they found Anna's blood. Anna. Sorry, Anna.
All right.
You may
got a lot
proceed.
more
Oh my
files.
God.
Thank you.
Allie, you didn't put.
Good
pins on
afternoon.
the
Good afternoon.
paper.
Could you please
what?
introduce yourself to the
Oh.
jury by stating your full name and spelling your name?
I
My
took
name
the
is
tape off.
Saman Salim, Saman. Last name is Saleem.
And could you please tell us your educational background?
I didn't.
Saman Salim.
Yourself to the jury by stating your full name and spelling your name.
My name is Saman Salim, Saman. Last name is Saleem.
And could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Boston College in biochemistry and a master's of science in forensic science from Boston University.
All's right with the world now.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I currently work as a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab within the DNA unit.
And what is a forensic scientist 3?
A forensic scientist 3 is a supervisory position within the DNA unit.
We need an
where I
applaud. We
manage
have
other
reached
analysts,
3
forensic scientists
level.
1 and 2, that work.
We need like a cheer. We have reached forensic scientist 3 level, which I think our boy was with the eyebrows. And
A little leveling up.
Yeah. All right.
Within the DNA unit.
So how many people do you supervise?
I supervise 6 people currently.
And what are your responsibilities in supervising those people?
As a supervisor, I manage their caseload by assigning them cases to work on in the laboratory, as well as for interpretation of DNA profiles for evidence items that are submitted to the DNA unit. I also train them in the methodologies for DNA testing. For example, if there's any new hires in our laboratory, I would be part of their training program where I would teach them about the laboratory work that's conducted, as well as give them presentations on the theoretical background of DNA testing. In addition to that, I also work on my own cases, so where I'm assigned cases by my manager, and I do the interpretation of DNA testing on those cases and review the cases of other people and what they've worked on.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been there approximately 10 years.
Pause it, babe.
Do you have any specialized?
Smart water.
So Iceman cometh.
Did she get paid? I mean, she really turned it so the smart water is on brand.
Yeah.
Product placement.
Says he understands, or she and I guess he understands why you've got to bring all the Commonwealth has to bring all these DNA people, but when the defense does questioning, why is it so limited or not pertinent? I'm rather confused by that, because this is their chain of custody. This is their foundation. This is where I picked something up, who I took it to, how I tested it. So there's very limited questions that you want to ask. And I think he did the stuff he wanted to do. He talked about contamination with one of them and cross-contamination. He talked about, I wonder where he's going, because at first when he brought up the inhibitors, I was thinking, oh, there must be a lot of inhibitors, and apparently there's very little. Why he wanted to point out that there's very little that would inhibit it, and bleach is one of the things that would. So
when Allie told me that there was 7 people in the lab that put hands on this shit, I'm like, wow, that is, if they're actually touching the samples, I mean, that's a lot of.
I don't know that they are. They're
contamination.
touching the result of the last person's thing.
So you don't think they're fucking with the sample?
No, only one person like cut it, put it in the thing, created, and then sent on to somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, they're being extra super duper careful with the chain of custody, which, you know, considering the nightmare that we saw in Karen Reed, you can appreciate a chain of custody when you hear it, right?
And I wonder if this process, you know, somehow results in less mistakes in the lab. I mean, I don't know why they would choose a streamlined, efficient process that results in having to bring 6 people into a courtroom when you want to get the evidence in. But
yeah, that's a $1 million question. Like I've never seen it done like that ever.
Yeah, but I don't think we've ever seen a lab that does it like this, where clearly you're on like a station the whole day. So you're handling stage 1 of 4 for this hour, you know, whatever it is. Like you're on.
Well, maybe we can chalk it up to the concept that labs around the country, especially law enforcement labs, state labs, have now fully realized just how critical DNA is in these trials, and they've been creating new protocols so as to, you know, really safeguard against contamination, make sure that they're,
different hands.
creating a very clear chain of custody where it went from person to person. I mean, it is typically some of the most critical evidence in any case. So,
And it might prevent that, you get that dirty lab person who wants to like mess with the result. It happens every so often. Maybe this process prevents that because it goes through so many different hands.
Yeah, Katie, Allie was saying she doesn't think that the actual sample itself, the actual DNA, is changing hands. So it's like maybe one forensic scientist or analyst is dealing with the actual sample, but they all have a different job within the entire process. From beginning to end.
It's a 4-stage process.
4 stages. You got stages.
Which they clearly weren't doing at the time of Karen Reed, because we didn't hear this kind of mishigas with all of this.
We heard about fucking red Solo cups and leaf blowers and shit. So very different. That's what I'm saying. I mean, we can appreciate, that we can trust the evidence and that they handled it carefully and we know where it was from beginning to end. That's important. Very, very important. If you listen to Buried, I will explain chain of custody ad nauseum quite a bit.
And, for people that listened to the Gacy tapes, they went into like the recent trials with a little bit more knowledge than your average court listener because of your favorite times and my favorite times. But going back to Iceman's comment, he did some questioning of that first guy, and there was no reason to ask the questions again later because it's all the same, like they've got multiple people doing the same shit. So, there's less questioning that needs to happen when you've got this many people all doing the exact same thing. All right, let's go.
Training to be a DNA analyst.
When I first began at the DNA unit 10 years ago, I went through an 8-month-long training program where I learned about the theoretical discipline of forensic DNA testing, as well as the practical application of it. I tested mock evidence samples in the laboratory to determine what those DNA profiles were and learned about how to do that testing. Additionally, since that training, every year we go through continuing education where we learn about new methodologies that we're adopting in the laboratory and also any kind of changes that are happening in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
So you said that you've had testing, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Have you had testing?
Yes.
What about quizzes?
And what kind of testing have you had?
So every time there's a new technology adopted or there's new training that I go through, at the end of that training, we do a competency test where we are tested on if we have understood that methodology by taking a written exam or oral exam, as well as a practical exam in the laboratory. In addition to that, twice a year, we go through proficiency testing.
So have you passed the competency testing that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
And you said that twice a year you have proficiency testing. Who monitors that or provides that proficiency testing?
So the proficiency test samples are provided by an external agency, and those samples are tested in our laboratory as we would process any casework samples as well. And then the answers for those items of evidence, the DNA profiles we obtained, are submitted back to that external agency who will then grade us to ensure that we obtain the correct DNA profiles.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I've passed all the ones I've taken over the 10 years.
Thank you. Are you familiar with lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I am.
And what type of DNA testing was conducted in this case?
In this case, we conducted a type of testing known as STR DNA testing, which follows a 4-step process in the laboratory, at the end of which we obtain a DNA profile.
Okay. So just generally, can you discuss that 4-step process?
No, everyone else
Generally, that
discussed it.
4-step process starts with extraction in the first step.
Literally.
Where we break open the cells in which the DNA is
Not
found.
necessary.
This is similar to like cracking open an egg where the DNA is found within the yolk of it, and we extract that DNA. We use heat and chemicals to do this. The second step is known as quantitation, where we determine how much DNA is present in that sample so that we can proceed with the next step. The next step is known as amplification. In that third step, we make millions and millions of copies of the DNA that is found there, targeting certain locations within the DNA. In this case, we target 26 locations that are found throughout the chromosome, as well as a sex determining locus as well. And then the last step is capillary electrophoresis. During that step, we analyze those copies of DNA to generate a DNA profile, which can then be interpreted for comparison purposes.
And then once the raw data is generated, you said that you're able to make some comparison here?
Yes.
And how is that done generally?
So generally, the first thing we would do is interpret the DNA profile, which means that we would observe that DNA profile to see what is in that DNA profile. So what are the different characteristics of the DNA that we're observing at these 26 locations that we have tested? We will determine how many individuals are in this mixture. So the number of people that make up this DNA profile, is it coming from one person or multiple individuals? And then that profile, once we've determined what it is, we can compare it to a known standard or somebody whose DNA profile we know to see if they would be included in that sample or excluded from it.
And in this case, 23-00596, there were many items that were tested by multiple people in the lab for DNA testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And all of those people did the 4-step process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was your role here?
At the end of that 4-step process, data is generated on a computer. At the end of that process, my role comes in at that point where I look at that data. So it comes off in a form that we have to interpret using a software program. So that's where my role starts, where I interpret that data.
Or the software does.
So I'm now going to start to ask you about what you did here and about each individual piece of data that you looked at with each individual item that you looked at. Is that okay?
That's okay.
So let's start with the first round of testing and the first items that you looked at. I want to ask you about item 9-27.2.1. What is that item, ma'am?
Do you mind if I look at my notes?
You may look at your notes.
Thank you.
$5.
That is a sample of an interior of dark gray slippers found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the
doing pretty
DNA
well.
profile
Okay.
result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 270 million times more likely if.
But everybody that gave early in the first goal obviously is included on the second goal.
And you adjusted downward for what you've gotten already.
Well, I mean, whatever we land, I know what the 30 count is that we need to hit.
Okay.
So
If it originated from Ana Walshe and 2 unknown individuals, then if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, this provides support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this profile.
So what does that mean?
So the statistic we report is known as a likelihood rate.
all right, we got a little tiny amount of blooping here.
No, but she's actually going over.
Oh my God. Are you fucking serious?
No, I mean, you don't need all of it, but I don't want to miss who
Is
the
she
hell the
going
third person
through
is.
the actual shit?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
To see if the profile that is on Ana Walshe's profile matches those or is consistent with the ones that are observed in the DNA profile. And through the statistical analysis, what we learned is that it is at least 270 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it did not, and 2 other individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. The likelihood ratio is a statistical calculation that shows us how likely it is to observe a DNA profile given two propositions. One, that the person would be included in the DNA profile, or the other, that the person is excluded or not included in the DNA profile. And the value of that likelihood ratio can tell us which of these propositions is more likely to observe this DNA profile given either of these propositions.
So how do you calculate the likelihood ratio?
That is calculated using a software known as STR-Mix or STAR-Mix. And in that software, we use calculations that we derive from the general population of how common or rare certain characteristics are at these 26 locations observed. And we use that in the general population in the US, and we use that information to calculate the likelihood ratio.
Can you explain when you said this was a mixture of 3 contributors?
So that just means that the DNA profile that we observed at these 26 locations, what I observed is that I would see DNA from multiple people, in this case, 3 individuals. We receive half our DNA from our mother and half from our father. So we would expect to see for a single source profile or something coming from one person would either have one characteristic or 2 characteristics at each of these locations. In some of these locations, I saw 5 or 6 characteristics, which means that there's at least 3 people here in this mixture.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 12 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
What is a quintillion?
Quintillion is 1 followed by 18 zeros.
Can you tell when the DNA was contributed?
I cannot, through the testing that we do, we cannot determine when or how the DNA was deposited on an evidence item.
Does DNA have to be contributed at the same time?
No, it does not.
Moving to item 9-27.3.1. Can you tell me what that item is?
That was a sample from stain A on the exterior top left of the gray slipper, bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And can you tell me what's the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known
Wouldn't it be
profile
nice if they put
of
the
Ana
picture up of the
Walshe?
item she's
Yes.
testing right
The
now?
DNA profile from this item is at least 16 nonillion times more likely if it
Nonillion?
originated from Ana Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion of Ana Walshe to this profile.
Millions.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 77 times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals, unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support for an inclusion. Our DNA unit validation studies have shown that there is an inclusion of non-contributors in this range, likelihood ratio range of about 2 to 1,000. And adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what does that mean?
So when we do these calculations for the likelihood ratio, we're relying on the DNA profile that we observed in that evidence item. The more data we have there, that means the more of these 26 locations where we observe this DNA profile, the higher the statistic will be for an inclusion. And that's because there's more support and more data observed. When there is limited support for an inclusion, it means that the data for that contributor in that mixture, so it doesn't mean everyone in that mixture had less DNA, just that one or more contributors had less DNA available there for comparison, so the statistic is lower because of it. In our validation studies, what we did see, because all humans do share some DNA with each other, that we would see some non-contributors, meaning that people who really shouldn't we made mixtures where we knew who was in those mixtures. And so we would have some non-contributors get a positive likelihood ratio that's inclusionary, show that they're included when they really shouldn't be included. And it's because they happen to have some alleles that are common with what was observed in the DNA profile. So in this case, for the statistic, even though there is support for an inclusion, that support is limited, meaning that there is less data available.
What is an anillion?
A nonillion is 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Whoa, a nonillion.
What type of cells is
Nonillion.
DNA found in?
It is found in all kind of biological cells that we have, such as our blood cells, which are our white blood cells, our hair cells, skin cells, saliva, anything we could have in our body that has a nucleus. Any cell that has a nucleus would have DNA in it.
And what of those is potentially found in a shoe?
From a shoe, it could be if there's a biological process that's deposited on there, that biological fluid could contribute DNA, or more typically for clothing and shoes, it would be from skin cells that are from wearing that shoe multiple times.
Do your results tell you what type of cells these came from?
No, they do not.
And do the individuals have to contribute the same type of cells?
No, they do not. One of the things that could cause a mixture of DNA profiles is if there's different types of cells from different individuals that are contributing to the same evidence item.
What is item 9-32.1.1?
That is a sample of an interior sleeve cuff of a Tyvek suit that was found in bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile for this item was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 4.8 nonillion times.
Nonillion.
Was his mom helping him?
What?
I mean, I thought these Tyvek suits were supposed to be like
What? I mean, they're in the house though. Like, there's no fucking way you're
but
being.
she said the interior sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, probably got that on her when he was killing her. Oops. Tyvek was after the fact. Remember, I think that's pretty good evidence that killed her.
I wonder if it was the kind that was supposed to be like almost sterile, because I would assume the whole point of the suit is that what's inside's not getting outside, what's outside's not getting inside. So on the inside sleeve, there's 3 people. The kids are clearly not involved in that, but I guess if you laid that suit around the house, but the inside sleeve.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, maybe the person who bagged it, who made it.
Bag it, tag it.
The corporation.
More likely if it originated from Ana Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Inclusion.
Thanks, Kat.
And were you able to come
you're
to
on
a
the wheel.
conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 100 trillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
I'd have to see those peaks to see if there's more of Brian's.
So when you say
DNA
things
in
like
various
this supply provides support for an inclusion, is that standard language that you're using?
Yes.
And standard language for whom?
The standard language for forensic DNA analysis in general, and then at our laboratory, we've adopted this language as part of it. Many laboratories would use very similar language.
Some say can't be excluded.
What is item 9-32.2.1?
Sample from stain A of the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And is this the same Tyvek suit that we just discussed previously in 9-32.1.1?
I'm trying to know if this.
And what
third
was the
person
DNA
the
profile
same
result for this item?
or always
For
different.
this item, there was a The DNA profile was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this single source female DNA profile.
What does that mean?
So the single source DNA profile is probably the easiest ones for us to do a comparison because we should be able to see if the single source profile we have from the evidence matches the one profile we have from our known standard or the reference we have. So when I say somebody's excluded, it means that the two profiles don't match each other.
Everyone else in the world, since it's a single source and it was
What
animal.
is item 9-32.5.1?
And that is a sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit.
Pausing.
And is this the same Tyvek?
All right. So everyone gets one allele from their parent and one allele from their mom and one allele from dad at each location. However, because there's a very small amount, the range of possible alleles is nominal. So a lot of times mom and dad could have the very same one of two of the very same alleles at the same spot. So you could end up with just one number because you got a 6 from mom and a 6 from dad in that point. You can never have 3 alleles in one location because that's not a thing. That would identify that there is at least 2 people there. The other thing is, let's say it's the kids or it's his mom as this third person. Now you need to look at the peaks, right? Because Brian's getting half from his mom. So they're going to match up at half of the spots. So that would make his number at that location, his allele little peak at that location, maybe a little bit higher. And you say, well, shit, why is the 6 at this location so much higher than the 8 at this location when we know it's him? He's got a 6 and an 8 at this very same location. Well, because the other person also has a 6 or 8 at that very same location. And then that's another way you can know that there's more than 2 people because it makes these little peaks. So it should be the same for about the same for each person. You're depositing the same amount of your DNA. So every time they see my DNA, it should be at the same peak level, and they see someone else's, it should be at a different peak level. And if the things are all out of whack, then you're like, wait a minute, there might be 2 people with the same allele at this location.
Yeah, and that especially matters when you have, mixed samples with multiple contributors. Like we had that in Garcia, and our DNA guy was able to delineate, whether or not it was our guy's DNA, and he ended up excluding him, which of course the judge didn't let us get in. But if you guys want to have any real clue about DNA, then you need to rewind everything Allison was just saying to you, because that was a really good example, explanation of how DNA works. Yeah. I mean, in terms of like peak alleles and explaining the peaks, and it's like, I didn't get it. Like Allie was going to be handling all of our DNA cross-examination and direct during the Garcia trial, because she had a pretty amazing grasp of it. But I suggest, if you were chatting away and not listening, give it a rewind later. If you really want to kind of understand DNA and how it operates in a court of law in terms of being able to determine who left DNA, if there's, especially in situations where there's multiple contributors, because that's where it can get a little tricky, for sure.
Especially when you're dealing with family members.
Yes.
Suit as discussed with items 3 and 4 that we previously discussed.
Yes.
Thank you.
But is this a different stain?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 110 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And what is sextillion?
A sextillion is 1 followed by 21 zeros.
I'm sorry.
21 zeros.
Thank you. Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is estimated to be 6 times more likely if it originated from two unrelated individuals than if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual. This provides limited support for an exclusion. Similar to before,
Yeah, I mean, that's
That ain't
Mal's
shit.
but like Mal's has a point here. That's a problem with no body cases, right? I mean, they're far more prevalent in recent times because obviously we have Zachariah Anderson. He was a no body case. What other no body cases have we had recently? Obviously, Harmony Montgomery. She was a no body case. I mean, they're trying them. You're always going to have the kid ones are a little less troublesome because there's no feasible way that a child can up and vanish in terms of financial resources and the ability to be able to travel and things like that. Whereas an adult, theoretically, could be able to do that. But yeah, I mean, that is going to be, that's going to be kind of the bigger thing here. And then to me, in my estimation, the biggest problem isn't necessarily that there's no evidence, because there's certainly evidence. It's circumstantial, but it's evidence nonetheless. He's admitted guilt in terms of disposing of the body. So we know he was with her when she died. So it then becomes a question of whether or not it was at his hand or it was by this sudden unexpected death syndrome. To me, the bigger issue is going to be, can they prove intent?
Right. And that's going to go to like any other, I can't even remember now if they tested any like random location. So like that knife in the cabinet, there was oils on it. So I'm assuming you can get DNA, even if there's not blood, if it's tissue oil. That knife is in like a random spot. It doesn't seem like something that would be used for the dismemberment. So that
like aside from that though, like you're getting into the nitty gritty, mine's more of a general thing. Do you remember from Karen Reed whether or not lesser includeds are automatically taken into consideration? Are those available to the jury in terms of second and voluntary manslaughter?
Defense asks for them. Yeah. Not somebody's got to ask for
if they're going for first degree here. I mean, the intent, like they have not shown it yet. I don't know that they'll ever be able to show it. Because I mean, theoretically, like in a circumstance, and we were talking about this a little bit the other day when somebody was asking about, heat of the moment, and they had thought heat of the moment was second degree. That's not the difference being malice aforethought, because you have to have that intent. You have to have the intent to kill, even if you form it a moment before you kill somebody. Like if I were in an argument with Allison and she was like, you know what, I can't fucking stand you anymore, and starts choking me out. And at some point she's like, she can feel the life leaving my body and continues to choke me out till I'm dead.
I say, know what, I want him
She
dead.
formed the intent to kill me. Whereas if Allison and I are in an argument and we're in the kitchen and she's like, fuck you, Bob, and pushes me real hard, Elaine Bennis style, I trip over my foot, smash my head on the counter, crack my skull open, and I die as a result of it. Her intent was not to kill me. So that's going to probably, that happened during the heat of a passion. That's going to fall into a voluntary manslaughter type situation, because her intent, she didn't have the malice aforethought to kill me. My death just resulted in her actions, which, even the intent of her action wasn't to kill me. Like she couldn't necessarily foresee by her pushing me that I was going to die or even get serious bodily injury. So, I mean, that's where the difference is. And for me, in this case, that's where the problem is going to lie with them coming back on a first degree murder charge. I don't know.
I think second degree is already on the table. I've got to find the charging documents, but
there's only one charge. Like he pled out on the two. So there were 3 counts. So yeah, check that out because I know we were trying to look at it. I'm curious to see what it is. All right, let's keep rolling.
The MSPCL DNA unit validation studies have shown that exclusions for the inverse likelihood ratio range of 2 to 1,000 have shown known contributors could be excluded, and adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what is limited support for exclusion?
So it's very similar to the inclusion one I described in our validation studies. We also looked at profiles where since we knew who those mixtures were made of, those individuals, we would compare this to those individuals. And when there's limited data available, again, for comparison for one or more of the contributors in a mixture profile, the statistic would be lower, but it's on the exclusion side. And when it is a lower statistic on the exclusion side, we would like to report it as a number, just so we can be clear that there's a possibility that somebody who is truly meant to be in this mixture would be actually excluded from it because of there being limited data for support. So in this case, there is support for an exclusion, but there is only 6 times more likely for that support. The likelihood ratio, it's in that range of 2 to 1,000 again.
What is item 16-13.1?
This was an unknown tissue that recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least...
Mals, remember, you can form premeditation in a matter of seconds. It doesn't have to be some kind of planning that went on for days, hours, months, none of that. You can form premeditation within seconds. That's the law. So I think people have a misunderstanding of premeditation. They think that that's like planning long ahead, and that's just not the case under the law.
30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What item are we talking about here?
So I want to move on now to the next round of DNA testing. What is item 5-1.1?
This is a sample from swabs of red-brown stain K on a basement floor in 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 15 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. And again, this provides support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-10.3.1?
This was a sample of stained area C on the blade of a hacksaw, placard number 8, 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, a female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-10.4.1?
That is a sample of the handle of the hacksaw, placard number 8 at 304th
hi, William.
Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this
William?
item?
The female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. And this provides support that Ana Walshe is included in this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
I just don't know why she keeps asking if Brian's excluded when she says she found a single source. It's just stupid. And it's like, could be confusing the jury. Okay, he's excluded from that one. He's excluded from this one. You don't need to say he's excluded. You said it was a single source. So everyone in the world is excluded except Ana.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
What? Well, we know she's not done.
Maybe she is.
What?
She kind of whipped through the samples, or
There was a lot more than that.
judge is getting all excited. She's like, I would love to let the jury go at 3:30 today. Love it.
Well, it's only
2:40.
3 o'clock there.
2:40. Oh, yeah, 3. Right. We're behind.
What is item 9-22.1.1?
That is sample from stain A on a white towel, number 1, with red brown stains on it. That was found in bag number 2 at 304th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
Sky Goddess says the judge said
What
they
is
are ending
item
at 3:30.
9-28.1.1?
This was a sample of stained area A.
What'd you say?
Just look at the comment.
Judge said that. No, she said she'd love to end at 3:30 because the lawyer said that this witness will take between an hour and a half and 2. And then the judge said, oh, well, I'd love to end at 3:30. I'd love to let the jury go at 3:30. So she's not going to end it at 3:30 if she's not done. We can all hope, though. We can all hope.
On apparent hairs found in bag number 4 at 304th Street.
What was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed on this item originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-31.1?
That is a sample from cutting of red-brown stain on a piece of rug from bag number 5 at 304th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
Moving on. to the third round of DNA testing. What is item 7-13.1?
It is a sample from Area A on the head of a hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result from this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 33 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion of Ana Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-13.2.1?
That is the sample from the handle of the hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile from this item was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors. Due to limited information available, contributor 2 was deemed not suitable for comparison purposes.
So, were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 2.6 octillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion of Ana Walshe to this profile.
And what does it mean due to limited information? Contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison.
It just means that in this mixture DNA profile, the data that is observed for one of these two contributors is so low level that we would not be able to make a comparison to any known reference standards. So we test 26 locations. We require in our DNA processing that data must be observed at a minimum of 3 locations for us to be able to do any comparisons to it. In this case, data was observed at less than 3 locations for this second contributor.
And
more addictive than crack.
What is an octillion?
Nicotine.
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And you said that you were able to provide support for Ana Walshe, but were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from the first contributor that's suitable for comparison in this DNA profile.
So what does that mean?
So since it's a mixture of 2 contributors and I can only compare one of the 2, that one contributor, the DNA profile shows that it's the likelihood ratio shows support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this profile, but Brian Walshe is excluded from that suitable for comparison first contributor in this profile.
What was item 9-20.1?
That was sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains on it, found in bag number 2 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a male DNA profile obtained on this
Someone
item
got a
originating
boo-boo.
from a single contributor.
Someone got a
And were
boo-boo
you
while
able
he
to
was
come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
Ana Walshe was excluded from this DNA profile.
Just
And
said it
were
was
you
male.
able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile is at least 23 octillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support that Brian Walshe is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I just don't understand the point of asking when she says it's one person and it's male for them to then say, so what did you decide about Ana? Is she included or excluded? Damn it. There was a hot mic for a second. They muted.
Cross.
What? That's it? All right. I'm interested.
Good afternoon.
See what he found of interest here. What's he want to focus on?
I think you said it in your in some of your answers in regards to the first round of testing that you testified to. And was that testing, was the report issued on January 13th of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
January 13th.
And in the context of some of your answers to the testing results that you told this jury about, for instance, sample 9-27.2.1 at paragraph 1 on page 2, you indicate that it was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors.
That's correct.
Now, as you were explaining that and some of the other conclusions and the results of testing, you used the phrase "at least 3 people," correct?
That's correct.
So when you write this report and you include the phrase "the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors," it's more accurate to say the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of at least 3 contributors?
No, when we are doing our testing, we are using the information that we have in our profile. And in order to do any comparison analysis or further any kind of interpretation on it, we have to determine the number of contributors. So in this case, the data that I observed showed that there was 3 individuals in this. There could be more, but it's not in the data that I observed.
There could be more, though.
Yes, obviously the instrumentation we use, there could be contributors that are there that are not detected, but the ones that I observed, the profile showed a mixture of 3 contributors, which is how I interpreted this profile.
And when you interpret the number of mixtures, like you've just explained to the jury, am I right in saying that since we each inherit 1 allele from our father at a particular locus and 1 allele from our mother, then we typically have 2 different alleles at that one particular locus. Is that fair to say?
We could have 1 or 2 alleles at a locus, depends on if you inherit the same characteristic from both the mother and the father, or you inherit 2 different characteristics from the mother and the father.
And when you inherit the same allele, your father gives you the same allele as your mother, that would be a homozygote. That would be another way to frame that.
That's correct. That's a scientific term for that.
As opposed to 2 different alleles, your mother gave you 1 allele, your father gave you a different allele, then you'd be considered a heterozygote at that locus.
That's correct.
So what you're doing is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, what you're doing is you're looking at all the alleles that you have in front of you on a particular sample, and you're trying to determine how many, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to determine how many peaks you have at a particular locus. And for instance, if you had, 2 heterozygotes combined in a 2-part mixture, you would probably expect to see 4 different alleles there?
If we were looking at a mixture of 2 contributors, we would expect to see up 3 or 4 characteristics at the location. When we are looking at the DNA profile, he mentioned the word peaks. They kind of look like an EKG. If you can imagine like peaks and valleys on an EKG, that's what our data looks like. And so when we're looking at that, we are trying to just not only look at how many of those peaks are present, but what the level of each of those peaks is, because that can also tell us if it's coming from different individuals. So you would expect that if the same individual is contributing DNA to it at all of these 26 locations, they would contribute similar amounts of DNA at all the 26 locations. And so if we see some high peaks in one location and low peaks in a different one, that could also tell us that there is a mixture present as well. So not only looking at the number of peaks that are present, but also the level of these peaks.
And so there are some assumptions being made about the way you interpret the data.
The assumptions we're making is based in science that we inherit half our DNA from our mother and half from our DNA from our father. So we expect to see one or two alleles or peaks at each of these locations. So we're using that information to then assess the profile to see how many contributors are in this profile.
And without complicating this too much, and I don't intend to do that, but there is observed in DNA testing data, not just at a particular allele, one allele if it's a homozygote or two alleles if it's a heterozygote, but there's actually times when there's a triallelic allele, all right?
That's correct.
And so that's all I meant about the assumptions. And I understand they're scientifically based, but there are assumptions being made, correct?
Right. So if there is something like a triallelic pattern, there is a pattern to them, and we do know what those patterns look like. And what triallelic is that during the process, during the cell formation that happens, there's a mutation that occurs in the DNA that causes an extra copy to be present, either of either the allele from your mother, or allele from your father, or a form of that allele. And that would cause, instead of seeing one or two peaks, we would see 3 peaks present for that person. But those usually have a pattern to them. And we can look at that, especially in single source profiles, and determine that. I did not observe any such things in the profiles that I saw in this testing that we did.
It's very clear, isn't it, that you have in a lot of these samples, if not most of these samples, you have concluded that a profile that is associated with Ana Walshe from a known sample, you
got to stop the whole. That's the craziest goddamn thing I've ever read.
He's just trying to get you.
85 bears would destroy Drake May. Like,
the 85 bears would destroy everybody. They were the 85
the whole world.
Bears. The whole world. Go watch the shuffle.
I've been living off that shit.
My babe,
for 40
Super Bowl
years.
shuffle. Has
Tell
something
them,
to do with
baby.
that.
could see the same profile in many of these samples, correct?
For any of the ones that were single source contributors, meaning there's only one person, that's where I can make that exact matching from the reference.
And then the ones that are mixtures?
The ones that are mixtures, those we would have to compare the whole profile as a whole. So it wouldn't always just be a matching of the two different peaks that we see. It would be a matching of looking at that plus the information we have on the levels of that contribution to see how likely it is to observe that profile if they were included in this mixture versus not included in this mixture.
Thank you. We appreciate your very clear answers. And what I would like to ask you now is something that you said early on direct examination. Your DNA testing and your results that you're reporting to this jury, it does not inform you of how a particular biological substance or a nuclear cell that resulted in the DNA profile, how it was deposited on that particular object that appears here in the reports, correct?
That's correct. We cannot determine how the DNA was deposited.
And if I were to tell you and suggest to you that for many of these items that were tested, if they were found combined with other items in a bag, and those other items came into contact with each other, you would agree with me that you can't tell this jury if the biological substance that was tested on one object might not have been transferred simply from another object that it came into contact with in that bag, correct?
Overruled.
That's correct. It could be transferred from one item to another item in a bag.
And would that transfer, that word you just used, would that transfer also occur if two items or more were placed in a single bag, and then that bag was actually compressed by a compactor that compressed that bag very tightly to reduce its size? Would it be even more likely that there would be a, quote, transfer between those two objects of biological material?
Objection to the hypotheticals?
No, it's allowed.
Rephrase your question.
Would transfer be more likely if two or more objects were placed in a bag, placed after that into a compactor and compressed together where the items within that bag were compressed together?
Objection, same question.
Same result.
If two items come into contact with each other,
The
there's
closer
a
that they come into contact, the more
possibility
likely
of
there is
transfer of biologic material on those two items, correct?
That's correct.
And the more
And
squished
does
they
the
are together,
prospect, the possibility of transfer between two items,
increase.
would it increase if those items are pressed together tightly for a period of time?
Yes.
I'm not sure if the chances would increase or decrease if they're pressed together, but if two items were to come in contact with each other, there would be a likely transfer of DNA.
So based on all of your conclusions based on all of your observations of the data and the results here, once again, you can't say how any of the biological material was deposited on any of these items, correct?
That's correct.
And you cannot tell the jury, and it's the limitation of the
Yes.
DNA testing.
It could happen
You can't
by way of
tell
murder
when it was deposited, correct?
That's correct.
And for instance, if there is a particular object like a tool, let's say a hatchet,
Dispose.
you cannot tell from your DNA testing if that hatchet actually ever came into contact with the biological material.
I hate it.
I didn't finish, but maybe I'll start
Live
over
body.
again.
A live
Chat,
person.
Sleuthy, the chat likes to remind me that he didn't say dismembered her. He just said he disposed of the body.
But that is in essence with everything else admitting
I
he
understand.
dismembered.
I understand. I'm just telling Sleuthy.
I just don't know why he's not saying you can't tell whether that was used in the disposal process or as a
fight the
as a
murder
murder
charge, dude. Fight the fucking murder
Right.
charge. Like the semantical bullshit that he's doing here is ineffective.
It's
because
effective, but
it's not as to the murder. Like, I mean, he can ask that question that you just asked
Right.
to be effective as to the murder charge.
Right.
Like, because like really, when you get down to it, all this shit can go to the improper disposal of the body. That's the problem for him. I don't understand why he's
dancing around it.
He really is. You know, like, okay, so we have transferred DNA because you put the fucking hatchet in the bag with the hammer. Okay, well, you know what? It's still all her DNA, Pinhead.
And these activities can come about simply by, handling a deceased body, disposing of a deceased body, and have no connection to a murder.
Right. That's it.
Let me start over again.
He's confusing himself. It's like, wait, what am I doing here? What the fuck?
The DNA testing on a particular object does not tell you that object was ever used against a person whose DNA profile appears on that object.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ask it better. Why won't you just ask it?
Well, you have told us that the biological substance that was
family hug, Ginger,
tested does not tell you anything about how that biological substance got on that item, correct?
That's correct. The DNA testing that we do cannot tell us how or when the DNA was deposited on an item.
Just say the words, and it can't distinguish between use on an alive body versus.
And I think you told us this on direct, but I just want to make sure I understood it completely. The DNA testing that you conducted here on the biological samples, the DNA profile can result from any nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct.
And so we heard you refer to skin cells, correct?
That's correct.
And we heard you refer to blood cells, correct?
Yes, except for red blood cells, all other types of blood cells do have nucleuses.
Okay. And so when you are given samples to test, you do not determine in your laboratory, and you can't determine based on your DNA results, whether your DNA results are the result of a profile coming from a skin cell or a blood cell or some other nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct. We would not be able to determine the cell type from which that DNA profile was obtained.
And even though sometimes you might get a sample that's identified as a red-brown stain on an item, especially an item of clothing, even if you got a full profile from that particular stain, you still don't know if the profile you got came from epithelial cells or skin cells versus blood cells, correct?
That's correct. We would not know if it came from any blood cells that were present on that item or skin cells that might have been present on that item as well.
And on sample 7-13.2.1, I think that's the sample that you explained to the jury that it was a mixture of two contributors, correct?
That's correct.
And even though you concluded that it was a mixture of two contributors, you said that due to the limited information, the contributor two, and you put in, you actually refer to it as contributors, and you put the S at the end of contributor in parentheses, contributors, two is not suitable for comparison, correct?
So contributor is just, it's just one contributor. Contributor two is not suitable. The reason there's a parentheses S there is because we use similar conclusions when we have multiple contributors that may not be suitable for comparison. The wording that we use, like I said, it's from our protocols that is designed to sort of kind of
You're saying it
cover
can't
all
be
different
two
types
people.
of profiles that we can see. So in similar conclusions can be written where we would say contributors 2 and 3 would not be suitable for comparison, which is why there is a parentheses S there. In this case, the only contributor that I'm talking about that is not suitable for comparison is contributor 2.
But how do you know it's only one person in that non?
Thank you very much.
What? That's it?
Boom.
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
boy.
was like,
thank you.
Yeah, I don't need to do anything. Ay, ay, ay. All right, bloop, bloop, the next one.
See at the side of the bench.
I think they might be calling it. She, like I said, she thought that this witness would last.
No, they're calling one more witness because I'm looking at it.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Maybe it's Magoo.
Nah, it doesn't look like Magoo.
How do you know what Magoo looks like?
I mean, I just assumed Magoo was scientific, but I don't know.
I mean, you're probably right. Who else would they?
Michael Roddy. Bloop, 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 bloop.
There he is.
Just
There you go.
probably
Good
him
afternoon,
buying
sir.
Carpet.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. It's Michael Roddy, Roddy.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for Home Goods.
And what do you do for Home Goods?
I'm a district loss prevention manager.
And can you tell us what is Home Goods?
It's the place you go when you want to buy stuff for your home.
Okay.
I'll do a little
So I
commercial
take
for
it
you.
by buying stuff for your home, it's a retail store.
It is.
Okay. Now, Home Goods, is it part of a larger corporation or umbrella of stores?
It is. It falls under TJX, which also has TJ Maxx, Marshalls, HomeSense, and Sierra.
And how long have you been with Home Goods, sir?
Move that microphone
Home Goods
down
itself,
from
9
your
years.
eyeballs.
TJX, 19.
And can you tell us about your responsibilities for Home Goods?
Sure. At the core, it's really protecting the assets of the company and the business.
And so,
kinda hate
how
this,
many,
what he did
do
with
you have a
this
geographic region that you're responsible for?
I do. I cover 11 locations.
And of those 11 locations, are you familiar with a location in Norwell?
I am.
What location does Home Goods have in Norwell?
It's store number 122 in Norwell. I believe it's on Washington Street, Washington.
And that store in Norwell, are there any other TJX properties in that same plaza?
There's TJ Maxx right next to it. Same plaza.
Now, sir, are you familiar with surveillance videos that were turned over by Home Goods in this matter?
I am.
And have you had the chance to review them prior to coming to court today?
I have.
Have they been altered in any way?
They have not.
Now, sir, Home Goods, does it maintain its surveillance videos in good faith?
It does.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
It does.
And when it's surveillance videos, I take it they're recorded digitally, correct?
Oh my God, I want him to pull this
So
microphone down.
When they're recorded, they're going to a server?
Sir,
They do.
And who
pull
has access
down
to the
the
server of
microphone.
surveillance videos?
Myself, direct reports of mine, and home office loss prevention.
Did you have the opportunity to review
Pull it
the
down for him.
videos from this thumb drive?
I did.
And
Loop,
they
loop.
have videos from the.
Just get us to them playing.
Any objection to
Bloop,
that?
bloop.
The Home Goods Norwell.
Could the so Ms. Gilman, could we have
There we go.
Mr. Roddy?
Did it,
What is it
Dave.
that we're looking at here?
This is the camera. It's a public view monitor. When you walk into the building, this is the one you can see yourself on.
Is he gonna
Now,
wave
Mr. Roddy,
there?
the date and time at the bottom for Home Goods, are those accurate or are they off in any way?
No, those are accurate.
what
Ms.
is
Gilman, if you could press play.
January 2nd, 9:30 a.m. Does he have on his gloves and his mask? Oh,
There's a creep
Oh.
coming into the store.
he's got his gloves
There's
on.
a creep coming into the store.
no, he doesn't.
Where's your
Okay.
jacket?
No gloves, no
Fucking
mask.
guy.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video register home?
Bloop.
Excuse me, I'm not blooping.
And
didn't
Mr.
have-
Roddy, where is this
Christmas
in the
Eve.
store in Norwell?
So that is the front in our queue line. It's another public view monitor as you're walking
look
towards
at
the
that.
registers.
He got a very nice.
And when
little-
you say queue line, so
Next
are
year.
there items for sale in this line?
There are, yes.
Look, Brian's.
Oh.
He's like, oh, I need some candles.
Yes. Well,
Scented
what a-
candles.
Look at what a psychopath I am. Look at me. Look at me. I'm
I mean, you gotta
Sandra
make the
Dee,
house feel nice after
lousy
you.
with sociopath.
Now we're gonna have to watch Grease with Scarlett.
This girl has no idea how close she was to a murderer.
Mm-hmm.
Dun 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 dun. Dun.
Man, he's a sucker for the
Christmas ornaments.
no, what's it called when they put the stuff there by the whatever by?
Oh, the what do they call that?
I can't think of it.
It's like what's that word? God damn it.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could stop for the record, we're stopping at 1
Impulse
minute
buys,
and 16
thanks.
seconds on the media player.
Good job.
And Ms.
Oh,
Gilman, could you go to the third video? Purchase home?
What do you get?
Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the register. I believe that's register
Got a new
number
throw carpet,
8. And it's a camera right above the registers behind
scented
them.
candles.
Got some breath savers. What is that? Snow globes. Got a nice snow globe. Yeah, I'll just take some of these snow globes.
I mean, he took a break from all the. Got out of his Tyvek suit.
Bailey, you're fine. It's going to carry over. I can tell.
The wheel is not spun yet.
The wheel is not going to get spun till tomorrow. It's going to have to carry over. We didn't hit the threshold.
Yeah, well, it's really like, then it's, I don't know. He's got the
guy.
antimatter candle scent.
Mm. Mm.
Post Punk Mama's going with new car scent.
Yeah, that's definitely counting Venmos. And Cash App and PayPal. I screenshotted everybody from today, so if you dono today, it'll go towards it tomorrow. You're not getting stiffed.
And you got Ginger because she did 5 Defense Diary podcast memberships.
Indeed. I did, Sky. I got all the Venmos. We got 4 Venmos today.
And a Cash App.
And a Cash App. And a PayPal.
Wow. It's warm down here in the basement today.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
The warmth.
I can't wait for this to be over so I can get in the shower. I wanted to shower this morning and I didn't.
No, you're not on the wheel. It's like Steve's. You got a dono. Speaking of which, I'm hanging with Steve tomorrow, Charlotte. Tomorrow night. We hanging.
Hey, while we're just watching this, we got to talk about.
Thursday night. Thursday.
We got to talk about the skiing thing we're talking about with the kids and your birthday because we're gonna have people over on Saturday for your birthday.
Okay, well, that's the day that I'm talking about doing the skiing. I told you.
Can't you do it really early?
No, it's a whole day thing. I mean, maybe. I mean, obviously, we're gonna leave when it starts getting dark. So, I mean, in theory, you could do a dinner.
Or Scout could have a half a day at school. You could go Friday because we have a half a court day. Well, you need to let me know because I got shit in the works.
Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that video and bring us to the 4th one. And pause if you could. Mr. Roddy, where is this in the Norwell store?
So that is an exit mullion. It's in the vestibule between both sets of doors to go outside.
Vestibule.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play, please.
Take this thing off. Stretch out my arm.
Yeah, this is Wisconsin skiing.
And Mr. Roddy, what is the time upon exit? If you need to see it again, we could just bring it back up.
Yes, please.
It's much more affordable.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. What is the time upon exit for the record?
9:48 and 2 seconds.
And it's January 2nd?
January 2nd.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth approach?
13th, Saturday. It's my B-day. I was trying to skip it this
Mr. Roddy,
year.
you recognize this document I'm handing to you?
I do.
What is this?
This is a receipt for a purchase on January 2nd.
Does Home Goods maintain its receipts in good faith?
It does.
Normal course of business?
Yes.
And I take it it's generated at the point that the sale occurs?
Correct. Once it's completed.
And this was also turned over to law enforcement in January 2023.
It was.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from January 2nd marked.
Let's see it. See what this clown bought.
January 2nd at Home Goods as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The home goods receipt
You are
from
forgiven.
January the 2nd is now in evidence as 252.
Loop until we see it.
Really?
Well,
At the top, it
Wow,
says
see.
sections about 252, exhibit 252. At the top, it says TGX. Is that generated internally or is that what's given to the customer?
That is internally.
And so the customer would get a Home Goods at the top.
It would say Home Goods, correct.
In store 280122,
candles.
is that the Norwell store we were talking about?
Yes, that's the Norwell location.
And now, sir, what does POS 8 mean? POS 8.
That is register number 8, point of sale.
And then
POS is
cashier, the number, and then there's a name.
Yes.
He had to have given his kids to his mom. Where are his kids during this?
Yeah,
period?
mom's got him. She's got to have him. She's got to have him.
Yeah.
Because this guy's like out and about.
Well, and dismembering a body in the house. All
Yeah.
over the place.
Yeah, all over the place.
Dad, can we come down to the basement?
No.
Stay up there.
Get in
Stay
your
up there.
room.
What are you doing? Good night. I mean, I could never be somewhere for hours in
Why
the house
doesn't he?
without
I've
being
never heard
hunted
him
down.
ask anybody what they bought, what is on the receipt. I have never heard him ask anybody.
Mm-hmm. No, there's a bone mango tangerine camera, or candle rather, Aquarius candle.
What is
I don't know.
this? Soft Lux Sheer what?
What? Where? Have you
Oh,
seen
you're not
that?
there yet. Sorry.
Oh, come on.
Came underneath it. What is the significance of that?
I clicked on the wrong
The
screen.
cashier number is the identifier to the associate who's ringing. the
Cares.
register.
And sir, are you familiar with the codes with the S underneath them next to the items?
Yes, those are the department numbers.
What is the 35 significant of, S35?
Department 35 is our candle department.
Candles.
And going further down, what is S75 significant of?
Those are rolled rugs.
Mm-hmm.
What was the total for the sale, sir?
Total's $245.35.
And how was it transacted? Was it cash or charge?
It looks like 2 store value cards were
What
used.
what are store value cards? And I'm sorry, I was interrupting you.
Gift
No,
cards.
those are just, they're cards. They work just like a gift card would work. Same thing.
And if we could scroll all the way down to the bottom, there's a date and time.
Yes, January 2nd, 2023, 9:44 and 36 seconds in the AM.
So keeping this up on the redemption area, you had mentioned there are store value cards.
Yes.
So with these store value card numbers, were you able to track down when these cards were issued and where?
Yes, we were.
Mhm. Gotcha, Brian. They tracked your ass.
Tracked your ass.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Man, he tried everything. He
Mr.
just
Roddy,
tried to be
I'm
so
showing you a
slick.
document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's another receipt.
It's another receipt, but is it from Home Goods in Norwell?
It is not. It's from Marshall's.
And this Marshall's receipt, what does it have to do with the store value cards?
So this looks like a return without a receipt at a Marshall's in Maryland. So when a return is done without a receipt, the customer receives a store value card, store credit.
And on this receipt, does it denote the last 4 digits of the store value card?
It does.
Nailed
And so, sir, understanding that, do they bear any similarity to the redemption cards used on your on this receipt that was done on January 2nd?
Yes, it does. On here, it shows the last 4 is 0256, which matched the purchase receipt.
And as a result of being a member of the TGX umbrella, are you able to get access to the Marshall's receipts to find out which card was issued in corresponding to the redemption that was done on January 2nd?
Yes, we can see each brand.
And this is the card that was issued, that was one of the 2 cards that was issued to do that redemption.
Correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this receipt from Marshall's.
Loop. I'd like to
as
see
the
when that
next
return
exhibit,
happened.
Your Honor.
Any objection? The marshal's receipt.
You just-
It is December 28th, 2022.
Marshall's receipt from December 28th, 2022 is now in evidence as Exhibit
Interesting.
253.
Interesting. Returning some
May I
shit to
publish
Marshalls in
Exhibit
Maryland.
253, the Marshall's receipt from, it's labeled Baltimore receipt.
Could make the argument.
You may.
Thank you.
Little planning.
I don't know. Let's see what it is.
Mr. Roddy, what's been marked as 253, where is the location of the Marshalls?
It shows it's in Baltimore, Maryland.
And this
Is
is the
that
type
by
of
the
receipt a
States
customer
Oh,
would
he
receive,
took back the
right? Because it doesn't have the
Christmas
TGX brand at the top?
presents.
Correct.
And what is the name of the customer?
Ana Walshe.
And
Oh,
could we
see?
scroll
Wasn't
all the way
even
down
him.
to the bottom? Pause, I'm sorry. So in there, there's issue of merchandise credit. Is that the card that you were speaking of?
It is.
Okay. And could we go all the way down to the bottom? And sir, can you tell us what you see as far as a date and time for the receipt?
Yes, it's
Pause it a
December
sec.
28th, 2022. And the time is
So she's like, I'm not making it home for Christmas, so I'm just returning all of the children's toys.
Who do you mean she? What makes you think was it her?
Yeah.
Is that what they said?
Yeah, customer, Ana Walshe.
Oh my God, he went and pimped her fucking gift cards.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. All right, so that's not as great of an argument for premeditated.
Yeah. That's
It's 4:30 p.m.
I missed that part.
So, sir, that was for one of the two cards ending in 0256. Were you able to find an additional receipt that corresponded to the second card?
Yes.
And before I go any further, did that card end in 4563?
Where's the video? How do you know it was Ana? They said it was
It's
Ana?
on the receipt.
Oh.
Sir, do you see this document?
I do.
No, because
Is
it
this
wasn't.
a TGX receipt that corresponds to the issuance of the card we were just talking about?
It's a gift card, not a credit card.
As far as
Brand.
Yeah, no, it's actually a store
It does.
credit.
Right.
And again, these are kept in the normal course of business and in good faith?
Yes, they are.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this receipt marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Bloop, bloop,
This would
bloop.
be Washington DC receipt.
Also Ana's.
Can you tell me what type of store this is for? This is TJX at the top.
Allison's fucking fast
This
forwarding.
one is
cheating.
TJ.
Well, it's Ana's. It was in Washington, D.C.
Oh, DC, baby, Maryland.
If we could scroll down, Ms. Gilman.
Baltimore, Maryland.
Wait,
How much was the card for? How much was
This one's D.C.
customer, yeah, Ana Walshe. Yeah.
down, Ms. Gilman? How much was the card for? How much was issued as far as a card?
$216.44.
And what are the last four digits of the card?
4563.
And if we could continue to scroll down, where it says returned refund, is there a date as far as what is the December 2nd date that we're looking at opposed to a December 28th date?
The December 2nd date would be the date of the original purchase of the merchandise being refunded.
And so the date at the bottom, December 28th, is when the refund was actually issued.
Correct.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
See, she used her card to buy it. Does that necessarily mean that it was her returning it? Like she would show up
It's
as the
in Washington, D.C. I don't think there's any question.
I guess.
Now, sir, you also had the opportunity to review videos from January 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also what's already been marked into evidence. And at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to publish videos from January 4th, Norwell Home Goods Store.
Is that on the same?
Day's almost
thumb
done.
drive?
So
Same thumb drive, Your Honor.
here we go. What you buying today, Brian?
Yeah.
And do you need a mask and gloves today, or is that just a?
Oh, he's having a hard time getting in.
It's like fuck.
He's like, oh, hi, I'm gonna go around that guy, the guy, the bell ringer. Fa 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 fa. Psycho killer. Oh, can't you see?
Wow, got the last cart.
Yeah.
Oh, what you buying today, Mr. Man?
Pause, Ms. Gilman. Sir, Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
Oh, the front.
That is the public view monitor again at the entrance.
And looking at the bottom of the image, can you see a date and time?
Again,
Can you tell us what the date and time is?
it is 9:57 a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video? Mr. Roddy, what view are we looking at here, sir?
This is another register view right behind the registers.
What you buying today,
What
Mr.
you
Man?
got, mofo?
Some rags.
Tablecloths, maybe? I don't know. It's like, oh, here's a nice little bathroom rug. For the other one, I got all bloodied up. Here's another one.
Those
Bathroom
car-
rugs. I think
Those car mats?
That second one could be. That first one looked like a bathroom mat.
Yeah. Because, she was wearing her slippers. So I think this all could have happened in the bathroom.
Yeah. Talking heads are phenomenal. David Byrne is the man.
Yep. Little Matt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What time did he make that first call? So he must be pretty much done. By the time he makes the call to them and is like, hey, has anyone seen my wife? I think that's when I would have assumed he had like finished all of the things and such. But we didn't hear the DNA analyst talk about anything about the knife, the whatchamacallit from the attic, the insulation, either from the attic or from underneath the exposed basement thing.
Whoa.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Can we go to the third video in that
Terrified me. I thought Brian Walshe pulled a weapon out.
Mr. Roddy, what part of the store is this?
Oh, there he is.
That is the exit mullion again in the vestibule
Oh,
between
never
the two
mind.
doors.
Just kidding. That's not
And if you could pause, Ms. Gilman.
Oh, look at him.
What is the date and
That
time
happy face.
on the video? And for the record, we're at 7 seconds on the media player.
He's so clever.
He's like
It is 10:07 a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman.
Doop-a-doop-a-doo-doo.
We're gonna
Thank you,
have
Ms.
to
Gilman.
buy all these times.
Mr. Roddy, were you able to produce a receipt for this transaction?
This fucking
Yes.
guy.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Your Honor, may I
till I
approach?
get the receipt.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Allie's being a real fucking dictator with the blooping.
Mr. Roddy, I have similar questions. Going down 36,
36 is our towel department.
and what is the significance of 68?
68 is our bath mats or bath rugs.
Oh, you're right, babe.
And going down to the bottom of the receipt, sir, how is this transaction negotiated?
It looks like there was 2 SVCs, 2 credits used.
And was one of them the 4563 that you previously testified about?
It is.
Ton of
And going down to the bottom of the, is there a date and time on the receipt?
There is January 4th, 2023 at 10:05 a.m.
And you said there was a second SVC card. Were you able to find the receipt or the transaction for that in the TGX systems that issued that second card ending in 4481?
Yes.
Bloopmeister. She's Mrs. Bloopmeister.
All right, we get it. They tie
Okay.
back to a purchase that they made, and it's their shit.
Yeah, you got it.
Mr.
Nailed it.
Rodney, do you recognize this receipt?
I do.
Is this from a Marshall store?
It is.
And does this receipt show the issuance of the card that you just mentioned, the second card used to transact the sale?
Yes, it does.
And what was the date that this transaction occurred that issued the card?
It was December 8th, 2022.
And where was the store, where was the Marshalls located?
Hingham, Mass.
The Commonwealth would seek to have.
No,
the
that
Hingham
should be-
Marshalls December, what was the date again, sir?
12/8/22. Any objection? The 12/8/22 Marshall's receipt is in evidence as 256.
Your Honor, may I publish 256?
You may.
Thank you.
I mean, it could be as much as you.
Sir, looking at this, what is the address for the Marshalls?
400 Lincoln Street in Hingham, Massachusetts.
And the initial transaction date is what, sir?
The original was December 2nd, 2022.
And going down, sir, what is the
men's
first?
bra.
Understanding this is not your store, so you don't know 23s next to the item. What is the description of the item that was purchased?
Men's best brand.
And then the second item that was purchased?
Damn.
Children's toys.
Oh, it would have been
Now,
so
sir-
great if he bought a man's ear or a bro. Like
It's an
Jesus.
$80 man's
I was like,
bra.
holy shit.
You know what that is?
He's got to fucking lasso those man titty. Come on. God
Uh,
damn it.
Sir, going down if we could. Amount due to customer is what, sir?
$155.91.
And there is a merchandise credit number ending in what, sir?
4481.
And going down, sir, going down, Ms. Gilman, all the way to the bottom. The date for it is what, sir?
December 8th, 2022.
Okay, December 8th. I'm sorry, I might have heard you as December 28th. My bad. Now, sir,
bad.
on this receipt, is there a name for the customer?
Hip.
There's not.
If we go up. So on this one, it is a return with receipt where we don't need ID to process those.
So there's no customer name at the top like there was in the prior ones?
There is not.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
They need ID, so that was definitely Anna.
Cross.
Anna.
Any cross?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you,
confirm that it was
Judge.
Anna.
Questions. Regarding these cards, the last couple of cards you just told the jury about.
Stand for the mic.
Am I right to just say that, or to suggest that there was some purchases made in or around the Maryland, DC area at some point in December?
Yes, I'd have to see it again. I'm not sure if it was a purchase or a return.
Okay, purchase or return. There was a transaction.
Yes.
And then whoever transacted that transaction, it's not a very good way to put it, whoever did that, they eventually got some store credit that was applied to that card, right?
Correct.
And then they walk out of the store with that card.
What is he doing?
Correct.
And
What
then
the
that
fuck
card, of course,
is he doing?
finds its way down to
Pause
Massachusetts, and
Why is he saying someone, they, whoever? He
Uh-huh.
just said, when there's not a receipt, we take ID. So we know it's Anna, and that's important for the jury to know. He better fix this shit.
But why didn't they play the fucking video showing Anna
'Cause it's not-
returning the
it's-
shit?
Because why is that important? Why would the
Because I
prosecution?
want to see that it was Anna.
He said they take ID. And why would the prosecution want to show it's Anna? They just as soon want the jury to think it was Brian and it was premeditated.
Yeah,
All
well,
to get a
fucking
gift card to use later.
Peter Dinklage here. He ain't feeling you.
that card is eventually used in Massachusetts sometime around January of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Nothing unusual about that if a family is trading cards back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Did the Commonwealth, the state of Massachusetts, did they ever
Here you go.
actually try to get
There you go.
video of those transactions that occurred in December?
Exactly,
from
Kraken.
those, Washington area?
From myself, it wasn't home goods, so not from myself. If it was from a Marshall's or TJ's district loss prevention manager, I'm unsure.
Sir, have you ever been told you?
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
you're a
Oh my
striking
gosh.
resemblance
A
to
huge
redirect.
Peter
fuck up.
Dinklage?
The witness may step
A
down.
huge fuck up on his part. Huge.
Peter Dinklage.
I think he missed it altogether. I don't know why he did that. He asked your question, like why they didn't ask you for the video of these returns so that we could see it was Anna.
Tomorrow, I'm going to have you return to the courtroom an hour later because I don't want you waiting around.
Because they're doing their voir dire.
I need to attend to other
Voir
matters
dire.
that don't require your
All right, blue pass, see if she says anything.
for sure, but based on what I now know, I expect that we
Oh.
may finish the evidence tomorrow early.
Mm.
Oh.
And so you may have a shortened day.
Mm. Oh.
Just tell you these things to keep you as
Ooh.
come as a surprise to you. They happen that way. Right? So that's the update on the schedule for tomorrow. Night, I remind you of your
All right, bloop, bloop.
responsibility.
Oh my God.
See
I'm
that?
about to bloop you.
Huge fuck up by Tipton.
Of getting things to me. Other than that, I have nothing on my radar for tonight, anyway, before we suspend tonight. Does anyone need to discuss anything else?
Not from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. Not at this time.
All right. Well, all of you have a good night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we read all the supers. So
we did read all the supers. All right. So you guys did not meet the goal. I'm going to start it again tomorrow. We don't have that many more. But so everybody that donoed today, no matter which way you did it, whether it was supers, whether it was Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, any of those, I've got pictures of all of them. They are not wasted. Those will all carry over till tomorrow, where we continue our search for our third co-host. We consider this to be somewhat of a little bit of a, what do they call it when you go in and try out for a role?
Audition?
Yeah, their audition. Thank you.
Hey.
I mean, if you come in and
pulled
knock
an
it out of
alley.
the park, who are we to keep you off the stream with us? I mean, think of it. Think of it. Think of all of the riches that you could enjoy with us.
Might be recognized, or what's it called? Discovered.
Discovered. What about
all right?
Josh?
Thank you all very much.
Oh no. This is for us. This is for a spin. This is for our people to come on. Yeah, I can get Josh come on, whatever. And then you guys can all complain how he talks over the people while they're testifying. You guys like to complain when Josh is on, because he does, and he clacks on his. I love Josh. I'd have him on every day. He's
all
a
right.
delight.
I'm beating. You're taking too long, and
yeah, you like that?
love you guys. See you tomorrow. I gotta
Love
stretch
you,
my
honey. I'll
arm.
see you in a bit. I'll see you in a
Bye.
bit. All right. So if you guys don't know today, and there were a bunch of you, I took screen grabs, and again, I'll carry it over till tomorrow. We'll watch the Vardir for sure. We'll see what's up. I think Magoo's getting Vardired, so they're going to ask him some questions, or her, whatever the case may be. I don't know if Magoo's a man or a woman, but it will be exciting. So exciting. So, all right. Today, it was fun-ish. A little dry, you know. I'm starting to get the feeling that this is as good as it's going to get here. This trial, there's never going to be that witness. We're not going to have, this is not an Adelson thing where you're going to get some kind of like crazy kind of witness on telling all kinds of stories. There's no bumps, none of that shit. It's just a bunch of circumstantial evidence making its way in. So you guys are quite lovely. I quite adore you. Mods, you are just the best in the business. I love you, love you, love you 1,000 times over. All of you, Mandy and Tracy, you are delights. I think Mandy's out in the world doing real life shit today. I didn't see her in here. She's unforgettable when she's in chat. Y'all know that. But I adore you guys so very much. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. We're still hanging like 250 short of 60,000. It's insane to me. I don't understand it. Help us get over 60K, like for real. So you do that by like, sharing, and subscribing. That's what does it. It gets it into the algo. There are 1 million channels in the Naked City. You guys are the key to the kingdom. All right. I love you guys. Thank you so much, because without you, I would just be an old man chatting about psychopaths killing their wives. Bye.